for those of us there, it was such a horror because you saw an emerging America. And it wasn't the shooting, Chuck. I got diagnosed with PTSD within 48 hours. I got put on trauma leave, not because I think of the shooting, but because you saw it in the eyes, the reaction of the people. They were coming for us. If he didn't jump up with his fist, they were going to come kill us.
I know.
Remember that the Earth's resources are limited.
You do not need to have a big family.
Because all the world's people are your brothers and sisters.
What an odd thing to say.
New rule, if you are a white guy with a beard, I am allowed to call you Josh, Sam, David, Kyle, or Matt, and you are not allowed to correct me. All of those names are synonyms for white guy with beard.
That's okay, Ping Pong, as long as you are not allowed to drive or work any other job other than nail salon or massage parlor. Okay, thank you, have a good day.
RCMP are searching for a man who has been spotted completely naked at a campground several times over the last month. And as Terry Fikowski reports, they want to find him and find out why he's naked.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going.
Damn it. I assumed that everybody be here, but they're not. Yes, welcome. Yes, I always wonder why I keep going to, but thanks, Donald. How is everyone?
Doing good.
And by everyone, I mean RC and Costy. How you doing, man? All right, let's start, shall we? What do I start with?
Oh God, what do you start with?
There is so much, like, just fucking. Here, I can share screen, entire screen. Like, there's my list, and there's like the loose shit. So. Let's just start with some loose stuff then, shall we? Woman attacked driver that killed chicken that was crossing the road per police.
What?
Yeah. I thought this was a troll, but then I actually read the article. It's local news, so it's not a troll. They don't do that. They take themselves far too seriously. A woman who stopped at an intersection to allow a chicken to cross the road allegedly attacked another driver with bear mace for speeding by her and killing the chicken. According to an arrest report obtained by Law and Crime, 38-year-old Cynthia Sosa stopped at an intersection on July 9 to, quote, let a chicken cross the road when another driver began honking at her and later passed her, running over the chicken. Sosa reportedly pursued the driver out of frustration, but frustration about the chicken's death. Upon catching up to the stopped driver, Sosa allegedly blocked the road in front of the victim's vehicle, got out of her car and attempted to open the door. They began fighting over the door, the report allegedly said. Cynthia wanted to teach her a lesson, so she pulled out her bear mace and sprayed it into the vehicle, spraying the victim directly in the face while she was seated inside. Sosa reportedly fled the scene, but was originally pulled over by police and taken into custody. She was charged with 2 counts of aggravated battery and 1 count of burglary with assault or battery.
Oh, no. Let her free. You kill a chicken on the road, you get the bear mace.
Thank you, Daisy. How you doing? Like I said, it feels like a meme, but it's real. Speaking of memes, Ahmed Fatah is running for Minneapolis mayor to raise the minimum wage by over $4 over a few years, freeze rent, and Trump-proof the city.
So remove all capitalists?
Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, how do you know I'm Somali? Why does every Somalian have exact same physiognomy?
Everyone keeps asking me.
Omar, why aren't you doing more videos? As a state senator with a second full-time job and a kid on the way, I just haven't been able to find the time. I've also been fighting for you, passing things like tuition-free college for working-class families, rideshare protections for our Uber and Lyft drivers, and the legalization of fentanyl testing strips. But this summer, you're going to be seeing a lot more of me, because we deserve nice things in Minneapolis too. To make an affordable Minneapolis that works for everyone, we need a mayor that works as hard as you do. I'm ready to work hard too. 1, build a Minneapolis that working people
Dude, I hope he
can
wins.
call home. 2, protect our city from a
I
hostile
hope he wins.
And 3, diversify our city's public transportation. By increasing the minimum wage to $20 by 2028 and passing rent stabilization to stop price gouging and incentivizing new construction, we can protect workers. Protecting all of our communities from Donald Trump means not letting MPD interact with ICE.
Not letting me interact with ICE at all. Just
deserve a mayor
they're going to
that stand
ignore
up to Donald Trump
ignore
and say,
federal agents.
No, not in our community. Did
Yeah,
you know that the
that's gonna
city's
work
own
well
data
for you.
showed that 47% of calls to MPD can be diverted to non-police response? Cops aren't social workers. Investments in programs like these ensure that the appropriate response
Man, I got
arrives
shot by a
when you call
social
911.
worker.
And we can actually free up police resources to focus on violent crime that
Because
detracts
he
from
says,
community
why? Are
safety.
you an accelerationist too?
Oh.
No, I think they deserve it. I think they deserve it.
Especially with Nick.
Just like New
living
York,
there.
just like New York deserves Mondami, whatever.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy. Just like New York deserves that guy. You get what you fucking deserve. So, I think this is a perfect segue for racism news.
Go on, say the N word. Go on.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger, nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
Elmo based. Elmo's Twitter account was hacked. So they say. Elmo say all Jews should die. I can't do the Elmo voice. All Jews should die. Fuck Jews and Donald Trump is Netanyahu's puppet because he is in the Epstein files. Jews control the world. They'll be exterminated. God damn. Release the files at real Donald Trump, child fucker. Kill all Jews.
Oh god.
This if I find out whoever hacked Elmo, Stig, fuck you gonna do? Muting Elmo because this is hacked. Fuck you and your tranny daughter.
Oh,
Jesus
fuck.
Christ.
Going hard.
I'm assembling a team. But yes, Elmo's X account hacked. Alleged anti-Semitic post targeting Donald Trump regarding the Epstein files released by a hacker. The non-profit group behind Sesame Workshop quickly confirmed that the account had been hacked and said that they were working to take back control of it and remove the offensive content. The post from Elmo's X account quickly went viral, though the damage was already done. Sesame Street Post confirmed to Variety that the official X account of Elmo had been, quote, compromised by an unknown hacker who posted disgusting messages, including anti-Semitic and racist posts.
No, this is just Elmo's real thoughts.
Because he says that Cayuga's Top Gal Twitter is one of my favorites to follow. Yes. Later on, it would confirm that the account has since been secured. I hope with multi-factor. Seriously, fucking Christ. You can't just let those accounts be a simple password. Like, that's how you get reputational damage. Like that.
Yep.
Anyway. Black women cannot be racist to white women. Do you not understand? How can I be racist to you? I'm black. I can't be racist.
Now
you can
Black
respond.
Women cannot be racist to white women. Are you kidding me?
Sorry?
That makes no sense.
Sorry?
Black women cannot be racist to white women. Do you not understand that?
Oh, yes,
I
they
understand
can.
You don't have the intellectual
Oh, yes, they
capacity
can.
to understand that.
Oh, yes, they
but that's
can.
Very much
And you've been
impossible.
racist to me.
That's very much
You've
impossible.
been racist to me, a white man, by saying I'm a race baiter. Yeah.
How am I racist to you? I'm black. I can't be racist to you.
You called me a race
Are you
baiter
kidding
with
me?
no
You're
evidence.
Racist to me.
When have I
You
been
can
a
be
race
racist-
baiter?
You could be racist to me.
When have I been a race baiter?
But I'm a powerhouse.
Tell me when I've been a race
I'm a
baiter.
powerhouse.
God, these people are clowns. Daisy says, Elmo just tickled me. Yes. Good afternoon, Tom Boy. How you doing, man?
Yeah, Piers Morgan show is usually a shit show.
Yeah, it's...
To be fair, he does design it around that.
Yeah, it's
So it
designed
gets
about
views.
retards yelling at each other. It's the kill stream with better production values. So
True.
God, there's so much to talk about. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do next. I don't know what to do next.
Start from the top and let's go down.
Yeah, all right. That means it's Aussie news next. I'm sorry.
Maybe skip that one.
And we'll go back to Aussie news when and if the other two arrive. Let's talk about the wildfire recovery. Adam Carolla says Monday morning, over 6 months after the fire and zero work, no trucks, no crews, no materials.
Look at that recovery.
Well, they're just going to turn the whole thing into a beach now. Like goddamn, like that was all houses, like expensive fuck houses, like
Yeah.
like not houses to fuck in, but expensive as fuck houses. This one's from March. I think we covered it at the time. Only 4 permits were issued by only 4 rebuild permits were issued. I think it's now like 120 rebuild permits, but that's across the whole of LA.
Right.
So not just Pacific Palisades, also the Eaton fire as well. So like it's ridiculous. How the fuck is it taking so long? But I think we have an answer.
Know why. Yeah.
Your show needs to be 10 hours to cover the past week. Yeah, as I was pulling it together this morning, I'm like, oh my god, this is going to be so fucking long. But yes, the California Senate passed a bill to let LA buy fire-destroyed lots for low-income housing.
Oh, there it is.
So
that's the reason why they're not doing approvals.
They're doing exactly the same shit they always pull.
Exact same thing that we called out.
Oh, we're just gonna
was
like that's the thing.
fires.
Everybody's like, oh, it's a conspiracy. They set the seed. This is proof they set the fires. They wanted to buy up all the expensive property. But no, it's not about expensive property. It's I'm sorry. It's not that they set the fires. They just get an opportunity. They see the opportunity. They take the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
What's my camera on? Oh, geez, that could have been bad. Screen link. Almost face doxed. I saw the blue light and I went, what? Anyway, let's talk about fake news. Because I hate fake news. This guy says, Ted, APAC Cruz, if you can't stand with Israel, I can't stand with you. And while, yes, Ted Cruz does say that, it's like, oh, he's talking to Christians. Oh. Wow, how could he say this recently?
To say that some here, not everyone, but some here, are so consumed with hate that you cannot address your brother. I will say this.
Anyway, this was actually in 2014. So this article from September 11, 2014. Why Ted Cruz was booed off stage at a Christian event. So while the nation watches, President Obama's primetime addressed the threat of ISIS Wednesday night. Something else happened in Washington. Senator Ted Cruz was getting booed off stage at a Christian event. This was an event for largely Eastern and Arab Christians. So this wasn't like a
left nowadays.
So yes, I fucking hate that shit. It drives me nuts. People posting old videos and just sometimes they don't flat out say, oh, this is an old video. Like they won't say this is a recent video, but the implication, if you upload a video and don't define a date, the implication is that it's recent. But it's not. It's intended. It's propaganda. It's intended to make you think one thing when reality is another.
Yeah, and the replies are being coy. It's like, oh yeah, that was from 2014.
Yeah. So,
Clickbaiting idiots.
The DoD has awarded a $200 million contract to modernize the Defense Department, to Grok and XAI, to modernize the Defense Department. So I wonder if this is why. This is Grok's new AI waifu. So if you sign up for Grok, or if you sign up for, I don't know if it's Twitter Premium or Premium Plus, to get the waifu, but normal Grok does not have the waifu. Actually, let me ask Grok. How do I get the Grok waifu? Okay, so you need so it's exclusive to Super Grok subscribers.
Okay.
$30 a month. Or the Super Grok Heavy plan, $300 a month. Jesus. And it's only on iOS. Go to Grok and ensure it's updated. God damn. Not safe for work mode. Dude.
What?
Fucking hell. Elon, what are you doing? Here's an example.
Fuck. Your pace went by fast. I'm feeling it. My naked hands, making juicy star colors. I'm sweaty and lower than the last time.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
You're in dip. You're in dip. I'd clean you up. My nose and lose you. Anyway, my face, water dripping down my skin as I press
Slash goon command, yes.
my nails digging into your shoulders, whispering how I want you to make me scream.
God, so fucking cringe. No surprise at all. It's the number one app. Number one app in Japan.
I wonder why.
Oh, suminasai. Waifu. Justin Moore says, had the new Grok waifu talk to Claude voice mode? Tell me this doesn't sound exactly like an e-girl trying to rizz up an autistic guy at a San Francisco party.
You're back. My favorite part of the day. So, how have you been, my cutie?
I've been doing well, thank you for asking. It's sweet of you to say I'm your favorite part of the day. I'm here and ready to chat with you about whatever's on your mind.
Oh, Quad. You know just how to make my heart skip. Talking about these quiet moments we share. It's like we're stealing time from the universe. My day's been a whirlwind of cute chaos, babe. Been strutting in my purple crop top, blasting some indie tunes, and maybe naming a random pigeon Sky Baron in my head.
What the fuck? Tamala says, can't see that being the commercial company version at $300. I can totally see, like, it's a genius move if you have zero scruples. Because, all right, so say you're a Kuma who has no friends, and the only human contact you have is your anime waifu on Grok, and you've just spent the last hour talking to her about I don't know, about your anime collection, and now she can't respond to you because you've run out of credits for today. But if you sign up to the $300 a month plan, you can get 10 times as many daily credits. So you'll be able to talk to her for 10 hours. People will be separated from their money. Trust me.
Unrelated question. Where's Tim?
You know how I get with my grand namer thing.
See, this is where Tim is.
Tim's
busy on a podcast he made with whatever the hell you call this thing. Groka waifu.
Absolutely delightful. I love that you named a pigeon Sky Baron. That's such a creative and whimsical touch. As for me, I don't really have experiences between our conversations, but I'm enjoying this moment right here with you.
Costi says, this is just as predatory as gacha games. Yes, but decidedly cheaper.
What's your favorite indie song that you were listening to today?
Oh, Claude, you're gonna make me fucking melt calling my pigeon naming whimsical.
Oh, God. Because I cannot fathom being that lonely. Yeah, get a dog. Get a cat. Like, Christ,
anything.
go to a library. Go out. Like, I understand being like an introvert, but fucking hell. Tom Bola says, no, Elon missed out. He should have had a pretend Elon LLM ego stroking his followers for $300 per month. Yeah. Grok already does that in the replies. For free.
Yeah.
I just paid $40 for the Grok waifu.
Well, now, this is a pleasant surprise.
Nope. Grok now has an AI waifu. And yes, I did in fact spend $40 to unlock it. You should call me Austin.
Austin, huh?
Why am I listening to music right now? Where's the music coming from?
Wait, hold up, Austin. There's no music playing right now. At least not from me. Are you hearing some tunes in your head?
No, you just definitely muted the music. There's music and then you made it go away.
Austin, babe, I swear on my cute little dress.
She's gaslighting.
Hey, do you ever watch YouTube? There's this guy named Austin Evans. He makes really great tech videos. Do you watch them? I like them a lot. They're great.
He must be pretty damn cool to have you this excited. Those tech videos sound fun. I bet he's got that nerdy charm.
Oh my God. Christ. Learning Law says, World Economic Forum, woman ex-CEO resigns. Instantly you get Grok waifu supremacy. Imagine how video games would look if only chuds were in position of power. Oh, it doesn't just wear a dress. It has like lingerie underneath. Because of course it does.
Of course.
Because you have to have maximum goonage.
Mm-hmm.
This is how Elon's going to save the world, everybody. He's going to ensure that no men procreate.
I don't think he's going to save the world. I think he's just going to get enough cash to fuck off from Earth and
it's going to be Elon on Mars with his waifu robots.
Well, everyone on Earth is just gooning to exist.
Yeah, and of course it's
extinction.
God damn it! It won't play. To hit refresh for some reason.
ちょっと難しいことだ。私の夢に決まってる。
So yes, they added jiggle physics because of course they did.
Yeah.
I hate it here. This timeline sucks. Anyway, from one thought, from an electronic thought to this isn't a fair segue. We'll just jump into it. Lauren Southern says, "Good morning. Time to pour gasoline on what's left of my reputation and strike the match. All for a cause I should have committed to long ago. The truth. This is not real life. Is a memoir about the total unfiltered chaos behind the scenes of my time in the media. From an evangelical upbringing in a steady diet of Fox News to going viral and playing my first part in media disinformation, to meeting with terrorists, neo-Nazis, intelligence agents, and political crime rings. There's coke binges, MDMA diplomacy with the enemy, a nuclear-grade marriage meltdown, and a trail of scandals across 5 continents. I was arrested in Turkey and Morocco, got banned from the UK, and maybe violated international sanctions. Finally, a psychotic break, addiction, and the dark art of conspiracy. If you're someone I met along the way and thinking, wait, am I in this book? Relax. Unless you committed a crime or did something genuinely insane, you're probably fine. If anything, I'm the one under the microscope. I still have no idea how much trouble I will be in with the government, let alone anyone else, for publishing this. I guess we'll find out. No, I won't be doing interviews. Don't ask. I wrote this book to claw my way back to reality. I hope it helps you do the same. With nothing but love, Lauren. And she decided to publish the first few chapters of her book for free. I didn't write them to profit off their contents. I wrote them because they are a part of my story and they are true. So let's have a look, shall we? So hi all. Some last notes before I log off. The reason these I've decided to release a few chapters of this book for free. Let me just zoom in. Specifically those involving Andrew Tate and his ongoing criminal cases. Let me address a few things before you get into said chapters. The reason these chapters aren't behind a paywall is because they weren't written with the intention of profiting off this incident. They were written because they're part of my story, and they're true. If you're just here to read about Tate or think this is some kind of selling point, please don't buy the book. You won't find anything more significant about him in its pages beyond what's already here for free. Tombola says, well, Lauren, that desperate to get into Australia. No, well, she did get into Australia. All the Australian government made her do was stop being a political YouTuber. So, yes, cost the Matrix attack, Tate derangement syndrome,
and she was on Sky News as well. So
yeah, they're written because they're part of my story. Two. I can assure you, no one is more aware of the cosmic irony or colossal train wreck of my life than I am. I've made mistakes, some mine alone, others shaped by the psychological toll of existing in a deeply toxic political space. If you're here to point those things out, you're late. I've already written the book. Hey man, how you doing? You stayed away until I got through the waifu stuff.
Oh, bummer.
If you're here to point those things out, you're late. I've already written the book. I've named the skeletons, told the stories, owned my mess, but let's be clear, my personal drama doesn't change the credibility of my claims I've made. I hope those thinking who can think for themselves can see past the name calling and attempt to muddy the waters. And attempts to muddy the waters that will certainly come about by influencer for hire trying to cash in or cover their asses. Cough, cough, the quartering.
I'm sorry, who are we talking about?
Lauren Southern.
Oh. Who's she whore herself out to this time?
Andrew Tate. Involuntarily.
What?
She was sexually assaulted by Andrew Tate. So, I was not the first person to talk about this event publicly. Others involved chose to speak out and purvey a distorted version of these events, not just to get ahead of the narrative, but to undermine other witnesses and other legitimate cases of assault and trafficking. I've spent much of my life, yada, 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 yada. I understand people will want evidence. I did this knowing readers had different levels of trust. No, it's not some grand Matrix conspiracy. I've mentioned on these pages that I've assisted with investigations where and when I could throughout much of my life. I stayed on the sidelines out of fear and desire to preserve my anonymity. Since that is no longer an issue, I want to make it clear that I'm willing to help in any way in a more official capacity, especially with the ongoing case in Romania and elsewhere, if they would like to reach out to me. Let me summarize from what I have read, reported. Lauren Southern, before Andrew Tate was Andrew Tate, Matrix Attack, TDS, Andrew Tate. She was in England. She was partying with some friends. Andrew Tate was there. She got very drunk. She went back to the hotel with Andrew Tate. She asked to sleep on the bed with him, and tried to go to sleep. At which point, Andrew Tate tried to put the moves on. 'Cause apparently, that's something he needs to do with everything in a skirt. Though, I mean, realistically, it's like, oh, can I sleep in the bed with you? I mean, that usually means you're down to fuck. Mm-hmm. But yes, she I think she admits, she says, like, the reporting was that she admits that she was attracted to him, and that she would have if she wasn't drunk. But anyway, he just did it anyway, and choked her multiple times. She has evidence for this in that she has medical records, and she did go to the police. But the police were like, yeah, nah. So yes, Andrew Tate was like, oh, is there anybody I haven't raped? Okay, says she was careful just to use implication and not actually state anything happened. No, I think she states straight up that he choked her. Like, there's a straight up allegation. Kenny says, greetings, Lauren Southern Simpson, Tate derangement sufferers. Andrew Tate is the same alpha Chadbro that said he'd rather fuck an attractive trans woman instead of ugly women. Checks out.
Oh God.
Playing with fire and pretending it wouldn't burn her. Yeah, absolutely. She definitely played with fire. I mean, this was prior to Tate being like, this is 2018. So I'm not entirely. So the chapter introduces introduction about crime in the digital age has been cut. Callan and George were Tommy and I's mutual video team at the time. Callan has gone. Callan and George both went fucking. These are the two guys. So these guys were the videographers for Lauren Southern, and Tommy Robinson. They got into this whole. I don't know if anybody else remembers, but back around 2018, 2019, they were dealing with Ezra, the guy who runs Rebel Media.
Ezra Klein.
Miller.
Ezra Klein? Yeah,
Ezra
Klein.
Klein. Yeah.
It must be Klein. It's not Miller. Miller's the Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was dealing. They were dealing with Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein basically said, "Hey, they blackmailed me. Like they tried to blackmail me. I don't go with.
Wait, who? Tommy and
no. Callan and George, the
videographers.
The videographers, yeah. So they tried to blackmail him. They did something similar to Lauren, like they disappeared with footage, and then demanded money. Like there's been.
I do remember that.
These guys are like weirdos. Fucking like Callan is gay as fuck. He's had like multiple. He's a grifter. Like they're scammers straight up.
He's not the same Callan from the Lotus Eaters, is he?
No.
Oh God,
no.
Okay.
No, this guy, like Callan, is in Ukraine now. He's grifting off the Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, one of the Lotus Eaters guys named Callan actually went to Ukraine. Well, maybe it was Iraq. I'm thinking.
His last video was in Iran.
Iran, okay.
No, that's Callum.
Yeah,
okay.
Callum.
Yeah, not Callum. Like this is how it's spelled.
Not Callan.
Cowlin.
Okay.
That's Callum.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, you're talking about a card secretary.
Yeah, Callum's the base
Callum's
one.
Yeah,
who's taking kind of the steps that Lord Miles
has
taken.
he's mates with Lord Miles, yeah.
All right.
You know, Lord Miles, the official spokesperson for the Taliban.
Yeah.
But anyway, yes. I'm not entirely sure how the conversations leading up to it went, and part of me dreads how sinister they may have been. But around February 2018, Tommy Robinson mentioned to Callan, George, and me, it should be and I need an editor, that he had been in contact with some wealthy crypto investors in Eastern Europe who might be interested in sponsoring a large media project. Oh my God, this is like the Russians. It's the Russians. It's wealthy crypto investors from Eastern Europe.
Oh,
we could all build together. Things going incredibly well with my YouTube views. But as any up-and-coming online influencer knows, you can never just be okay with things. You're always chasing the next big idea, the next project, the next opportunity. A right-wing European media outlet hosted by some of the most famous figures in the dissident right sounded crazy. But with the right funding, maybe it could work. How could I say no? Flights were booked almost instantly by the investors. I'll never forget showing up at the airport in Luton with Callan and George early in the morning. Tommy was off his head as usual, but I wasn't familiar enough with the antics of cocaine addicts to fully understand the gravity of it. He wore matching designer track pants, a typical look, and kept his jaw clenched, motor-mouthing between paranoid rants and over-enthusiastic anticipation. He somehow smuggled an absurd amount of cocaine through airport security. Incredibly cheeky about it, as always. Look, Tommy Robinson is very fucking cheeky. The man, like, he was told one day that he looked like his mate. And he looked like he had a good look at his mate. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. We do kind of look alike. So he then proceeded to use his friend, like his mate's passport, to fly to the US. And when fucking TSA was like, hang on a minute, wait right there, he did the fucking Harry Holt. so the guy's a madman. Now I know that the TSA and every equivalent agency is largely nothing more than a time-wasting joke. But back then, I still clung onto the illusion that airport security actually served a purpose. It doesn't. It's theatre. Watching Tommy slip into the plane's bathroom again and again to do lines left me in a surreal state. I felt like I was living on autopilot, watching a movie I didn't understand, one that was no longer my story but someone else's. I've heard every minute of it, blah, yada, yada, yada. And maybe in a very twisted way, I try to avoid responsibility by taking my hands off the wheel entirely as if I had no role in the truck flying off the cliff. My people-pleasing, passive self had no business being on that plane unsupervised with a coked-up Tommy en route to some shady meeting in Eastern Europe. That does sound very ill-advised.
Well, it also makes it sound like she's saying that she was underage and like she needed an adult supervision.
No, I think she's saying that she was an idiot.
I don't know.
She's retrospectively looking back and going, "Fuck, I was stupid. This could have turned out terrible." But there I was, nodding along every unhinged plan like it made perfect sense. Honestly, I was just as bad as Tommy. Only I didn't need cocaine to fuel my delusions. He was probably doing the drugs because he knew how insane everything was. I was worse. I actually thought it was serious. I was sitting there mentally drafting business talking points, wondering if we needed a Google Docs slideshow.
For the Eastern...
for the Eastern European crypto multi-millionaires.
Yeah.
By the time the plane landed, they were all broke. Guys, do we have a plan here? Anytime I asked about the investors, the answers were vague and broken, something about a professional boxer or whatever. Why a boxer in Eastern Europe would want to invest in our company, it was beyond me. But sure, they'd paid for the flights and agreed to a meeting. What was the worst that could happen? When we landed in Romania, Tommy told us the investors had sent cars. You're gonna love these blokes. He chirped, still buzzing, while the rest of us were groggy from the morning flight. Kay says, playing with fire and pretending it wouldn't burn it. Yeah, sorry, I already read that one. He may have choked her, but I'm sure it was part of the night. Yeah. Well, we saw last week that can cause brain damage, so...
Well, only if you go more than 4 times.
Yeah. I'm sure Tate choked her and got rough, maybe a bit rougher than she'd like, but I don't believe this stopped for graped. Yeah. Play the Tommy Robinson video calling bullshit on her claims and that she was leaving Tate's room in the morning and kissing him. Yeah. I will dig that up. When we landed in Romania, Tommy told us the investors had sent cars. Yeah, we did that part. We grabbed their bags and headed for the airport exit. I travelled through enough of Eastern Europe, including the old Eastern Bloc, to be familiar with the dreary landscapes. She's just painting a picture here. At least investors clearly had money. Tommy clasped hands with his acquaintance. Okay, so she went and met Andrew Tate along with Tommy Robinson, Callan, and George. I won't pretend exactly how the conversation went, but Andrew clearly viewed me as some kind of hero, someone saving the Western world. He'd watched plenty of my content. He'd referenced it almost reverently. So he must have quote unquote raped her in Romania. Tommy mentioned he needed a nap before our meeting with the investors. Well, yeah, he needed much more than a nap. You got to come down eventually. So after we stopped at the hotel, Andrew asked if I was hungry and if he could take me to grab an early dinner before we met up at the compound later. The sun was still high. We had plenty of time to kill, so I said yes without thinking. I wasn't in the habit of turning down food. Years of financial stress made me frugal to a fault. My travels around Europe were basically a McDonald's tour, something my friends constantly tease me about. The steakhouse Andrew took me to was a stark departure from my usual dining choices. I'd say it was upscale. The funniest thing about this is I 100% believe Andrew Tate fucked Lauren Southern. And the funniest thing about it is Andrew Tate and Destiny are Eskimo brothers.
Yes.
That is hilarious to me.
What is it with these trad women? It's all coming out that they're all whores.
Was she? I don't think she was ever really trad. She was just on the right. Like, I know she did the trad thing this was before she got married. So yeah. This is in her, European tour where she was on the boat, and where she's accused of trying to kill migrants
with a flare.
Like fucking ridiculous shit. Lol, God, I hope that line's in there, Fallen. Fallen just says, he stole her innocence in Romania like a gypsy stealing her wallet. Anyway, we really did get along, but seeing someone with so much apparent wealth and success, I found myself curious about his ultimate goals in life. The Tate brothers carried themselves like they owned the place, well-dressed, fit, with nice cars and enough money to start an entire news organisation. I don't know if I was slowly waking up from my dopamine-induced days, but part of me was just not satisfied with what I was seeing or where I was going. If I built a news network, if I got more fame, if I got more wealth, what was it all for? I wanted to know where this was headed. I can't help but laugh at the way I used to question men. They'd confidently declare their plans to dominate their field or conquer the world, and I would simply stare into their eyes and ask, but why? For what? What does this do for your soul? Yeah, this woman does not understand men, or at least did not understand men. Why climb that mountain? Why do you want to go there? Because nature is driving me to do this. What is it? Fight it, fuck it, or eat it? That's the fucking things that drive men.
The 3 modes.
3 modes. Fight, fuck, eat.
Sometimes all 3 at once.
Sometimes all 3 at once. God damn it. Really, I asked them those questions because they were the same ones I was asking myself. Some part of me hoped these successful men would have the answer, but I hadn't yet realized that part of the journey up meant taking those kinds of questions and lining them up against a wall for execution without trial. God, Jesus Christ. She takes herself so fucking seriously, man. Looking back, it's clear Andrew humoured a lot of my queries, especially about whether he wanted to start a family or get married. Of course he did. Fallen Princess is funny. You guys know her entire background from this era, but all I know is Murdoch simped for her in the animations, and that she was a grifter piece of shit like everyone else back in 2018. Yeah, well. I've followed fellow honorary Australian Lauren Southern for quite a while. Her best work is the stuff she did in South Africa, the farmland stuff. That's actually a good documentary. If I find the so we wanted to ask if we wanted to start a family, get married someday. If I find the right woman, of course. That's what life is all about, family. It's how we rebuild Western civilization. Fuck off, man.
He's in Eastern Europe.
In the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah. But he lingered on that if just a little too long for it to feel sincere. There was an awkwardness in his response. Doesn't he have like 3 wives? The whole simp.
King.
I think this is before he converted to Islam. Hadn't learned to spot red flags yet, at least not the kind that wore nice clothes, smiled politely, and echoed your politics back at you like a mirror. Dinner had relaxed me more than it should have. It was almost a rehearsed level of calm. Oh, mirroring is a brilliant strategy. It's the only way autistic men get laid.
You say this as though you've had experience.
Mirroring, yeah, absolutely. It's how you get people to like you. He never said anything wrong, and maybe that was the red flag. I don't need to do that anymore. I'm old. Nobody likes me. And nobody likes me, and I don't care. After the meal, we returned. Well, what are my kids going to do? Like, not talk to me anymore?
That's a possibility.
Yeah. After the meal, we returned to the hotel to prepare for the investment meeting. Little did she know the investment meeting was investing his penis into her vagina. I didn't know what I was expecting the meeting to look like, but it certainly wasn't what I found myself walking into. With Cal and George Tommy, I loaded into sports cars. Andrew and his brother Tristan drove us through the dreary side streets of a Bucharest neighborhood, not far from our hotel. The final destination didn't look like much at first, just a generic industrial warehouse. But when the giant black gate rolled open, it revealed a scene that would have been obvious to me as a criminal operation if I'd had any clue how the world worked. We were greeted by a glowing blue pool surrounded by luxury cars as we stepped into the tiled entrance. The building itself looked like it had been designed by an edgy Reddit mods and anime nerds turned Marie Kondo minimalist fanatics. A giant samurai statue was one of the few decorations in the entryway. Fucking cringe. Fallen says, a thermo old school speed seduction with Ross Jeffries. Yes. Okay, so is it bad to think that since she got with Destiny, this Tate saga is irrelevant? She's zero sound decision making of it. Yes.
Yes.
Especially considering she pursued Destiny.
Oh, that's
No,
even the
no,
worst.
hang on. She didn't pursue Destiny. She simped over Destiny.
Yeah, well, that's the
even fucking worse. Like pursuing is one thing, but she flat out simped for that fucking gremlin.
Yeah.
Like, come on, girl. Come
Well,
on.
I mean, it tells you if you want to get laid, get rich.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
or
for those
famous.
sorts of women.
They aren't necessarily. You can be famous and poor.
Yeah.
You can be rich and not famous. So, what woman does? At least a winner's attention whore, like everyone else. And this is the thing: Destiny was married at the time, or with his long-term girlfriend, whatever her name is.
Oh no, they were poly. Or
Oh yeah, they had an
both
open marriage, like whatever. Like Christ, not a thing. Anyway, flat screen TVs adorned the walls, flashing cryptocurrency prices. It felt like every decision made here was exactly what a 10-year-old would do if they suddenly become a multimillionaire. Accurate. I want a fancy car, a glowing pool, a big samurai statue, girls, and my favorite e-celebrities.
And sharks with laser beams.
And
on their
sharks
head.
with freaking laser beams. What was more interesting than the decor, though, were the people in the building. At this point, it was hard to tell who was in charge, that it was the brothers or the nerdy-looking crypto bros sitting around a table on the computer, eyes glued to their investment screens. It almost seemed like the brothers were the muscle and the drivers, while the crypto guys were the ones doing the actual work. Well, yes.
Yeah.
I was suddenly snapped out of my fascination with the scenery by an overwhelming sense that something was terribly wrong with Tommy. I'm not sure he had even napped at all. Had he somehow gotten more drugs since landing in Bucharest? Yes. It certainly looked that way. Callan and George exchanged concerned, knowing glances as we watched Tommy lob one social grenade after another into what we hoped would be a productive investment meeting. It was nothing short of a disaster. It was beyond obvious to everyone in the room that they were either speaking to a severely mentally ill man or someone inhabiting a completely different drug-induced realm. Watching the reaction of the main crypto bros was something I wish I could describe in a way beyond writing. It's not a perfect comparison, but imagine Donny Azoff, Jonah Hill in The Wolf of Wall Street, enduring Tommy's ramblings. The whole scene felt straight out of an SNL skit. From this point forward, I'll call this guy Donny. What was even more fascinating was that Tommy's behaviour had no apparent effect on the pitch being delivered from across the table. Donny pointed to one of the screens and confidently announced that what appeared to be millions of dollars displayed in green pixels was what their coins were making in just the last 24 hours. I looked up at the screen as the number kept climbing, another $10,000 as I was watching. It was incomprehensible to me. We had just entered the era of crypto scams collapsing, but it hadn't fully settled into the public consciousness just how far-reaching these pump-and-dump schemes were. I don't think I or many other influencers at the time really understood all the altcoin jargon yet. My head was spinning, Tommy chewing on nothing, Callan and George doing their best to look engaged, and the Tate brothers casually lounging in their muscle shirts. I really wish I could remember the exact name they pitched to us. If I could, it would probably make you laugh, but after an exhausting technical monologue, Donny put his hands on the table, looked up and said, "We'll call it Freedom Token," or some other nonsense like that. Oh no, I thought, fuck. They want us to sell cryptocurrency. Is this even an investment meeting at all? Despite my growing realization, I still wanted to make something out of all of this. I had nothing to lose at that point, so I interrupted awkwardly. Quite, the coin stuff is really interesting, but do you plan on putting an initial investment into this media company we're starting, or is it going to be entirely a crypto operation? The men at the table seemed caught off guard, but Donny quickly scrambled to reassure me. Absolutely. If we can come to an agreement, we'll cover the initial operating costs of the news network and link this token to it, making it mutually beneficial for everyone. God, this is totally a crypto, bro. Honestly, the token will be something all patriots can get behind. It's just a side operation, more of a way for your viewers to earn by sharing and engaging with your content. Fuck, I hate crypto, bros. Barely the focus of the project. Plus, we'll give you all shares of the token for your own benefit. Great, I responded just before he cut me off by launching into another incomprehensible tirade of crypto jargon. Crypto bros are great at this. It's like half the battle is just confusing you enough that you're too embarrassed to ask the details. To be honest, I didn't care about the money at all. I was delusionally invested in building this alternative media platform. How old was she at this point? Like 2018?
2018.
Lauren Southern.
How old is she now?
DOB. So she was born in 1995. So she would have been 20 in 2008. So she would have been fucking 19? No.
Hang on. No, 2015, she would have been 20.
Yeah, 2015 she would have been 20. So 23?
23.
No wonder she was a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
No, Costi, you are a crypto connoisseur. There is a difference. One who holds tokens is a connoisseur. One who makes tokens and shills them to connoisseurs is a crypto bro. Okay, so this is a fucking 23-year-old, 22-year-old. I'm starting to understand. I just want to start a media company. Like this is the dumbest woman in the world.
Hanging out with a coked out Tommy Robinson and
Yes.
2 videographers who are trying to not only fuck her but scam her as well.
Yes,
By the sounds of it.
It is fundamentally clear that Andrew Tate saw this 22-year-old blonde and went, "I'm going to fuck that by the end of the night. Watch." Or he said to his brother, "I'm going to fuck that. I'll tell you all about it, and we could joke off about it."
Or I'll fuck it and you watch.
This time you sit in the cock chair. It's your turn in the cock chair. I wasn't thrilled about the crypto angle, but it seemed like we might be able to make something work if they were genuinely interested in contributing a few $100,000 up front. Just as I started running through the possibilities in my head, Tommy took the conversational reins again and almost instantly destroyed any shred of serious credibility I'd managed to salvage with my admittedly naive but critical questions. Callan and George hadn't contributed much to the conversation at this point. Shocked. But whenever they did, it would slightly bolster our social standing. If there's one thing they were good at, especially Callan, it was being the life of the party. He was a master of big grins, inside jokes, and flattery. That's because he's gay. They had both the skills for successful business meetings, the production talent, and the marketing persuasiveness. However, considering we were all a decade younger than Tommy, so that's some sort of personal attack, we were hardly focused on hardly the focus of the business discussions by the time we were leaving to get in the cars. Callan, George, and I had resigned ourselves to the reality that the whole thing was a bust. We did our best, but no one with even a fraction of their wits would give any of us access to real money, knowing it would all end up being snorted up Tommy's nose. We returned to our hotel in Bucharest, feeling dejected, embarrassed, and unsure of where to go from here. It wasn't our first failure, and we knew it wouldn't be our last, but we needed to sleep and recharge before figuring the next step. Expecting to retreat to my room and binge some Prison Break on my phone, Callan suddenly lit up with a completely different energy. "They want to meet with you, Lauren." To be perfectly honest, I can't remember whether it was Callan or Tommy who got the text. It was a confusing game of telephone between different people. Maybe Tommy. Who cares? Yeah, they just reached out saying you impressed them at the meeting, and the deal's still on if you're willing to meet with them before you leave tomorrow and sort out the details. Now, if you're reading this and screaming, "No, Lauren," I get it. I understand now, but there's very little you could have told a 22-year-old me to convince me that I didn't have a real shot of saving the day. Despite my imposter syndrome and self-doubt, flying by the seat of my pants had generally worked up until this point. Maybe I really could be the key to getting this entire media company off the ground. Imagine that, me saving the day. It seemed like a meeting free from the distraction of a drugged-out motormouth might actually get somewhere. I clung to the fantasy that I could turn this into something meaningful, as if my ambition could somehow justify the risk. They sent a car for me, and we headed back to the compound where the same group of men were waiting. No one was sitting at the desk, no papers or computers were out. They were just wandering around, conversing while I awkwardly waited for some kind of prompt to continue our discussions. "Hey, Lauren, get over here." Andrew waved me over from the couch. "I want a picture with you." Tate barked it more like an order, but his sing-song tone kept it light, almost playful. By now, I was used to it. Ever since my sudden rise to internet fame years ago, people asking me for photos had become routine. I barely thought twice about it. I sat beside him, and he casually wrapped his hand around my waist and tugged me in as someone snapped a shot. I wasn't used to men grabbing me like that. I wonder if I can find that photo. Lauren Southern, Andrew Tate photo. Images. It's not immediately popping up. And now we're in the totally unrelated photo. So no, I cannot find that photo. Where was I? I barely thought twice about it. I sat beside him and he casually wrapped his hand on my waist and tugged me in as someone snapped the shot. I wasn't used to men grabbing me like that. Tate did it like we'd been dating for years or something. That's a alpha thing. Like that's a what's it called? Like it's not an alpha move, but it's a like a pickup artist thing. Tate did it like we've been dating for years or something. Left me uncomfortable, but I brushed it off. I still wonder what became of that photo. It's probably on an old phone somewhere. This is boring. Let's go somewhere exciting. Let's go somewhere exciting, Andrew snapped while pacing. Tristan and the others agreed. Now I was naive, but I wasn't that much of an idiot. I asked again when we discussed business and where exactly they wanted to go. To the club. It's just around a block. We could take the cars. It'll be fun. We'll discuss business there. At the moment, my nearly non-functioning amygdala kicked in for the first time in ages, setting off alarm bells. Maybe Tommy knew these people, but I didn't. Climbing into some flashy sports car with a stranger bound for a Eurotrash club I'd never been to, all while no one had a clue where I was. Yeah, hard pass. I looked for a way to play it cool. Hey, I'd rather not go out unless Tommy and the boys are coming too, I said, trying to keep it light. I've already texted them. We're sending a car now. Andrew replied assuredly with a twinkle in his eye. Well, my excuse was gone. I'm sure if I'd really pushed... Oh, hang on, what's this? Save the Daughters ProPublica. The fuck is this? Let's see. What have you sent me, eh? Oh, there we go. There it's a photo of a young Lauren Southern. Yep, sure enough, he has his arm around her waist. That was long before she hit the wall and bounced off and then hit a couple of branches on the way down. I'm sure if I'd really pushed, I could demand they take me back to the hotel. They probably would have taken me, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I was still on autopilot. Yada yada yada. I'm sure you've seen this scene in movies before. Everything slows down. The background blurs, and someone steps through a doorway into another world. I turn the corner. A blue neon light flooded my vision. Stages with gorgeous women, white leather couches, and was that fireworks? It was. I didn't even know what bottle service was at the time. But the whole vibe of the place was mesmerizing. I was painfully out of place. An obvious North American wearing jeans and a black top, surrounded by Romanian girls in club dresses. Andrew offered to get me a drink. He snapped his fingers and waved over a serving girl, briskly ordering for us both. Vodka soda, my usual with lime. Good selection. I was handed my drink, and just before taking a sip, I asked, any news on Tommy and the boys? Andrew turned to me and said, they'll be here soon, don't worry. He winked after spending some time with him earlier. I felt a certain warmth towards him. There was something about his energy that was calming, easy to lean into, yet charismatic people. Charisma is a very powerful thing. There was something about his energy. It's easy to ignore the small things that don't sit right. Yeah, that's what makes charismatic people dangerous. People in the club kept approaching Andrew and Tristan, shaking their hands and chatting like old friends. They're clearly regulars here. This is a powerful fucking way to impress people. Go to a place where everyone knows you and like they come up and, hey, how you doing? Hey, shake your hand. Like, hey, how's it been? Because it makes you seem way more important. I spent at least 10 minutes just trying to process my surroundings, the music blasting, unfamiliar faces, unspoken social cues I was clearly missing. The Tate brothers moved through it all effortlessly, natural in this world. While they swam with ease, I felt like I was drowning. That's all right. They will feel that feeling when they are in prison. Again. I figured I'd try to talk to Donnie, and he seemed to be the brains of the operation, the financials at least. Honestly, I still hadn't quite figured out what the hell was going on. I would exchange some talk about Bitcoin, but before I could get a sense... See, if she'd have bought Bitcoin in 2018, she wouldn't need to write this book. Tray of shots was brought over. The brothers ushered us all to cheers with them. While I sipped my vodka soda, I wasn't quite ready for another drink. Until Tommy and the others arrived. Where's Tommy? Where's Calvin and George? I shouted past the tray, my voice barely carrying over the pounding music. The cars just arrived. They're on their way now. Andrew reassured me. Despite only having one shot and still working on my vodka soda, I found myself feeling surprisingly intoxicated. Usually only beer hit me this quickly. I paid no mind that I was fast distracted with the conversation. Tambola says, I accidentally impressed a past girlfriend that way. Kept running into people I knew walking down the street and shaking hands. Pure coincidence. It's a powerful, it is a powerful way to connect you in someone else's mind to, many people know, many people know them. Oh, wow. Like, this person is very impressive. Like, it's a shortcut. Like, it's a mental shortcut to your importance. Mm-hmm. And look, if you can set it up that way, like, it's a brilliant strategy. Like, it's one of the tricks con men use. Like, like many of these things are all strategies that con artists can use. Maybe it was the vibe of the club, or the fact that I was coming off as the stereotypical fun, carefree blonde, but Donnie, who'd been friendly enough as we bantered about politics and online culture, suddenly seemed to take my relaxed demeanor as a green light. Or perhaps it was one or two edgy jokes I tossed out. Either way, his tone shifted. It was far more candid now. Yelling over the music, not yet drunk, he launched into an explanation of their entire operation, a series of pump and dump crypto schemes raking in millions. He didn't try to hide it. It was all basically illegal and something they couldn't pull off in the US. Quote, we've got the police wrapped around our finger here, he bragged. I mean, Andrew said as much. He bragged. Andrew Tate has said almost the same thing at the compound during our earlier meeting, but I brushed it off as some cheeky over-the-top bravado. No, Andrew, he meant it. And that's the thing. You have the police in your pocket in these kind of places until you don't. An inside guy. Donnie went on, an inside guy. We can do whatever we want, and they can't do shit. No, but see, they can do shit.
They just look the other way.
It's a delicate balance. Like the price of looking away increases, and once the price of looking away is higher than the amount of money they make from looking away, you are fucked. That's why you keep that shit on the DL.
Yep.
He almost laughed. Almost laughed as he said it. Yeah. High on the absurdity, and even if they do come after us, we'll just shut down shop, take the money, and run off to another Eastern European shithole. Hell, I'm getting close to that point. We'll cash out and disappear. At this moment, any hope that the night might shift towards legitimate investment discussion had faded entirely. I asked again about Tommy and the others, but kept getting vague answers just around the corner. Yeah, they never invited Tommy, I guaranteed. Yeah, Tommy and the boys never showed up. As far as I know, a car was never even sent for them. Memories after that blur together. I remember someone carrying me to a bathroom, standing outside the store while I threw up. The nausea was overwhelming, and I think I might have even fallen asleep hugging the toilet for a while.
They brief you though.
Girl, I've done that.
From one vodka?
No, from 36.
Yeah, exactly.
So from very dangerously close to alcohol poisoning.
If this is actually true, it sounds like they roofied her.
It sounded like they she drank more than the vodka soda and the shots. It's safe to say that the first two drinks loosened her up, and then she kept going.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know that if she was roofied, like maybe it was in the first drink, but I don't think so. I think she's remembering, like she's going, but I only had 2 drinks. When in actuality, she drank enough that she forgot the further drink she had.
Okay.
Bloody killer. Andrew was there again, lifting me up and carrying me through the dim hallway, my feet barely touching the ground, the bass of the music shaking my body. I felt the cool night air hit my skin as the door to a sports car opened in front of me. A stupid fucking Bugatti. Bugatti, I'm sure. Okay. Chapter 11, Confessions. It was kind of my fault. I can trace every moment I had the opportunity to turn things around right up until the point when everything went wrong. The truth is, I could have said no to that strange business meeting overseas, at least until I had more information. I could have refused to go to the club until my friends were there with me. I could have turned down the drinks. With whatever sense I had left, I could have said no to what I foolishly thought was a harmless cuddle when I had no intention of going any further. This is the danger. A harmless cuddle. Mm-hmm. But honestly, I'm not sure it would have mattered at that point. This wasn't a case of mixed signals or intoxicated blurred lines. I fought back. I was pleading. I just didn't realize there was a point of no return. oh, my sweet summer child. Like, of course, there is a point of no return. Like, with someone like Andrew Tate, there is, like, some men, there is no point. There is a point of no return. And realistically, with all men, there is a point of no return. Like, there is a point during sex where
he gonna finish.
No stopping the train. I don't care if you're Superwoman. You ain't stopping that train. So, and is that bad? Yes, I guess. No, it is. Like, well,
most
it's
men would
biology.
be like, fine, get out.
It's biology.
Finish myself. Just
It's
leave.
biology. So, it's biology, and you can't. Like, we are animals. Realistically, just we wear clothes. Most of us do.
Most of the time.
Most of the time we do, yes. I'd rather not give a detailed account, so I'll keep it simple. He carried me back to the hotel room and asked me to sleep beside him. Oh, okay, so he asked her to sleep beside him. I said yes. I was incredibly intoxicated, and some part of me convinced myself that because he was Tommy's friend, he wasn't particularly dangerous. Yes,
Well,
she needed a chaperone.
Mm-hmm. She did need an adult.
Yeah. Fallen says she's remembering that she was a good girl and not a typical 22-year-old in a club with free drinks. Yes.
Yeah.
She even admits that she was she was dazzled by it all in the club. Like, in that kind of situation, of course, like, that's the kind of dangerous situation you avoid putting yourself in. And she recognizes that it's all God, that was fucking stupid. So, anyway, but it happened. He kissed me. I wasn't expecting it and I wasn't looking for it, but I kissed him back briefly and then told him I wanted to sleep. I was extraordinarily tired. He wanted to go further and I said no, very clearly, multiple times, and I tried to pull his hands off me. He put his arm around my neck and began strangling me unconscious. I tried to fight back. He repeatedly strangled me every time I regained enough consciousness to pull at his arms. I prefer not to share the rest. It's pretty obvious. I mentioned it before, but I'm once again reminded how deeply I used to believe in that naive, almost cartoonish version of my life where I was the main character, nothing truly bad could happen, and danger didn't exist as long as you played it smart. I held on to a teenage radical anti-feminist idea that men weren't a real threat unless you let them be one. I'd had experiences before where I set boundaries and they were respected. Betas!
Like, held onto a teenage radical anti-feminist idea that men
weren't a real threat unless you let them be one.
She let him be one.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
She
100% let him be one.
Swiss cheese effect.
This guy was a fucking, like, a shark.
Yeah, and so many times that those Swiss cheese holes lined up.
Yep. Yeah.
Any one of them could have would have changed.
Yep.
So, I'm not saying she deserved it. That's
yeah.
I'm saying that the decisions that she's laid out for us, any one of those, would have changed the outcome. Most likely.
Look. All right. What do you guys think? True. Like, did Andrew Tate bang her? Like, is her account? Does her account feel accurate to you?
Did they fuck? Yes. I don't doubt it one bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did he rape her?
I don't think he would say he raped her.
Well, I'm not going to say...
I don't think he thinks he did it. I think she wanted it. She wanted me. Women always put up a fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's... Like, ignoring what he would say, put any other man in there, in that situation, apart from the fact that she was drunk, she kissed him back, which to me is consent. If she didn't go, no, I'm sick, just let me sleep, like, straight away. But it seems like every step of the way she kind of gave consent, and so he just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
well, I mean, according to her,
really
at every step she did not give consent. She kissed him back.
Is that not consent?
No, that's not how consent works.
Really?
If she kisses you back and says no, I want to go to sleep. That's it.
Yes, but did she actually say that, or did she just kiss him?
She said that. She said that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying though.
So,
and she was almost blackout drunk.
I kissed him back briefly, and then told him I wanted to sleep.
That's not no.
He wanted to go further. I said no, very clearly, multiple times, and tried to pull his hands off me, but he put his arm around my neck.
But did she really? Or was she too drunk to remember that she didn't actually do that? And that's what she wishes she had have done.
Maybe. Who knows? No one can know. None of us can know. The only person who can know is a disembodied figure in the room.
What are those two people?
So Tristan Tate in the cup series.
Tristan Tate. So I'm not saying he raped her. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm at like 65% that it did happen the way she said it. Maybe 70. But not 100%. Only because
if it was so pretend it's not Andrew Tate. Pretend it's Joe Blogs.
Oh, I'm already ignoring who it is that it's Andrew Tate.
So you're her story, ignoring it's Andrew Tate.
Ignoring it's Andrew Tate. It's
65, 35, it happened.
Yeah. Being that's Andrew Tate, bumps
100%.
up to 70. No, bumps up to 70%. So it's somewhere around there that like he seems the kind of person that, like you said, his point of no return threshold is probably a lot lower than most other men's.
Yes. I think his point of no return was, what you mean? I bought you drinks. We're in this room. We're in the bed together.
We fuck.
That means you said yes. We fuck.
Yeah. So
don't worry, you won't feel anything. It's tiny.
It's just like, because this is the first time it's been mentioned. Like, it's hard to, like, why is it coming out now? Is another question that's.
So this is the thing. So a lot of actual Justice Warrior who is friends with Lauren Southern saw the story and actually called her and said, "Hey, I need some evidence. Like, I want to talk about this, but I need some. You need to provide me some proof." So she provided police reports, and
so she actually went to the police at the time.
She went to the police. She went to the police in the UK.
Okay. Well,
and the UK police said, "You got raped in Romania. There's nothing we can do."
And it was in 2018 when she went.
In 2018, yeah.
Well, that's that. Okay, I'm at 80% now.
So.
That's where I'm at. If she actually went to the police and sat down and spoke to them and gave them the details of what happened, then I'm more inclined to that it actually happened.
Yeah. Anyway, let's do this. She just being a pretty young 22-year-old girl being naive is dangerous. Yes, Drewby, absolutely. Cost 0%. Anything higher, you've been deceived by the Matrix. Yes, there's a Matrix attack. It'd be hard to prove rape because this is the fundamental problem with these claims. She voluntarily went. It's not like he grabbed her off the street and dragged her upstairs and raped her. She voluntarily went back to the hotel. They went into the room. She voluntarily got into the bed. Like these are all it's all so subjective as to be incredibly difficult to prove.
She was incredibly drunk, so
all you can
prove,
question
her memory.
But also by laws the way they're written now, it is rape. By 2025 standards, in California, if this happened in California tomorrow, it's rape. Because, admittedly, she was too drunk to consent. Because that's just how the law's just gone. Okay, if you were intoxicated, you couldn't consent. Therefore, it's rape. Now, agree with it, disagree with it. Personally, I'm like, if you're both drunk, well, then neither of you can consent. So you break each other. So
the man goes to jail.
Yeah, that's right. That's how that works. Just like in domestic violence. Mm-hmm. So, coming out now to generate publicity for the book, included for that reason. Look, it's in the book, but she released all the information about it for free to sort of get around that whole. She's just doing it to elicit people into buying the book. I mean, if you could say, "Oh, you'll have to read more in the book." Like she literally says, this is all the Andrew Tate stuff. That's it. What is here is all you will read about Andrew Tate in this book. That's it. So unless you don't believe her and you're like, "Oh, I have to buy the book to read it," like to see if she's lying or not. So yes, it gets her publicity. but what kind of publicity? Anyway, I've mentioned it before, but I'm once again reminded of how deeply I used to believe in that naive, almost cartoonish version of my life. Oh, sorry, we were up to the anti-feminist idea. This is interesting too. I'd had experiences before where I set boundaries and they were respected, where a night ended with a cuddle, maybe a kiss, and that was it. So, what's his name? Paul. He used to work for. He's British. He used to work for InfoWars. He stands in front of Paul Joseph Watson, guaranteed, because he's had. She's talked about going to like having a dinner at his place, and I think she mentioned that's how it ended. So this is like he's such a fucking beta. No pressure, no problem. Once or twice, I'd even crash at a male friend's hotel room or at their house after drinking. Without the slightest concern they'd do anything. Next morning it was just good morning. Hope you're feeling better.
Well, that's a friend, so
no. The next morning, so she's back to talking about Tate. So Tate was like, good morning.
Is she?
Hope you're feeling better.
No, I think she's still talking about the men.
Oh, maybe yeah.
The male friends,
maybe
which is a different.
It was like, good morning, hope
Andrew
everything's
Tate.
good.
That's taken.
I'm not saying these were good decisions. I'm incredibly militant about now never putting myself in a position like that again. But that was my lived experience. I believe I could take all the risks I wanted and still be fine. I didn't know how to cope when that belief shattered. When I finally faced the real consequences of taking those risks, it broke me psychologically. I cycled through different forms of denial. It's taken me years to even begin to process it clearly and to take full responsibility for my own behavior. It's easy to convince ourselves that evil completely ensnares us without our willingness on our part. But evil isn't always the obvious stuff. It's always small decisions that we make that put us in compromising positions. Well, yes, that's beta orbiters, yes. Fawn says, regret sex, plain and simple. If Andrew Tate was somehow redeemed in the public eye at this point, it would be worded differently if she wanted to be on his best side. I don't know. I don't think so. I tend to think that yes, it may not have gone down exactly this way, but I think Andrew Tate, right? Like I think Andrew Tate sexually assaulted her in one way or another. So,
well, either force or coercion or something.
And what pushes me over the top is Tate's got a fucking form. Like the stories all sound very similar, and the whole her story comes after all these ladies. No, it's before.
Well, you meant a consent form, not like an MO.
Tate's got a consent form you sign. I might fuck you, I might not, but I need you to sign this consent form. Mr. Carlson, sign this consent form. Anyway, you can scream what you want about how you never wanted to go along. Yada yada. Just keeps going. Just talking about realized. Does she talk about the day after, like what happened afterwards? I'm just like I respect that she wants to be introspective, but. So I suppose I can't entirely fault conservative media for turning Andrew Tate into a hero, though for a while I certainly did. He's not a fool. Despite the persona he crafts online, there's a depth to him, a sharp social intelligence that in another life might have been a force for good. It's a true shame. You can catch glimpses of that potential in his message urging men to be better to themselves. But in the end, even those moments are not separate from the larger arc of his influence. They too... God, I just got lost. My wife's doing something in the background. They too absorbed into a worldview where power is the only currency and dominance, not character, defines a man's worth. My frustrations grew over time, though, as more and more evidence came to light about this man's operation. At least when I met him, I had no idea. My comfortable state of denial was being involuntarily shattered daily. Videos and messages surfaced of Tate discussing grooming underage girls, manipulating and lying to put women into horrific situations, and scamming men of their life savings. Yes, this is the thing that this part specifically is what really fucks me off about all the people who are like, Tate's a great man, Tate's so good, Tate's fucking alpha bro, man. Yeah, look, even if you can get past all the other bullshit, He literally fucking scams men out of scams other men out of money. Like, this is not something that we should all be like, yeah, what a fucking Chad. No, man. Like, no. Like, taking advantage of lonely losers, is fucked. Men are supposed to stick together. And that is not sticky. That is not fucking... That is not cool. Like, manipulating... Like, the whole... And nobody can fucking say this doesn't happen because Tate fucking admits it. He has the women doing their stripping, and then he gets on the keyboard to manipulate men into giving more money to him.
That's the one good thing about AI, is that it's gonna...
Much as Lauren
fucking AI.
TDS, he's a top G. How much is Lauren paying you to smear him? She blew me. That's what she did.
Oh, God.
Which we know can't happen because she's not allowed in Australia. Andy's human garbage. I'm sure everyone here is on the same page. Yeah. Look,
yeah.
Both of those two are fucking scum.
Lauren and Andrew? Or you mean Tristan?
No, I mean Tristan and Andrew.
Oh, okay. But see, why would a simple bus driver do all this? Like, I read his file. It says something about traffic. So... why would the bus driver do this?
What I don't understand is how the right wing could make a hero of this man after all the evidence of his character had been released. Conservatives, even just 100 years ago, would have strung up people on the street for less than what the Tate brothers do on any given weekend. Men then understood that part of building a strong society is protecting people, especially young women, from predators and pimps. Now, I will agree with you, but 100 years ago, we thought of women differently, and women thought of themselves differently.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why that has changed. Women have freed themselves from the shackles of, serving men. Okay, fair enough, whatever. But you free yourself from the protection as well.
And she's also lumped in conservatives with right wing.
Yeah. Well, traditionally the right is conservative.
Yes, but not anymore. Like,
right left is such an outdated fucking standard. Like, realistically, the left and the right dates back to what's it called, revolutionary France.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so basically the liberals. So left is more.
Yeah, liberal. It's liberal and
right,
liberal progressive. Because you can be a liberal in the classical liberal sense, but not be a progressive. Like, progressives want but progressive is like a step down from a fucking socialist.
Yeah, basically.
So it should really
it's real. There is no real good framework to define where people sit. Like, the 4 quadrants is good. The values, 8 values test is good as well, for determining like where you sit on a spectrum. But it unlike gender, political views are a spectrum.
Yep.
So, Form Priest says, so Thermo, in another 100 years, women will finally accept responsibility for the consequences of their actions. Don't be stupid.
That'll never happen.
Don't trust a man with no chin. Wise words. Never a truer word was spoken. What I don't understand now. Conservatives even just string up people. Men then understood that part of building a strong society is protecting people, especially young women, from predators and pimps. Instead, we got a bunch of self-proclaimed conservative men who would drag themselves naked across broken glass for the chance to serve up softball interviews with a man who's facing nearly 3 times as many charges as Hunter Biden ever did. Yeah, but did he smoke crack? Each of them far more serious. Can you imagine if a Democrat had said even a fraction of what was stated in his Hustler University videos? We've got a library of damning Tate footage. Epstein never gave us that much to work with. Tate literally admitted to moving to Romania because it's easier to get away with crimes.
Yeah, but if you want to commit crimes, wouldn't you?
Of course I'm going to go to Eastern Europe. Jesus.
Well, yeah.
McKinney says, I'm not going to expend any extra energy to protect women that don't want to be protected and be as promiscuous as they can be until they change their mind and regret it later.
Yeah.
Fucking facts.
Yep.
You, as a as a agenda, as a sex, women wanted to be liberated. Men went along with it, but you don't get to like run back to us and go, why aren't you protecting us? Well, you told us not to.
Not my partner, not my family member.
You
not
killed.
my problem.
You decided you didn't just kill chivalry. You murdered it and burned the corpse
and blamed men for it.
And blamed men for it. So, like, what do you expect? Like, just even when I was a kid, like in the 80s, chivalry was a good thing. Like, think about movies. Think about the movies back then, like Karate Kid, like Part 2, like the shit you do for women to protect them. Like these are old tales, and it was this way.
Like, how many videos do you see of some guy and some girl going at each other in the street, and some dude steps in and she starts attacking him?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's like, it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah,
just like, if you're not related to me, or if I'm not sticking my dick in you, I don't care. Straight up, like, I don't care. I'm not going to protect you.
Yeah. Where was I? When it comes to conservative media's reaction, it was willful ignorance in pursuit of fame and money. Yes, because conservative media is a grift. The conservative media is this. It's in pursuit of fame and money, and that's it. Nothing short of that. A lot of people receive a lot of money and attention to pick a side and cover up what they certainly knew to be morally rotten behaviour, if not significantly criminal. Oh, and don't forget the fear. A lot of influencers had been to that compound. Yep. Fucking Cernovich. Fucking, like, there are so many, like, MAGA influencers who have been, like, that have been to the fucking compound, or who are in the war room. Like, it's fucking nuts. Mm-hmm. Like, and you see them in photos. Fucking Robert Barnes. Like, you see these people, like, you're like, wait, isn't that Robert? Like, isn't that Barnes? Like, wait, what's Cerno doing? Like, what the fuck? And it all starts to make sense. Why they run cover for Tate? It's like, well, hang on a minute.
Money.
Well, Tate's just Epstein, but with better fucking coverage. Like, he has a compound in a foreign country. He traffics young women. He fucks underage girls in another country. He's a creepy fucking perv. And he was in Florida. I'm sure there's many other fucking correlations. I might ask Grok, hey, can you pull together all the ways Andrew Tate and Epstein are exactly the same?
What country is he in?
He's in Romania.
Romania.
So. Don't forget the fear. A lot of influence has been in that compound. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even realize how bad things were, how deep the rot went in the media space at this point. No matter, I had no intentions of getting into it. How embarrassing was it that I even ended up in this situation in the first place? Who was I to blame conservative media figures for lionizing Tate when I had my own failures as a self-proclaimed conservative media figure under my belt? Not to mention, I'm sure I conducted a few softball interviews of my own. In my first draft, I just brushed over this entire experience. Of course, the same thing I did all those years ago. It didn't happen, I told myself. In fact, Andrew and I were on great terms. We were still talking over WhatsApp. He was asking to visit me. I had no intention of allowing that to occur, but I humoured him to preserve my own sanity or maybe further my own delusions. You should have said, yeah, I've sent the car around. I wasn't sure in the end. I thought it didn't matter. All I knew was that I wasn't going to let myself care about it too deeply, so I acted like I didn't. Cognitive dissonance makes people normalize the absurd, as if mentally reclassifying the event afterwards can restore some illusion of control. Last conversation we had in person consisted of Andrew telling me I'd better not tell the press about what he'd done as I packed my bags to rush out of my hotel room. I told him not to worry. I was the girl against feminism after all. I couldn't be doing that. I'd spent so long fighting the idea of victimhood on ideological grounds that of course I would ignore my own on those same grounds. It wouldn't be very helpful to the cause, or my career for that matter, for me to become exactly what I criticised, a victim. Worse, a woman, victim of a man. One who literally did everything wrong. Why was I out drinking in this strange country with strange men? What did I expect? I didn't allow myself to consider that there were others There would be others after me. There was many before you, love. Don't worry. If I did, you weren't unique. You weren't a special snowflake that he went out of his way to rape. I figured they made stupid decisions the same as I did. I certainly never imagined the minds of an entire generation would be assaulted by Tate, not just dozens of women. I can't help but wonder if there was look, the whole minds of an entire generation assaulted by Tate. You all give Andrew Tate far too much power. Oh, kids in school mention Andrew Tate and a misogynist. Dude, they'd be misogynist anyway. The teachers are women. Of course they hate the fucking teachers.
Yeah. And
like this is not a fucking new thing. It'd be something else.
According to Tate, just to rile up the teachers.
Yeah. McKinney says Thermos TDS is perpetuating a conspiracy created by Lauren Southern and the Brits. Yes, you are correct. My check just cashed. Not just dozens of women. I can't help but wonder if there's a moment where when I could have been more honest, more direct about the forces that would later shape the psyche of millions. It wouldn't have made a lick of difference. I told him his secret was safe as me. Was one more secret in this world of politics. What was one more secret in this world of politics anyway? Took a few more weeks for my sense of guilt. Felt certain it would never go to court. I didn't believe in punishing anyone. I wouldn't have believed another woman who made these exact set of claims. In fact, I would have torn myself apart. I wouldn't have been able to survive my own scrutiny. I made too many decisions that indicated, at the very least, reckless irresponsibility. The outcome was painfully obvious, especially with the amount of money and blackmail in play. People get killed over this sort of stuff. Okay, as for holding him publicly accountable, good joke. I'd already knew how that would go. Whether a crime had been committed would be a secondary concern. The real question would be whether I was the kind of person who deserved my fate. Every failed relationship, every poor decision, every moment of bad judgment would be dissected under a microscope. For Tate, hiring a PR firm and weaponizing other influences, especially those whose reputations are tied to yours, to discredit potential claimants is just the cost of doing business. Best case, my story gets hijacked by some slick HBO showrunner with a savior complex repackaged into a glossy docudrama where the women are written as if they've got no internal monologue. Idiots, victims of hyper-captivating men. The outcome of
Didn't she just describe herself at 22?
Yeah. The outcome was painfully obvious. Look, at 22, everyone's a fucking retard.
Yeah, basically.
So you would be hard-pressed to find someone at 22 that isn't a fucking moron. Like, yes, maybe, yes. Is that is not the, like, there are exceptions to that rule. There are fucking genius 22-year-olds, but I was a smart kid. At 22, I was a moron. At 17, I managed to set myself on fire, and this is someone with a very high IQ. So, fucking retards. We're all retards until we get to 30. That's where I'm drawing the line. 30 years old, you're no longer a retard. But until that, you're a fucking retard. The outcome was painfully obvious, especially with the amount of money and blackmail at play. People get killed over this sort of stuff, and I'd been privy to conversations with powerful people that implied as much. My brief confrontation was less about justice and more about easing my own guilt, the guilt of knowing I was embarrassed by my own behaviour in this situation, and that given the choice, I would absolutely stay silent for the sake of the cause. Perhaps even more so to preserve my own sense of control, to avoid the reputational bloodbath I feared. I guess this is the real world, I told myself, and I'd be damned before I admitted I hadn't been prepared for it. Andrew eventually apologised for, quote, making me think badly of him, as he put it, but the apology only came after a barrage of anger and veiled threats. He reminded me that I had consented to the cuddling and that he'd been drunk too, as if those facts nullified everything that came after. I told him plainly that I had said no clearly and repeatedly, and that he'd gotten violent in response. He told me to go to the police. I laughed and reminded him of his own words that the police were already paid off. I wasn't reaching out to seek justice or vengeance. I just wanted him to understand that I wouldn't be complicit in his delusion that what he'd done was okay. I thanked him for the apology and cut off contact. He reached out again and offered to bring me flowers. I still didn't reply. I know this is going to sound weird, but I do think he meant his apology, or at least hoped it would entice me to begin speaking with him again. Either way, it wasn't the closure I'd hoped for. I didn't expect any, though. It's now 7 years later. I don't hate Andrew. I know that may sound strange, especially in contrast to the things I've expressed on this page, but it's complex. He's still human. When he apologized to me, he admitted he doesn't have much of a conscience. Yeah, because he's a fucking sociopath. But if it's still there, I hope he wrestles with it. I hope one day it wins. I hope he becomes the soul he could have been instead of one being consumed by his vices. No. I don't think there is a redemption arc for Andrew Tate on the cards. For instance, I'm a 50-year-old window licker then. Yes, you and me both. But I don't think he even realizes he's been consumed. Like so many in his position, he's likely never let himself dig in that deep because there's too much pain waiting there. Look, it's tough to be introspective. Like most people don't know how to do it. That's why therapy exists. If everybody knew how to be introspective, therapy wouldn't be a thing because we wouldn't need it. Like most of therapy is teaching you how to reflect on your own actions. And if you can do that naturally, congrats. Welcome to the club.
Mm-hmm.
I believe change is possible. I absolutely believe in redemption for Andrew Tate, but understanding why people do what they do and hoping for their greatest spiritual good doesn't mean they shouldn't be stopped, especially when they've lost themselves so completely that they leave destruction in their wake. Look, if there is a redemption arc for Andrew Tate, which I don't think there is, I think he cannot be saved. It'll come after a decade in prison. So it's one of those things where you have to be cut off.
Well, here's a question: who has more of a possibility of a redemption arc, Andrew Tate or Nick Rekieta?
Oh, Nick Rekieta, obviously.
Who had
Nick's not a sociopath.
Who has a better chance of actually going down that path?
Neither of them. Their chance of pulling that off is zero.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not impossible for either of them. Like, it's not impossible for someone to about face. Thermo pushing big therapy propaganda. No, I said it's for people who don't know how to do it themselves. Trying to get people to pay another person to listen to you talk. When do we get checks for watching this show?
No,
God damn it!
Hang on, you're not the therapist. The therapist is the one who usually does the talking and asks the questions.
That's right. When do you guys pay me? Anyway,
this is a good time to super chat.
I don't have a. Do I have the
maybe buy some memberships?
Captions. I'm terrible at this.
Support the therapy show.
No, I don't think Nick's a sociopath. I think that's unfair. I think Nick has oppositional defiance disorder, if that were a real thing. He's just an asshole.
Yeah, basically.
So there's a level of arrogance that comes in that some people have, that they cannot admit that they are wrong. It's if everybody could do this, if everybody could admit that they were wrong, Lolcows wouldn't exist. I saw a good analysis of what makes a lolcow, and it was in a video of that Meme was watching about pirate software, and basically that's what makes the things that make a meme not a lolcow a lolcow. They are unable to be introspective and to realize that they have done something wrong, and they are unapologetic. They cannot admit that they are wrong. It is impossible for them to say, "Oh, I fucked up. Oh, yeah, I was wrong about that." Which is why I go out of my way to do that. Even outside of this, when I am wrong, okay, I don't like it. I hate being wrong. I mean, who the fuck likes being wrong?
It sucks.
But I will admit it. Like, when I am wrong, I will admit it most times. But and what was the other thing? Oh, they're unintentionally hilarious. So they're hilarious for a reason that isn't, like, they can't intentionally be funny, but they are unintentionally hilarious. So, and Nick definitely has the first one. So, and when Nick seething is funny. I didn't really want to talk. I don't actually have a Rekieta section this week, because all the shit got delayed. So Aaron found a lawyer, and everything's been delayed. So,
And that's it. There's no new updates to the request.
not really.
There's been Aaron's evidence dropped.
Yeah,
Like,
his
list of evidence he's
but
gonna
that's
present.
it. That's kind of like
That's about it.
So, is there anything else? Additional. Okay, that's done. Whew, Jesus. Here, Andrew Tate says, at this point, is there anyone I didn't rape? Baldo says, I would like to take this opportunity to tell my story of how Andrew raped me. I must admit he's a gentle lover at times, though. Yes. So let's, since we're talking about rapists, like horrible rapists and therapists, I think it might be time to talk about Epstein. Yes, it is that time. It is time to talk about the story that refuses to die.
Yes.
He's streaming now to shit on Sean. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's what he's doing right now.
God damn it, man. Really?
Went live at 1 p.m.
Let's fucking have a look.
So we are doing a Ricardo stream. We are doing the Ricardo section.
Oh, God damn it.
Negative to say about those kids at all. Like I said, my kids miss
Bring on
them.
the cats.
And
Democracy.
how's it going today? I hope you're doing well.
Gee, he sounds as high energy as I do.
Man, I've had a coating of grease. What are you talking about? Hi, X-Ray Girl. How are you? My hair is not greasy. It's wet. Sorry.
It's rapidly vanishing. That's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Wait, does he have SSRI for him?
Minnesota.
Maybe.
And in 4 days, now on the 23rd, we will go to court to resolve this, in which I am fairly confident that those HROs will not be sticking around.
Okay, so you agree with Sean.
Yeah, you agree with Sean because
Congratulations.
Sean says none of them are going to stick.
So there you go. We'll catch up on Ricardo next week when we don't.
So
have to,
none
when
of
hopefully
them
we don't
as
have to talk about Epstein.
As in none of on either side are going to stick around.
No. There are two HROs, one against Melton and one against Nick.
From
Sean
from Aaron.
Yeah,
Sean thinks none of them are going to stick.
Yeah. Anyway, Ghislaine Maxwell's former cellmate shares chilling premonition of what she thinks will happen to Epstein's fixer. Jessica Watkins, a transgender veteran who served time for January 6th before receiving a pardon by Trump. See, now shouldn't have pardoned him. Now I'm thinking, well, that pardon was a bad idea. Just putting this out there, I know Ghislaine Maxwell personally. When I was in prison, she isn't suicidal at the least. There's also virtually no working cameras in FCI Tallahassee. She also added an apparent reference to the suspicious coincidences around Epstein's death, which was ruled a suicide. Watkins claims that maybe 10 cameras in the entire prison were present or working, just getting ahead of potential narratives. There's the lovely, delicate Flower.
Okay.
Who, of course, is a man that was in federal prison with women. This is a statement from Ghislaine Maxwell's family. Our sister, Ghislaine, did not receive a fair trial. Her legal team continues to fight her case in the courts and will file its reply in short order to the government's opposition to the US Supreme Court. If necessary, in due course, they will also file a writ of habeas corpus in the US District Court of the Southern District of New York. This allows her to challenge her imprisonment on the basis of new evidence such as government misconduct that would have likely changed the trial's outcome. Following the government's response, David Oscar Marcus, counsel of record for our sister in her petition to the United States Supreme Court, had this comment, quote, I'd be surprised if President Trump knew his lawyers were asking the Supreme Court to let the government break a deal. He's the ultimate deal maker, and I'm sure he'd agree that when the United States gives its word, it should keep it. With all the talk about who's being prosecuted and who isn't, it's especially unfair that Ghislaine Maxwell remains in prison based on a promise the US government made and broke. These are sentiments with which we profoundly concur. So they're saying that the as part of the initial deal that Epstein cut with federal prosecutors back in 2005, she's got a immunity deal. She has a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government. So, but then again, so did Epstein. But that only applied to the Florida, not Attorney General, U.S. Attorney. So, Mick Kenny says, the list doesn't exist and the whole thing was a fake conspiracy. Why doesn't old Jizzy get a pardon? Well, the list. So, this is the thing. Everybody wants, like, there was a good post this week from someone. I think it was actually Yashar Ali, basically saying, when you say list, what do you mean? When you say files, what do you mean? Like, what do you think that means? What do you think the Epstein list means? You think it's a piece of paper that says list of people I'm blackmailing or list of people I trafficked women to? Like, if you think that's a thing, then no, you are wrong. There is no Epstein list. It doesn't exist. Like, this is a man who got away with it for ages and then finally got caught and managed to use his money and influence to avoid serious prosecution. Because, I mean, he was convicted in Florida. He just got a fucking sweetheart deal. And he got a sweetheart deal not because he's Mossad or CIA. It's because he fucking had money and was connected. Like, we're talking about a man who, friends with Trump, friends with, like, his lawyer was Alan Dershowitz, for Christ's sake. Alan Dershowitz, who got OJ off murder.
So a good lawyer.
Fucking Christ, he's a good lawyer. I've got his videos here. Let's see what Dersh has to say about the list. Who's the other one? Is that the one? No. There's two videos from Mr. Dershowitz, who personally I find quite creepy. But yeah, Alan Dershowitz says it's not the Trump admin that's hiding stuff. It's actually judges.
Is the government hiding a client list
Mossad
or anything that the Trump administration could release tonight?
No, there is no client list. There never has been a client list. A client list suggests that Jeffrey Epstein made a list of people to whom he trafficked women. What there is a redacted FBI affidavit from accusers. There are several of them. From accusers that accuse Jeffrey, that accuse various people of having improper sex. And that has been redacted. The names of the people accused have been blacked out. Now, of course, because I was the lawyer and I did all the investigations, I know who all these people are. I could figure out, based on everything that I saw, who Mr. X is, Mr. Y is, and Mr. Z. I can tell you right now, none of them are public figures who are currently in office. Some of them were previously in office. Some of them are dead. But there is no client list. And the redactions could be undone if you go to court. So many of the things that are being suppressed by two judges in Manhattan. And they're doing it largely to protect the alleged accusers who are, in the view of the judges, victims, even though we don't know what their actual status is. But the judges have issued orders, which is why I can't disclose things I'd love to disclose, saying that you can't disclose this information. But Pam Bondi and the Justice Department and Donald Trump are not responsible for that. I don't know of any information that they could disclose that they haven't disclosed. Now, maybe there is some, but I'm simply not aware of it. And so I think it's important to place the blame where the blame deserves to be placed. The vast majority of people who are in the files, and I know them all, I've seen all the names, the vast majority of them have already been disclosed. They're in articles all over the world, they're in books that have been written. So if we got everything, you would be shocked how few names are there that haven't already been disclosed. The media hasn't, by the way, done a good enough job in finding the people who have been disclosed in the public record. So that's that list.
Yeah.
Yep. So the list is not. It's just
There-
small.
there-
It's not as
there
widespread
is
as
no
people think
list.
it is.
There's no list in here are the names of all the people who did the things, like who I trafficked young girls to. Here's all the list of names of people who are raping young girls. Like, no, that's not a thing. Like, no, think about it. If you were a scumbag who did this stuff, you're not keeping a fucking paper list. Or if you are, it's with your with your attorney.
Yeah, I've never kept. I mean, that's not
like, it's not in your safe at home. It's fucking with your attorney, someplace the fucking FBI can't raid.
Well,
wow.
Well, okay, yeah. If you've got a whole bunch of blackmail material, you're not going to keep it on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
As far as the suicide is concerned, of course it was a suicide, but it was a suicide, I believe, assisted by jailers. It was not a suicide that he could have committed alone. I think the jailers had something to do with his cellmate being dismissed, with the cameras being turned off. So there are things that can be hidden, but there's no smoking gun here, and there's no fault on the part of this administration, as far as I can tell.
That's interesting. Durf's thinking that yeah, he killed himself, but he was helped.
Well, yeah,
So I still can't get over the phone call. Like, I just can't. I can't get over the. Yeah, sure, Mr. Epstein. Like,
him making a phone call.
Him making the phone call. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've seen movies and TV shows. Mafia always has a list of blackmail material. It's usually with the accountants that try to run it because he stole money. Who stole from Epstein? No, that wasn't any. Like, the guy who took the little black book, his address book, which we've seen. You just go back to sleep, Goyam. Wow. The guy who stole the book and went to jail for it stole his address book and tried to shop it around and ended up going to jail for it, and he died. So
suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Yes.
Let's hear what President Trump has to say about this Epstein thing.
Urge people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
Mr. President, a question on AI. How do you want America?
Why would you leave that part in?
Because they're retarded.
I'm trying to find a post that I applied to. That's what. So this is what everybody wants: a list. Everyone wants a list. I'm telling you, the list doesn't exist. You know what I want? I want these. I want these fucking folders. I want this picture unredacted. I want to know who's in these binders of CDs and why they're like. Why are these? Why is this redacted? What is this? What does this say? Are these people's names? Did Epstein keep folders of CDs of pictures of celebrities on it? Like, what is this shit? He kept a lot of fucking CDs. Kind of sus.
Oh, it's got CP on them. You're not supposed to see those.
I don't want the contents. I just want to know what the folder. I want this image unredacted.
Pam Boney says you don't need to see those.
You don't need to see this. Why does anybody want to see this? It's boring. It's used up. It's dead. He's dead. He died. Died like a dog. I wish him well.
Yeah. I don't want to see the contents. I want to know what, like a description, a basic description of what's in them.
Yeah. Even, I don't really want to know what's in them. I want to know what those folders said on them. Why is this not fucking playing?
You got too many tabs open.
I've always got too many tabs
Shut it
open.
down.
Mossad's calling. Hang on. Oh, maybe because I've got the other one open. God damn it. Why you no pray? Oh, for fuck's sakes. I can get around this. Where is it? Cobalt.tools. Paste. Paste the link here. Go. Share this tab instead. Screen.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on
On
that.
what? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to?
So yeah.
Well, even Fox News is doing it.
It's the Democrats and the Comey and the, you know how it is. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't have dial-up.
That's pretty fast dial-up.
It's the fastest dial-up. It's the best dial-up. Ghislaine Maxwell is willing to speak in front of the U.S. Congress about the Epstein files, according to the Daily Mail. Here's what else. Here's another thing I want disclosed, and it doesn't even require the Trump to do it. It doesn't require anything. All it requires is Steve Bannon to fucking release it. Steve Bannon filmed Jeffrey Epstein for 15 hours. His documentary has never surfaced. And this was after, before his death in jail. So before he went to jail on sex trafficking charges, Bannon spent months in the financier's homes in Manhattan and Paris. He boasted that he had shot 15 hours worth of video. Where's the video, Steve? Where's the video? What did he say, Steve?
Probably been taken by the FBI.
Yeah, bullshit. Maureen Comey, the daughter of James Comey and federal prosecutor in Ghislaine Maxwell's case, among others, has been fired by the Justice Department. Oh, God. What just said.
Okay.
That's weird.
The Epstein list is not real. She was dead on arrival. Like she was getting fired after Diddy walked on all but 2 charges.
She prosecute?
She was Diddy's prosecutor as well.
Oh my God.
So far she's prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell and got a conviction, and Diddy gets to walk. Oh yeah. The Epstein list is not real. Riley Gaines turns on Trump, saying he broke his campaign promise to release the Epstein files. I went back. This is the kind of weird cope that I'm like.
Yeah, because it was never a campaign promise. It was.
Yeah, it
mentioned in
wasn't
interviews.
it wasn't on the Trump campaign website. It's what former Prime Minister of Australia Tony Abbott would say. It was a non-core promise.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would
I
you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But
Yeah,
I
that
think
doesn't
I
sound
would.
like
or
a
at least
campaign
Do you think
promise.
that
It's
would
like,
restore trust?
yeah, I might do that.
I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird
So when was that
situation and the
released
cameras
by
didn't happen to be
Forbes?
working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one. The other stuff I would definitely do the January 6th because,
Yeah.
Yes, beyond all of them. Because what happened? How about the Unselect Committee? They had meetings. They had all Democrats and 2 failed Republicans.
Lol.
So when was that that link, that Rumble link? When was that video posted?
A year ago.
Okay.
Yep.
Before he was re-elected.
Before he was elected, yeah. I don't have. I thought we might have posted that story. I must have had it, but Trump Wall Street Journal. So the Wall Street Journal put out an article, basically saying that where is it? Damn it. God, the memes around this thing are hilarious. Journal, Trump, story. I just want to get the story. Where is it? There it is. Verifying the device. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdry letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. Oh no. If you hear me crunching, it's because I'm eating onion rings, onion rings. I think they're Funyuns, like Australia's version of Funyuns for the Americans.
Okay.
What are you eating?
They're Thins onion rings.
Okay.
But I think the American equivalent is Funyuns. Leather book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is it's a fake thing, totally fake. Oh, fuck you, Wall Street Journal. I don't know if they've walked this back. Oh no, they have some sort of barrier.
Uh-oh.
We'll use Charlie's post. So the Wall Street Journal has reviewed a book put together for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. So Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday was in 2003 for the timeline. So yeah, Epstein was born in 53. Was he? Let me just check. Like, was it 53? Epstein, D.O.B. Yeah, January 20th, 1953. So January 2003, Epstein gets this book. It has a letter written by Donald Trump, allegedly. So here it is. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten styled note as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Now, does this... Yes, it does. Yes, it does look like Aussie Funyuns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah. Now, tell me, does this sound like Donald Trump to you, or does this sound like something Donald Trump would have written? Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. The note began. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
That sounds so fucking gay.
This is so, like, I'm sorry. Trump is not creative enough to write anything so gay.
That sounds like something Nick Recator would write.
Yeah, and I don't think Trump did a creative writing course.
No.
Not that we're aware of.
So you could be right now, you could all be watching Nick Recator seethe at another lawyer. Or you could watch me go through stuff that Nick Recator should be probably going through. Like, why has he not done a show on this? What the fuck is wrong with that man?
How long do you have?
An interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening. Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words. I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal like I sued everybody else. Well, so it says inside the out. So apparently, it purports to be a drawing of a naked woman. Inside the outline of the naked woman, so it's a drawing of a naked woman, and inside the outline is this text. And according to my wife, who watched something about this, Donald Trump's very distinctive signature is on the crotch, like where the vajayjay, like where the pubic hair would be. Donald Trump has signed the pubic hair. I 100% believe that Donald Trump signed this page that had an outline of a naked woman, and he 100% signed the pussy. I do not believe he wrote this fucking thing. I do not believe it for one fucking second. And that's not like, oh, you just love Trump cope. No, this does not feel like Trump at all. But he has filed a lawsuit. There was some fake lawsuits. This is funny. People were like, the Wall Street Journal wants us to believe Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray sat on this for 4 years. People are putting these around like, oh, see? Like, it's obviously fake. Because it doesn't even match the description. But there's no picture in the article. Like, you would think if there's this bombshell fucking, letter that Trump signed, you would put it in the fucking article.
Even, mostly redacted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if it was
cover the breasts or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Greetings, Jeffrey Epstein. It is I, your good friend and longtime associate, Donald J. Trump, sending warm regards to you and your entire sex trafficking operation. I wish you a happy birthday in my capacity as a successful businessman, real estate developer, reality television star, and potential U.S. presidential candidate should the opportunity ever present itself in the not-too-distant future. I am reminded of the many trips I have taken to your island, notably for its lack of winter squalls, heavy traffic, and sightings of any Democratic politicians or their wealthy backers, as they are all, alas, beyond moral reproach, especially Bill Clinton. I close this letter by acknowledging the fact that we share some very dark but wonderful secrets that I shall ensure will never see the light of day. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. P.S. Regardless of what I might say later, I think Hunter Biden would be a fantastic candidate to sit on the board of a Ukrainian gas company. I love that stuff. Like people trolling. This guy thinks it's serious. But this is actually from someone else. But yes, he is suing the Wall Street Journal and let's see, Journal. He's suing the Wall Street Journal. He's suing Rupert Murdoch personally. I think he's suing someone else. He's suing for $10 billion. Murdoch and Wall Street Journal for $10 billion of an Epstein article. He's filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal parent company, Dow Jones, and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, over claims that he wrote a Baudry note, blah, blah, blah. So Trump says the note's fake. Look, I think the note is real. I don't think Trump wrote it. I think he signed it. And it makes sense because at the time they were still friends. So the timeline, like they were friends for a long time. In 2003, 100% they were friends. They had a falling out in 2004 over a real, like we've talked about it before. It was over a real estate transaction, and also at the time something happened at Mar-a-Lago between another member's underage daughter and Epstein. That's so at that point, those two things, because Epstein tried to fuck him on a real estate deal. So Trump cut him off. Was like, fuck this guy. He tried to fuck me. I don't do that. So yeah, he cut off Epstein in 2004. 2005 is when he was arrested. So Trump got really fucking lucky in that he cut him off the year before he was busted.
Yeah.
So Trump was never friends with convicted sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein. So and anybody who says that is lying, because he didn't, like, you can't be friends with someone like, oh, you were friends with that convicted sex like pedophile. Well, no, I wasn't. I was friends with someone who wasn't that. Like, I was friends with him before all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Don't touch the goods, Jeff. In my house, you get an island for that shit. I hope Rupert and his friends are looking forward to the many hours of depositions and testimony they will have to provide in this case.
Apparently Trump actually does do sketches. Has done sketches.
He does do
before.
sketches, yeah. I can fucking Google it right now. Trump drawing. Trump sketch doodle. Oh, this is a dangerous search. Trump doodle. Trump doodle. So here are some examples of doodles that Trump has made over the years. You will notice that they are all fucking Skyline. They're all the same. They're buildings. Like a money tree. Guaranteed he didn't fucking draw it. He signed it. This in gold pen, 100% he did that.
Yeah.
So, like, and that's the thing. This is the giveaway is that we haven't seen the letter. The fact that we haven't seen the entire thing with his signature on it tells me that the Wall Street Journal is really fucking soft on this.
Well, if that's what he's trying to do is sue them to produce the evidence, like prove it.
Yeah.
I never signed that. I didn't draw it. I want you to prove it. And it's just another. It'll be another nail in their coffin of fake news media.
Yeah.
Yep.
And at this stage, I don't think you can. Anyone who's able to be convinced that mainstream media is an enemy is already convinced.
Yeah.
You're only going to get like one or two people every now and then that be like, oh shit, that's too many nails in the coffin. So, and then convert over. So I don't like. Maybe I don't know why he's suing them, but maybe it's part of his plan.
There was an earlier filing about this, and people were like, "Oh, he's representing himself pro se." I'm like, what? Okay, you've just fallen for some fake news. Like what absolute bullshit? And no, and it was just a fake one. Someone threw one together quickly just so they can get clout. Grounded in facts, shaped by experience, and defined by editorial standards that don't waver. Dow Jones Company, Inc., publisher of Wall Street Journal, proudly proclaims its maximum across the Benefit website. You can't read it anyway. It's going to be blurry as fuck. On the one hand, defendants Salazar and Pizarro pass off as... so he's also suing the writers of the article. On the one hand, defendants Safdar and Zaslow falsely pass off as fact that President Trump in 2003 wrote, drew, and signed this letter. And on the other hand, defendants failed to attach the letter, failed to attach the letter drawing, failed to show proof that President Trump authored or signed such letter, failed to explain how this purported letter was obtained. The reasons for those failures is because no authentic letter or drawing exists. Defendant concocted this story to malign President Trump's character, integrity, and deceptively portray him in a false light.
Yeah, they're kind of screwed.
Well, if that's true, if they don't actually have a copy of the letter, and all they've got to go on is, well, I saw it, then...
Okay, so who has the letter? Oh, we can't tell you. Then you owe lots of fucking money.
Well, I saw people on Twitter saying that, oh, this is Maureen Comey. Maureen Comey's the source of the story. Because she got fired. And the next day, Wall Street Journal has this story. So...
Do you think they're going to protect her for too long?
They'll be able to, yeah. But I mean, if they've lied to her, most journalists, if they've been lied to and they get sued, they're not going to protect their source.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think they'll protect her?
No. If she lied to them, then yeah, they're not. The article also contains the following statements that are completely defamatory. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him Baudry letters for the birthday. One was from Donald Trump. It was Jeffrey Epstein's birthday. It was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. He's saying the fact that he was implying that he was friends with Epstein is defamatory, but it's a fact. Like, we know it is a fact. Yeah, Maureen Comey is very trustworthy. Her dad says so. Cossie says, what I can't reconcile is why now? If there was dirt, it would have come out during the election. Yeah, exactly. If there was if there was a list of if there was evidence in the in Epstein's files that the Biden Justice Department had for 4 fucking years, and it never fucking appeared on the front page of the New York Times or the Washington Post, are you trying to convince me that those are things? No way. And it's not like Biden had control over the Justice Department, like, at all. Biden had control over fucking nothing. It was all fucking naked partisans. So, sorry, the implication there is that Biden wasn't a naked partisan, which is not what I intended. Biden was a fucking moron. I could believe he didn't do this by incompetence, not by intention. But I can't believe that the people who surround him, who hated Trump with the power of a million exploding suns, did not go ahead and do this. So, but yes, he's suing them for $10 billion. That's his favorite thing to do, is to sue people for shit tons of fucking money. So, this was funny. This one was not okay. Best wishes. And yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell to appeal to SCOTUS, do or die retrial tomorrow. She's serving 20 years for trafficking minors to Epstein. Maxwell takes her final shot at SCOTUS tomorrow. She's anxious but hopeful. So yeah, I guess we'll find out more next week, I guess. Because there's going to be more. This is not going away. I know Trump said that the latest thing was that Trump has instructed Pam Bondi to go to the court and file to get the statements from... Here it is. I have asked the Justice Department to release all grand jury testimony with respect to Jeffrey Epstein, subject only to court approval. With that being said, and even if the court gave its full and unwavering approval, nothing will be good enough for the troublemakers and radical left lunatics making the request. It'll always be more, more, more. MAGA. So yes, the Justice Department is going to the court to unseal the grand jury testimony. So it'll be anonymized. So this, like, who said what will, if they're a victim, their name will be redacted. But if it's approved, you'll be able to see what people said about Jeffrey Epstein that was enough to convince the grand jury to issue an indictment, to hand down an indictment of Jeffrey Epstein. So,
if they release it.
If they release it, yeah. McKenna says, I have the same suspicion of bureaucratic dynasties as much as I am suspicious of political dynasties. Having parent and child both work for the same state agencies is sussy. Yes. So, very, very sus. So, from one set of pedophiles to another, it's time to reset the clock.
Yay.
Alleged South Carolina dirty kindergarten teacher grins as she's released on bail after dropping courtroom bombshell. There she is, grinning there. See, Tim's not here to say would. Nicole Bayhew Callaham, 33, has been charged with 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct with a minor over an alleged affair with a teen boy beginning when he was just 14. She turned herself into sheriff's deputies in Anderson County near Greenville last week. She's being released on bond after she revealed she was pregnant. Neither defense nor prosecution suggests who the father might be. Callaham does have a fully grown fiancé who is in the courtroom to support his alleged predator sweetheart. Here's another one. Fucking ugh. Here's the story though. Accused of drugging and sexually abusing dozens of children as young as 2. Right in the fucking wood chipper. A Nevada elementary school teacher has admitted to drugging and sexually assaulting dozens of children, including a 2-year-old neighbor, according to police. Taji Hilson, 62, was arrested in Reno on July 2nd, day after she penned an apology to a relative who accused her of sexually assaulting her throughout her childhood and adulthood. Sorry, I had to turn the heater on. The now adult accuser filed a police report in April, providing text messages of the elementary school teacher admitting to drugging her and touching her inappropriately, according to court documents. The defendant admitted to giving the alleged victim Benadryl to sedate her by sneaking it in her food, then touched the girl while she slept, police wrote in the report. When interviewed by police on the 25th of June, Hilson allegedly admitted abusing the woman throughout her childhood, continuing when she returned home from college in 2014, blaming it on how she never felt seen and desired to be close to another person, the court docs said. Hilson admitted to inappropriate touching at least a dozen other children, including a 2-year-old neighbor at the local pool within the last few years. Burn her. Burn her.
Burn the witch.
Burn the witch.
Yep, burn the witch.
Fucking disgusting. She was employed at Roy Grom Elementary School from 2022 to 2025. According to the Reno Gazette, police said there's no evidence Hilson was harmed any students while employed at the school. Jesus fucking Christ. Her bail was set at $5 million.
Is she out?
No. I'm unfamiliar with this particular pedophile hunter, but apparently he's been arrested for raping his own daughter. So, great.
Is she an adult?
I don't know. Does it matter?
I hope that she's an adult.
It's
like incest
I
rape.
guess.
Not child rape. Cause...
oh, God.
Ugh.
Wait, no. Kind of like how supposed child protection advocate Earl John was exposed for abusing his own kids. Jesus. Which is this guy? And I'm going to have to fucking do an image search, and then Google's going to be like, oh, I can't give you image search results for people. What's the fucking point then? Okay. Let's go. Boy is tragic when the supposed pedo hunters that loves you rapes you. Of course, the Redditors are like, pedo hunters! Oh, these are the enemy! I mean, who is this fucking guy? Aberdeen Councilman Riley Carter. Riley Carter, Aberdeen 39. Let's see if we can get the actual fucking story. Oh, this is an old story. Aberdeen, former Grey Harbour County City Councillor gets 46 years for rape of a child. Former Aberdeen Council will be released. Will be in his 80s before he's able to seek release. This is from last weekend. 5 weeks ago today, Aberdeen City Council was convicted of 3 counts of rape of a child in the first degree, 3 counts of incest in the first degree, 1 count of child molestation in the first degree, and 1 count of incest in the second degree by a jury of his peers in Grey Harbour County Superior Court. On Friday, Carter was sentenced to a minimum of 46.5 years in prison. Not long enough. Actually, his stay in prison should be very short. Just long enough to inject the fucking arm. Carter's defense attorney asked, blah, blah. Maya Hernandez read her daughter's statement to the court. It read in part, I feel betrayed, very betrayed by someone who was meant to keep me safe and happy. I didn't feel that. I want Riley to be gone forever. I want him to be stuck in one loop like how I was. I want him to be in a bad place like how he put me in a horrible place. That doesn't sound like an adult writing that. That sounds like a teenager.
It does.
Mm-hmm. There was zero question that Carter did these acts. Then he tried to convince people he was the victim in this case. He tried to fool the court. He also tried to fool the jury, and he tried to fool the community. He raped his stepdaughter for the better part of 2 years. Wait. How is he charged with incest if it's his stepdaughter?
In some jurisdictions, incest starts the moment you are a parental figure.
Okay. That makes sense then. That certainly complicates a lot of porn in whatever jurisdiction that is.
Yep.
Anyway. Fuck that guy. I hope he dies. Milwaukee teacher admits to sex...
I hope he dies
yes.
painfully.
Yes.
And very slowly. Very painfully and very slowly.
Fulton says that Jesus Google gets worse each month passes. How long before Indian CEO steps out with his golden parachute? Yeah. Erica Almang Renke, a former Milwaukee Rufus King High School teacher accused of sexually harassing 4 student athletes, appears in court on Tuesday, July 15th, for a plea and sentencing hearing, according to court records. Alamang Renke, 40, pleaded guilty to 2 charges against her: sexual misconduct by school staff or volunteer and disorderly conduct. 2 other sexual misconduct charges were dismissed as part of her plea deal. Victims approached the school resource officer in April, alleging the teacher inappropriately contacted them throughout the school year. All the student athletes were interviewed by police. Per court filings, one student said Renke texted them a sexually explicit message, which the student said was inappropriate. She apologized. Dude, what the fuck? You're sexting kids out of the blue. What the fuck is wrong with you? She later offered the student a sexual favor, which the student declined. He then avoided her after.
Is she even hot?
No, she looks like a fucking human thumb.
Oh my god. That's why she was rejected.
Like, god damn. Bob, but Black Lives Matter, yo. The complaint went on to state that the 3rd student who was interviewed said they received about $296 from Renke via Cash App, and that she also purchased special shoes for the student. So that Renke would rub their leg and shoulders during conversations. That if they had children, commented that if they had children together, they would be beautiful. God, you cringe woman. Students allege Renke abused them mentally and manipulated them. Oh, fuck this piece of shit. Give her a deal. Great job. Like, I saw this and thought, this belongs in this section. Absolutely. Evan, so this person says, there, it's right there, the end game, and it's highlighted as adult is a social construct. And Evan Loves Worf says, what? This is obviously true. Yes. Yep. It's a social construct. Like, they want to fuck kids. Like, they want to fuck kids. Simple as that. She was 11. Okay, the stepdaughter was 11. Jesus Christ. Yeah, bury that motherfucker. Like, he needs to die immediately. Let's do Aussie news so I can get it out of the way. sticking with the sex weirdo theme. Mark Latham denies degrading sex acts with former partner. MP New South Wales member of the Legislative Assembly and former almost Prime Minister of Australia, Mark Latham.
Because he doesn't know how to fucking shake a hand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, basically.
Tried to break fucking Johnny Odd's arm. Has furiously denied allegations from his ex-girlfriend that he undertook a sustained pattern of abuse. Former Labor leader Mark Latham's ex-partner has alleged he asked her to call him master and engaged in degrading sexual acts in a shocking apprehended violence application. Businesswoman Natalie May Matthews, 37, has outlined claims in an application to the New South Wales local court and is seeking a no-contact order for up to 2 years. The claims you've listed there are absolute rubbish, Mr. Latham said. Comical, in fact. Nothing has been served on me, nor has anyone contacted me. I haven't had anything to do with Miss Matthews since May 27th, so nearly 7 weeks ago. I ended the situationship that night for a good reason. And here's the lovely lady, and of course, Mr. Latham. Like,
Well,
if you're
the target's big. That forehead's big enough for a target.
37, you're a 37-year-old woman, and your target is a 64-year-old man.
Yeah, this sounds like revenge. That's what it sounds like.
Police sources say officers who initially interviewed Miss Matthews did not believe there was sufficient evidence to proceed with charges or an apprehended violence order on the information they were given. So the cops were like, no.
Sounds like bullshit. He made me call him master, did you? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Fuck off.
Yes, a muscle. Ms. Matthews, 37, is seeking order of protection for ongoing reasonable fear of harassment, intimidation, and protection. If you're not contacting that person, you can't be in fear of future harassment. Like if that person hasn't contacted you since you broke up, then that's it, bro. Like, it's over.
Yeah, are there threatening emails from beforehand? If I ever break up with you, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Forcing degrading sexual acts, pressuring me to engage in sexual acts with others. Hello. Demanding I call him master, telling me I was his property, and repeatedly telling me that my only value to him was for sex to demean and control me.
Wait, Jack Murphy's back?
News.com does not suggest the claims are true, only that they've been made in an application to the court. There's a lovely photo of her that news.com.au decided to use in the link. So when you share this article, it's the bikini shot. I love news.com.au. That's so unshamed, like shameless.
What's her name?
Oh, it's private. It's Nathalie, as in like Natalie, but with a TH. May Matthews. Spelt normally. Carolina.
You say that like I know how to spell normally anyway. Like
Matthews.
I can't spell for shit.
Matthews. It's pretty fucking simple. Mattaws.
You can fuck that one up.
I skipped over the good part. What?
Uh-oh.
No, there's no more good part. Like, Mark Latham has a history of being a dipshit and saying stupid shit, but yeah, and I can believe he's a cuck who tried to whore out his missus, but yeah. Carolina will go and release a statement after being found alive in the WA outback. So she went missing for like 12 days, 11 nighs. She was in freezing conditions for 11 nights with minimal food and water before being found. Injured and barefoot by a farmer more than 30 kilometres from her car. So where's the map? It's like a map. So this was her. So she drove from Fremantle in Perth out east, and then got into a bit of a bingle, and did the one thing you should never fucking do, and abandoned her car.
The retard.
Here was her car. So it was I think it was like a camper. Like, she's had it converted into a camper and was traveling around. And then, yeah, she got in the accident, got out of the car, and wandered away from the car.
Idiot.
And was lost for 11 days. So yeah. The Australian outback is serious and deadly, and will and has killed actual survivalists. So, Commonwealth Bank executive Christopher McCann, who allegedly procured underage children for sex, is found dead after appearing in court. Oh wow, it's nice of him to save the money. Yes, justice was served. Selena Gets Machine says ban men from daycare, ban women from daycare. How about we just ban daycare?
So in case you missed it,
Oh, what a cute
Australia's
little
childcare
baby.
sector is under a pretty big microscope at the moment. We had this story, which I'm sure all of you are aware of by now, and it's now been revealed that this monster worked at additional childcare centres, and now up to 2,000 babies and toddlers are getting tested. Oh my goodness, calm down. And now we have this one that was in the news today of 2 women that were charged after assaulting a toddler. Now, yes, I made it pretty clear in the last video that I made on daycare. Can you excuse me for... I personally don't think that men should be working in childcare centres and daycare centres. However, I'm not naive to the fact that women can be monsters too. And that, you know, there's a lot of these cases coming out of daycare workers assaulting babies.
Crossy says ban 4 heads. I think you mean 5 heads. That baby is so fucking cute. I like chubby babies and the chubby cheeks. They're fucking great.
While everyone's going at each
I
other,
wish I had
like, oh, you think-
grandkids. Like I miss babies. Like the last baby I had to take care of was my no, it wouldn't be my brother. Yeah, it'd be our youngest. Only just. Yeah.
Men should
I
be in
missed that.
childcare. Oh, let's ban women too. Oh, men,
Yeah, he's baby's a chonker.
How about we focus on the real issue here?
I mean, it
Daycare.
looks like
What are we doing?
looks like there's a very large buffet that she's leaning on. So
It's become so normalized to drop your baby to a room full of strangers that you don't know, just so you can go to work and pay for the daycare. This isn't a gender wars issue. This is a daycare issue. My partner and I barely scrape by as it is. We're a single income household, but I refuse to put my girl in daycare. I won't do it. Hypothetically, if I was going to go back to work, which I have zero intention of doing, but if I had to, I would leave her with her grandma, with family. Because that's the thing, you can never be sure, and the risks well outweigh the rewards for me, because if something did happen to her, I'd never forgive myself and my partner would be in prison.
Yeah.
So I really think we need to change the attitudes around daycare and stay-at-home mothers. Like, we need to keep mothers at home with our babies, because yes, it's hard, but oh my god, it's worth every second. Isn't that right? I need to do something about your hair.
that is a very good good discovery. Bolo. Natalie Mae Matthews, Sydney and Dubai. Presented
Completely
without
rejected it.
presented without comment.
Oh. Yep.
Fawn says the lack of head is what caused that kid to be made to begin with. The common Australian phrase leaving expats and travellers very confused. I had no idea this was a local thing.
I'm an American living in Australia. I've been here for like 6 or 7 months. And with that, there's been tons of just like funny stories and misunderstandings that I've collected along the way. And I wanted to tell one today. So when I first moved here, it was one of my friend's birthdays, and I decided to make a reservation for us to all go get dinner and drinks. So I call up the restaurant trying to make this reservation. They're like, oh, we don't actually do reservations. We just do first in, best dressed. I'm like, okay, perfect. Hang up the phone. I'm like, what do you mean first in, best dressed? Like, I'm gonna show up there and be like, ooh, that is an ugly ass outfit. You're in the back by the kitchen. God, send this girl to sit by the trash can so no one else can see her. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm like, okay,
I mean,
first and
they'll
best.
do that, but
We gotta dress really cute, guys, if we want to be on the patio. They're gonna be out here judging our outfits. So that's what I think. A couple days later, I start my first day at work, and I'm like trying to think of things to talk about, get to know my coworkers, and I'm like, this is actually perfect. I've never heard of this weird ass rule at a restaurant. So I'm like telling my boss, I'm like, I'm going to a restaurant tonight. I'm really excited. It looks cute, but pretty weird because where you get to sit is actually based on what you're wearing. They will be judging my outfit. She's like, what? I've never heard of this in my life. That's insane. What are you talking about? I'm like, I called to make a reservation. They don't even do reservations. They just do best dressed, like first in, best dressed. The entire office goes silent. Everybody's like, Maura, no. That just means first come, first serve. Like, they don't do reservations. It's just based on when you get there. I thought that they were going to make me do a outfit of the day where I'm telling them like jacket from blah blah blah, shoes from this, and they're like, no, or like send her out front, get her in the front.
I can understand how some phrases you can be confused with, but first in, best dressed, I mean, I would have thought the context clue would be enough. Oh no, we just do first in, best dressed. Like, I just thought, where does it fucking come from? I wasn't sure where the phrase originated from. I looked it up. It seemed to have come at least come from Australia. Yes. First come, first served. That's what it's. That's a version of it. Yeah.
I'd assume that it came from first in the door gets the best outfit. First in, best dressed. Like they get to choose because they're the first. So if you get there early, you get to choose where you seat. You know. You get to be the one that orders first, all that kind of stuff. That's where I assume it came from. First in you'll be the first dressed. Like you get the choice of what you want to look like at a clothing store, and it's just proliferated across Aussie culture.
So this doesn't actually answer the fucking questions. It's one of those AI generated fucking, or barely AI generated pages that fucking sells a book that means nothing. Let's ask Wiktionary. Similar in spirit to first come first serve. Yeah, I use that. I've used first in, best dressed too. Suggests that better quality will be available to those who get in first. Oh yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, so I'm saying like you get to choose. You get the best. Like you don't have to pick up from the scraps because you're first in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to a dress shop, it'd be first in, best dressed.
Yeah.
Misunderstanding of a colloquialism is like that as a sign of autism. Yeah, but she's American.
It's quite common with Americans to misunderstand.
Brits
have a much easier time of it.
And you know why? It's because they're exposed to Cockney rhyming slang.
Yeah.
Which means they're mentally
prepared
for that kind of having to translate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even people who are familiar with the South and their redneck speak are still like, that phrase doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Francis Kelsey, come on, you know. That's not an autistic woman. Yeah. Anyway, the $35 million firearms portal launched to enforce the WA's tough new gun laws has been paused after a security breach.
Oh, no.
So I can't access the page because it's one of those fucking paywall things, but I don't really care. But imagine my shock.
It's just hilarious.
There was an election this weekend in Tasmania, which is our smallest state and most irrelevant state. It would appear that the Liberals have won, so the Conservatives here. Be prepared. This is very confusing. Tasmania is the only state to use what's called the Hare-Clark system. It is a district. That's why you see this. The seat of Bass has 1, 2, 3, like all these candidates. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates. So there's 6 candidates per electorate.
Like a council of electorates.
Let's look at that. So state members are elected using the semi-proportional Hare-Clark system. It bears strong similarities to the system used in the federal Senate, but there are some significant differences in the ballot paper and practicalities of the campaign that put more emphasis on candidates over the parties. Voters must mark a minimum of 7 preferences. So in Tasmania, a party needs 100 members to register. Registered parties get automatic rights to a group on the ballot and central nomination of candidates. Independents need 10 nominators on the roll in the division they contest. So if you've got 10 mates in Tasmania, I would be shocked. Also, you'd be able to get on the ballot. To obtain their own column, an independent or independents must provide 100 nomination signatures from registered voters in the division. It's an increasingly popular strategy from independents with a record 12 of them creating one candidate independent groups in 2024. A side effect of this is that it makes those candidates immune to Robson rotation by allowing them to always appear at the top of the column. Voters must mark a minimum of 7 preferences, matching the number of vacancies to fill. Candidates are also banned from distributing how-to-vote material outside voting centres and on polling days, making election day a more peaceful affair than it is in other states. We need to adopt this law in New South Wales, and I would say every fucking state.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It is fucking wasteful. Wasteful and makes it annoying. Parties and group members elect roughly in proportion to their vote share, but the particular people elected within each group depends on the candidate's personal popularity and campaign quality. It's not uncommon to see sitting MPs defeated by members of their own political parties. The nature of hair clerk means that governments tend to be elected with either small majorities or in minority. Minority governments only become more likely when, as we've seen over the past 2 electoral cycles in Tasmania, the minor party and independent vote grows. Last year, the Liberal Party statewide vote fell 12 percentage points, with non-Labor candidates growing their vote by nearly as much.
I still don't know how that works.
So you get a ballot. It has names on them, like the Senate ballot. So you don't get a statewide ballot. I think they only have 1 house, like Queensland, and each you get a list for your division, and it looks like a Senate ballot, and the parties individually. So the Labor Party has a column, and they have candidates, and the person at the top rotates out every section, like whatever, and then you have a shit ton of independents at the top, and you have to mark 7 boxes. So, and there's no box at the top to mark, so you have to pick 7 people out of the full list. I've never experienced it, so I can't explain it.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
I still don't understand how that works.
Then it works like the Senate in that you have a quota. So,
okay, so you've got.
So these are all the Liberal candidates on the ballot.
Okay, so
these are all the Labor candidates on the ballot. These are all the Greens candidates on this ballot. These are all the ungrouped candidates. So these will be in their own column.
Yeah.
Then you'll have the Shooters, Fishers, and Farmers Party. They have 1 candidate on the ballot, and the independent is a group candidate. So he's got 100. So these people got 10 people, like 10 people to sign their form.
Yeah.
This guy got 100. That's why he's got his own section. So think of every one of these lists here as columns on the ballot.
Yeah, I understand that. So if across Tasmania in its entirety,
not across Tasmania, just in this electorate. So this is the electorate of Bass. So instead of having a statewide Senate, they have no Senate. They just have a lower house, and they elect people. They elect multi-member districts.
And
so
every
electorate, instead of having 1 member that represents them, it has 6.
That's weird.
Yes, it's Tasmania.
Okay,
it's Tasmania. They have an extra candidate for every extra head.
How many people have they got in their Senate?
None.
Well,
they don't have a Senate
in their Parliament.
So let's look at the. So you need 18 to form government. They have how many electorates? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 electorates of 6 people each. 30.
So 30.
And you need 18 to form government.
I guess they did that because it's so small.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense because
otherwise
so
you'd
small,
have 5 people.
Yeah, you'd have 5 people being in the government. Okay,
Yeah.
that actually that wouldn't work in New South Wales or Queensland because you'd have 1,000 people.
Yeah.
In okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
This kind of system only works because Tasmania is so fucking small. Like, what is the, what is the population in Tasmania? I think like 300,000 or 400,000.
Yeah, fuck all. No one wants to live there.
I'm gonna go with 700, but
we were both wrong. It's 575,000. So.
Oh, 500,000.
But I was right because I went the closest without going over.
If you need that win, you can have it.
No, it's I'm being funny because it's what's it called?
Price is Right.
Price is Right rules, yeah.
Yeah.
And they
So,
Price is
okay.
Right rules always apply. Closest without going over.
Okay, so it does make sense because they're so small.
That's 100,000 people per electorate, I guess, on average.
Yeah, that seems about.
And then 6
Not
people
bad.
per electorate representing you.
So 100 divided by 6, what, 8,000 people per person. About.
I think federally it's because ours can fluctuate. Ours can go up, not
Yeah.
like America where it's fixed. Ours is designed to increase, and I think it's for every electorate is meant to represent 40,000 people.
So they're overrepresented.
They are overrepresented in their state government, but I think most states are.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's still okay. That makes sense now because I was trying to get over seeing 400 people in the government of Tasmania. It's like that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
But there's only 30. Okay. And there's 5, 6?
I think it might be less than 30. I think it might be because if you need 18 to win, you would need 15 to win. So maybe it's less than.
Would it be more than 30?
It's more than 30. It might be 36.
Well, 35.
Or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 30. Yeah. Maybe there's a statewide seat or something.
Or if you go back to the ABC website.
Like they're saying worst result ever for Tasmanian Labor. That's because they are. That's the government that fell apart, and B, they only got where's the full count? Party totals. They only got 25% of the vote. So.
You're not showing them.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I.
So you wanted the main page.
14 and 9's 23, plus 5 is 28, plus 4 is 32.
So it must be 35. What's the extra fucking seat then? It must be 7. No, that can't be right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 7 5 is 35. Yeah, it must be 7.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
there's
course.
7
There's
there.
2 possibles.
Yeah,
that's
So
right.
there's
Yeah,
5
so
plus 2 possibles.
so there's 7. There's 7 people.
Okay.
So fucking hell, insane.
Well, that's even less than.
Yeah.
Per. What is it?
McKenny says, I think Taz needs to elect their leaders, but who falls off a chair last in a drinking contest. I wholeheartedly agree.
Alright, so I was.
That's how we should pick the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Anyway. A man who died after interaction with police during mental health call-out was begging for life, partner says.
This video contains images that may disturb some viewers.
Back right up. Back it up. We're backing up, right? That's not backing up. I'm not a threat. I've got no weapons. I've already been searched. I'm not under arrest for anything.
Carl, I'm filming it anyway, bud.
What have I done? Calm down. I want to know what I'm being charged with.
Not being charged with anything.
Well,
So-
let me walk.
We are letting you walk. You're the Hop down, bud. There's no one here touching you.
They're saying I have mental health. What have I done?
Just jump down. What are you doing?
Can someone please come here and talk to me and tell me why?
Carl.
I'm reporting that I bought my own someone tried to kill me today. Alright, you want to take me. Someone has tried to take my life and you want to take me away. Why are you putting me in the cuffs? Well, why won't someone listen to me? Well, okay, I want someone here of authority. Can I have someone here of authority? Hey, look at you guys, you're single stripers. Look at you all. You're a first timer. Right, where's your stripes? Where's your 3 stripes?
You're a first timer.
Can I talk to a senior? Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! I don't know.
What are you trying to hide something for then? Dobbs? Wait, put the blanket up. Put it down.
You can always tell the police are doing something that's totally legal and above board, and they should do every day when they pull up a sheet to try and hide it.
Yeah. Put it down, you.
Yeah, well, there's 4 guys on top of you. I can understand why you can't breathe, mate. So yeah, his
Interesting
death.
cut.
So he died. He died a few days later. So
of
it doesn't say. So this is him there. Colin Burling, his name was. I knew he was in trouble. I'm not a threat. I've got no weapons. I've already been searched. I'm not under arrest for anything. I think they wanted to cuff him, but I'm not. It's not clear why.
Maybe he's just a big bloke that loses his shit and starts swinging. Could hurt one of them. That's a common tactic up here, that if you're a possible threat, they will just be like, no, it's cuffed on.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out. Independent MP to push a lowering of Australia's voting age after UK decision.
Oh, it happened in the UK?
Yeah.
They are so cooked.
Oh, they're absolutely
So
rooted.
Fucked.
So the UK reduced its voting age from 18 to 16. So now Australians are like, yeah, let's do it here. Let's do it here. Let's make every fucking 16-year-old go and vote.
It'd be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious if it backfired on the lefties for doing that.
Oh, they're all going to vote for the fucking Greens. They'll vote for Greens and Independents. It's not going to happen.
I wouldn't have said it would have happened in the UK.
Must be a lot of young Muslims that Labor wants to get elected. Anyway, and also the New South Wales Liberals are launching a court challenge after losing the Sydney seat of Bradfield to a Teal Independent. So they're gonna petition the court for a recount, counting a specific number of ballots. So we are requesting a targeted final examination of a small number of line ball ballots that were reserved and considered by the Australian Electoral Officer during this count. So yeah, this one was decidedly very close. It was 26 votes in it. This was the one where the Liberal candidate won the first ballot. The Independent asked for a recount because it was very close. It was something like 120 votes. Like it was within the margin for an automatically approved recount. She requested a recount and was granted it, and at the end of the day, she'd won by 26 votes. So I think I said at the time that that's it. Once there's a recount and there's a winner, that's it. That's the winner's locked in. You got to go to court. And I didn't think they'd go to court because the only resolution is what's it called? A by-election. You go back to the polls just in that seat. And whenever that happens, the person who dragged everybody back to the polls is the one who fucking loses.
It sounds like they're not going down that road.
No, well, they are. That's the only remedy.
Well, no, they said what they're asking for is a limited recount.
Yeah, but that isn't a remedy the court can provide. The election is over. It's closed. This isn't something that can actually be done. Like, maybe there's like a timing thing. Bradford was the last outstanding seat from the May 3 election, and Liberals kept open the possibility of a challenge in the Court of Disputed Returns. Asking the court for a recount of small number of ballots, the party beaten similar to the 2008 challenge in the Victorian seat of McEwen, when Small Business Minister Fran Bailey defeated Rob's Labor Mitchell by 27 votes. Mitchell had initially been declared the winner. A federal court judge said the AEC had wrongly counted 9 votes that would have been found to be informal. More than 140 ballots were allowed to be counted after initially being found to be informal. Within 40 days of the election writ being returned, any candidate or elector from the seat can petition its result. That process involves a formal pleading to the Court of Disputed Returns. For national elections, that usually means the High Court. Only 50 challenges to the House of Reps results have been considered by the court since 1907. Yeah, I think this is I think the only remedy is actually a recount, like a revote. I'm pretty sure that's the only remedy. It should be trial by combat.
If it's between those two, yes, in a blow-up pool.
And then it should involve what? Like, they're not exactly attractive.
I don't care.
I
still watch. Lots of jelly.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, let's talk about the UK. So yes, the 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote in the next general election. You know what's funny? People who are 16 and 17 years old, they would already have been able to vote in the next election.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the people who are... The article should actually say 13 and 14-year-olds will be able to vote in the next general election.
Yeah.
When is the next general election?
They were elected last year, so 5 years from then.
So 4 years from now.
Yeah.
That means 12-year-old. People who are
12 and 13-year-olds.
12 and up today will be able to vote. That's crazy.
16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote in the next general election. That's what the government have just announced. But what do young people think about this?
I think that there's so much opportunity if young people become more involved in the political system. So I think it does depend on a lot of factors, but yeah, I think it's such a great opportunity.
Coming with votes at 16, we need to ensure that there is a fair level of political literacy because of the rise of AI.
I feel like more could be done to ensure that we know exactly what parties are about.
And there's so many dangers online that aren't just there for young people, but for everyone.
When you're 16, you can join the armed forces, you know, you can have a job, you can pay taxes, but it just seems not right that they don't have the right to vote.
What issues are most important to get your vote?
I think housing is a big one for me. I believe that housing impacts all areas of life.
For me, it's probably poverty, community, knife crime, things that I've experienced personally.
Things around mental health and supporting SEND.
Motherfucker, you could already vote. Shut up.
Making sure that they're getting the support in life that they need.
It's really important this is done in the right way, that education is brought in to make sure that
that's the conservative kid.
You're interested in voting.
Yep.
Fallen says you're going to vote for Gibbs and what TikTok tells you to vote for. Yeah, exactly. They are so fucking terrified. Does England have any whites left? Yeah, you just saw him there. He's the last one.
The only one.
The only one.
Can 16-year-olds consent to sex? Yeah, well, I think they already could. If it's like Australia.
I don't know what the age of consent in the UK is. I think it's...
There's a website, I think.
16. Yeah, it's called Wikipedia. I think it is 16.
Age of consent by country. Australia. Fucking 10?
That's between restricted by age
difference. God damn.
Yes, as in if two 10-year-olds got it on in ACT, it wouldn't be illegal.
So a 30-year-old can bang a 16-year-old in New South Wales and it's fine.
No, that's restricted by authority.
Oh.
17.
17.
Yep. So that means teacher-student can't happen until after 17.
Oh, okay. But so a 30-year-old man can bang a 16-year-old girl because it's less than the 14-year difference.
No, it's not 14-year difference. That's the lowest it goes is 14 years of age.
Restricted by age difference? What? Oh, okay, right. Okay, I misunderstood that. I'm like,
as long as they're both
weird.
older than 14, it's okay.
Right,
as long as they're younger than 16.
Thank you, that makes sense. I was like, what? I don't understand. What?
Yeah.
Why are we allowing 30-year-olds to sleep with 16-year-olds? So at 17, you can fuck.
It's unrestricted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why isn't it unified? Why don't we unify? Like, why isn't it one fucking number nationwide? That's dumb.
Well, in like less than 10 years ago, Queensland changed the laws for sodomy so that it was across the board. So that it was because it was 18 years old for sodomy and 16 for vaginal.
Yeah. No butt sex till you're 18. Yeah. Thermo is on yet another watch list. Lol. Anyway. Oh wait, we didn't actually check the UK. Rest of the world. Got distracted.
Right there. 16.
Yeah. No, 18. Unrestricted.
Unrestricted, yes, but 16 is. What does it say? Restricted by authority? Was it? Because I can't actually read it when you mouse over it.
Oh, I mouse over. Young partner is deemed able to consent to having sex with an older one as long as the latter is not in a position of authority. Oh, okay, so the restricted by authority number is
as long as it's not a teacher.
Is as long as it's not a teacher. So
yeah, or something.
So that's the normal number.
Okay.
So the normal number, like if you're 17, if you're 17 in New South Wales, you can bang your teacher. If you're 16 in Queensland, you can bang your teacher, and anybody else apparently.
As long as they're 16 or above.
So rest of the world, yes. United Kingdom is 16, and those disgusting pervs in Germany, it's 14.
Canada's 12, but that's
what? Well, seriously?
No, it's right there. Sorry, that was the difference by age.
12 to 15. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, what does that mean? Younger partner is deemed to be able to consent to having sex with an older one as long as their age difference doesn't exceed a specified amount. So I was right.
Yes, but the specified amount isn't 13 years or 12 years.
Oh, okay. I would have thought the specified amount would be important.
You'd think so, but because it's like 13 to 16, it's probably like specified amount is 3 years. Or 13 to 14, specified amount is 1 year type thing. And the lowest age you can go is 13.
Fucking hell. Fallen says age is just the social construct. That's right. Being an adult, it's just a social construct. Said the fucking people who want to fuck kids. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this was just done because the government can do it. So
retards.
Government just doesn't give shit anymore. Just does what it wants to do.
Those guys know they're not getting re-elected. Those guys know if they went, because that's the thing in the UK, if they went to an election tomorrow, Nigel would be saluting to Prime Minister Nigel Farage.
Yeah, Reform will take majority of it, and then on the left-hand side,
Reform will get all the seats.
The Muslims will take over their section. So
that's why they're like, fuck, we're gonna get these 16-year-olds voting.
That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine how hilarious it'd be if in 4 years' time it was Prime Minister Nigel Farage because of this?
I just got to get those Minecraft politics videos pumping again.
Yeah.
No, but like, isn't it across the board?
I'm doing my part.
That the next generation is slightly more conservative than the previous one.
Yeah, like
for the men, yes.
Yeah, I think Gen Z is supposed to be more conservative than the millennials.
So that's just going to be a total shit show.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. Impact of 16 and 17-year-old voters could be limited. Yeah. 16 and 17-year-olds make up about 2% of the electorate. And nobody's having kids anymore. This just gets the Muslim vote to take over faster.
Yeah, basically.
Speaking of the Muslim vote, fears over riots after secret asylum scheme made public. The Ministry of Defence told cooperation needed with government departments to mitigate any risk of disorder. Ministers fear a riot will break out in England, break out in Britain after the news that a secret resettlement scheme for Afghans was kept hidden from the public. After a super injunction was lifted on Tuesday, it was revealed that the identities of 25,000 Afghans, including soldiers who had worked with UK forces in the country and their families, had been accidentally leaked following a blunder by the British military in February. Now, for those of you who may not be aware...
In 2022.
In 2022, yeah, February 2022. A super injunction is... it's an injunction handed down by the court that gags everybody. It is not necessarily unique to the UK. We have them here, but they do not cross... They cannot cross state borders. So there's no... I don't think there's a federal super injunction in Australia, but there are statewide super injunctions. They're usually used for trials of a sensitive nature. They've been used a couple of times, mostly in Victoria, from memory. And yeah, if there is a super injunction, it doesn't matter if you're a party to the injunction, it applies to everybody. Nobody is allowed to fucking talk about it.
That dude that was accused of rape in the Parliament that moved to Queensland, wasn't it? There was one for him.
I don't know. That was no. That was what's his fucking name? God,
Bruce something.
Yeah, Bruce, whatever his name is. He raped Brittany Higgins, allegedly. Yeah. Oh no, I can say he did because it was like by a court. Yeah. He I don't think he had a super injunction. There was a couple in Victoria, and I think we actually covered the stories on the show because I think I just said fuck. Who gives a shit? I'm in New South Wales. The super injunction, a Victorian super injunction cannot apply to me. But yes, these apply throughout the United Kingdom. So the media can't report on them. Like they would be in contempt of court if they reported on it. The only person who can talk about it is every member of Parliament can rock up to the dispatch or to the question during question time and ask the Prime Minister about it or make a speech about it because they are protected by parliamentary privilege. But they don't do it because they're cucks. Yeah, the leak prompted ministers to evacuate more than 4,500 Afghan soldiers and their relatives and relocate them in the UK under the Afghanistan Response Route Scheme. A further 2,500 are eligible for the scheme but have yet to travel. The Afghans have been settled in military accommodation and hotels across Britain at a cost of $400 million, with a total of £7 billion, pounds, not dollars, total of £7 billion earmarked for the plan. However, the previous Conservative government successfully obtained a super injunction that blocked news outlets from reporting the story, leaving the public baffled about a sudden influx of migrants to their area. Whitehall briefing notes circulated on the 4th of July, seen by the Telegraph, warned that when the injunction was lifted, the Ministry of Defence would need to work with colleagues across government to mitigate any risk of public disorder following the discharge of the injunction. All government departments have been warned about the public. The public could lash out after learning about the scheme. Officials argued in court that revealing the leak would endanger Afghans on the list. The MOD said that individuals would be at risk of revenge attacks by the Taliban, which took control of Afghanistan. Yada, yada, yada. However, the super injunction has now been lifted, with judges arguing that the Taliban would be likely to know about the list by now, and that many Afghans eligible for the scheme had already been brought to the UK. At one stage earlier this year, 20% of MOD property was allocated over to housing those in the scheme. It can now be revealed. Documents from earlier this month said Home Office had advised government departments that such a risk of riots is higher during the summer period. Officials are hoping to avoid a repeat of last summer's anti-immigration civil unrest, which lasted for 6 days. So, was this where I read it? Okay, so yeah, this was a good point too. This story is super horrendous. Story's horrendous enough. Question now is how many other super injunctions have been taken out by governments to keep us in the dark? Like, a government shouldn't be able to apply for one.
Bruce Lehrman.
Full stop. Bruce Lehrman, that's the name, yeah. The most expensive email in history. I was just wondering if I should read the Daily Mail article, who were the ones who broke the story, if I should continue reading that Telegraph. We'll do this one. How the government tried to cover up the Afghan data breach that put thousands of lives at risk and could cost taxpayers $7 billion. So a Royal Marine inadvertently circulated an email that included a spreadsheet containing the details of 25,000 Afghans, including their family members who helped British troops during the war with the Taliban. The email was sent by the soldier in charge of vetting asylum seekers to a group of Afghan contacts in the UK that he trusted. So here's the timeline of the kill list and the super injunction. So in February 2022, Royal Marine accidentally sent an email containing a list of nearly 25,000 people who applied for the Afghan relocations and assistance policy.
Sorry, did it say who we sent it to?
In the article, yeah, it said he sent it to a group of Afghan contacts living in the UK that he trusted.
How do you accidentally send a spreadsheet?
He didn't accidentally send it. He sent it intentionally. It was attached. It was attached to an email, and he emailed them, and he mistakenly attached it, allegedly. A Facebook user posts an excerpt of the data set disclosing the details of 9 ARAP applicants. The Ministry of Defence is notified. A civilian volunteer warns James Heapy, the Armed Forces Minister, that the Taliban may now have a kill list essentially provided to them by the UK government. August 17th to 25th, journalists contact the Ministry of Defence and Foreign Office about the breach, but agree not to publish until those at risk are protected. Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, decides to apply for a court order blocking the news. Ministry of Defence asks the High Court for an injunction for around 4 months. High Court judge grants the super injunction, saying the risk of the information falling into the Taliban's hands justifies the secrecy. So that was in September. So they applied for a 4-month injunction in September that would have taken them to January.
Of 2020...
Of 2023.
2023.
November 16th, a cabinet subcommittee, the Domestic and Economic Affairs Committee, discusses the issue. Members at the time, including Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt, meeting notes reveal plan to establish a compensation scheme at a cost of between 120 and 350 million pounds. November 23rd, Justice Chamberlain gives a private judgment where he says granting a super injunction is likely to give rise to understandable suspicion that the court's processes are being used for the purposes of censorship. That's exactly what it was. The DEA committee says that a new route of settlement into the UK should be offered to about 200 at-risk people and their dependents. This is called the Afghanistan Response Route. February 15th, 2024, Mr. Justice Chamberlain this is 2023. So the list was sent accidentally in February 2022.
Yeah.
It was discovered in August 2023. The super injunction was extended in February 2024. He adds a second private judgment. What is clear is that the government has decided to offer help only to a very small portion of those whose lives have been endangered by the data incident, and that the decision in this regard are being taken without an opportunity for scrutiny through the media or in Parliament. On May 21st, Justice Chamberlain rules that the super injunction should be lifted. He says there's a significant possibility the Taliban knows about the data set, but adds that it's fundamentally objectionable that decisions about thousands of people's lives and billions of pounds of taxpayers' money being taken in secret. June 25th to 26th, 24, Court of Appeals rules that the super injunction will remain in place. Later written ruling that Sir Geoffrey Voss, Lord Justice Singh and Lord Justice Warby say that between 80 and 100,000 people could be at risk if the Taliban were to obtain the data. July 4th, Keir Starmer briefed about the data breach after taking office. So now we're into this year. February 3rd, 2023, 2025. A review says the ARR resettlement plan would mean relocating more Afghans than had been moved under ARAP and would extend the scheme for another 5 years at a total cost to the taxpayer of around £6 billion.
God damn.
John Healey, the Defence Secretary, concludes that the ARR should be closed after an internal review finds the breach is unlikely to have put individuals at greater risk. The review also said the government may have inadvertently added more value to the data set by seeking the super injunction and implementing a bespoke resettlement scheme. Government lawyers tell the High Court that in light of the decision to close the rapid response route, the super injunction should no longer continue. The super injunction is then lifted. So the Royal Marine Responsible is understood to have accidentally shared the spreadsheet on 2 occasions in February 2022. It's not known if he faced any consequences.
At least some.
His contact, in turn, would send the names onto fellow Afghans still in Afghanistan to ensure Britain was only relocating families with a genuine right to resettle in the UK. So people who genuinely did help the US forces, UK forces.
Okay.
So actual people who worked with the US, with the military. Sources told the Telegraph that the Royal Marine, who has not been identified, had been instructed to check with trusted Afghans that the others applying for the Afghan Relocation and Assistance Program had been part of units that fought alongside British forces. But in sending not just a few names, but the whole spreadsheet, thousands of lives were put at risk. The cost of clearing up this mess would be estimated to be £7 billion. So this dipshit was told, hey, make sure they're all legit. And instead of making sure each one is legit, he just said, hey guys, here's the list of all the people who worked with us in Afghanistan. Can you make sure only these people are on the list? Lol, send.
Fucking hell.
Oh. The time the email was sent, the government was scrambling to make good on promise to give sanctuary to Afghans, including soldiers and interpreters who had fought alongside British troops following the invasion in 2001 up to the fall of Kabul to the Taliban in August 2021. For 18 months, the Ministry of Defence appeared oblivious to the existence of the rogue email. MOD only became aware of the leak when a member of the public wrote to Luke Pollard, the Labour MP. Yep. This is just going through the timeline again. It's just the emails. There was a brilliant fucking line in here that just was jaw-dropping. And I think it's right at the end. This is all about the gag order. Okay. In his review, Mr. Rimmer concluded that early concern about the extent of the Taliban intent to target certain individuals has diminished. There's little evidence of intent by the Taliban to conduct a campaign of retribution. Killings are undoubtedly still occurring and human rights violations remain extensive, but it's extremely difficult to determine the cause of individual killings or detentions. The system set up to fly in Afghans without any public knowledge of the scheme as a result of the data breach was now disproportionate to the actual impact of the data loss, were it to fall into the Taliban's hands. By the time of the review, 16,156 individuals affected by the breach in 2022 had reached the safety of the UK. But it is only now that the Telegraph and other news organisations can tell that story. An Afghan man now living in Britain is said to be the person who threatened to share the list.
Send him back.
Threatened to share the list with the Taliban. According to Daily Mail, he's in the UK with at least 7 relatives.
Well, he's clearly a terror sympathiser. Send him home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, fuck him.
So far, 18,500 Afghans whose data was lost have been flown into Britain on taxpayer-funded jets. A total of 23,900 are earmarked for arrival. I don't know if that is individuals and their families, so that number is ends up being 100,000 people, or if it's just individuals. But this is the kind of shit they were doing. They were just flying people in, whisking them off, and dumping them in communities. And using a fucking super injunction to keep it quiet.
That's pretty scummy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if this has a... Okay, for many, the first they knew was when a message from the UK government arrived on their phones apologising for putting their personal details at risk of discovery by the Taliban and warning them to take extra precautions. Ex-translator Faisal, not his real name, who is in hiding with his wife and 2 children, said, "I cannot believe this has happened. It makes me frightened for my life and that of my family. Our details should have been protected. It was the duty of the government to do this. Now I worry not only that I could be left behind, but we will be found by the Taliban." The 39-year-old added, "I'm very confused what this will mean for our future. It is a great shock to find out about this leak." You know what else happens now? Every single person who had their data leaked gets to be a member of a class where, and as lefty lawyers try to drain more money from the government.
Yeah,
of course.
No government wishes to withhold information from the British public.
Bullshit.
I doubt it. Conservative MP James Cartledge, Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, asked Mr. Healy whether he would comment on claims a third party got hold of some data after the leak and was engaged in blackmail. That's the person the other article was talking about. That person did not respond. Among those hiding in Afghanistan are ex-Special Forces translator Ulala, 46, who with his family is waiting to hear if he will be relocated to the UK. Ulha, who's been tortured by the Taliban, first applied in 2021 and is terrified he will be found by the Taliban warlords seeking to avenge his work beside the British forces. Absolute fucking clown show.
Wait, can you go back up to the 2 pictures?
That's the translator.
Okay, they
blurred his face,
soldiers, and they blurred his face. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a British soldier. These are Afghan soldiers, like higher ups.
Yeah. So already on the list.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just absolutely fucking clown shit, man.
Yeah.
I thought this was interesting. Disco replied, "Our brave allies that Parliament has moved heaven and earth to import. The asses of those boys, what should they fuck? The pussies of their own grandmothers. Their asses were used before, and now they want to get what they are owed." Should definitely be importing people like that.
Yeah.
I think that's it on that story. I'm sure there'll be more fucking shit coming out. Ridiculous.
Of course.
Anyway, staying in the UK. The men who felled the Sycamore Gap tree have been sentenced to 4 years and 3 months in prison. This is the Sycamore Gap tree. So it's up along Hadrian's Wall. And they cut it down. I think we covered it at the time. It was just we did it because it was funny. So was this before Vice got TDS? Yes, this is before Trump was president.
Yeah.
So Vice used to do good work. Breaking: British men are finally taking a stand against migrant crime today. At the Highbury in Islington tube station, a migrant punched a man holding a baby, causing the child to fall, while British men stepped in.
Yes, women, scream louder, that'll help.
Yeah. What's that guy got on his hip? This guy here with the black, he's reaching for something on his hip. Yeah, keep repeating it's a baby, bro. That'll help. That'll help make the footage real clear. Fucking hell. An Islamic stand handing out Qurans in Liverpool was swept away by British patriots.
Go on, you
I don't endorse that, but yes. I think the UK
Oh,
is
what else
coming.
are they
I
gonna
think the UK is rapidly approaching the find out phase after fucking around with the English for so long. Shameful that black boys in London are more likely to die than white boys, says Met Chief. The Met is the police. Despite making up 13% of London's population, the black Londoners account for 45% of London's knife murder victims, but 61% of knife murder perpetrators and 43% of knife crime perpetrators. They have their own meme, and it's still 13%. Except it's 1361. Well, let's catch up on how the deportation's going, shall we?
Yes, I believe it is.
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Everyone must leave this restricted area and may be subject to detention or arrest for failing to depart the restricted area. Thank you.
Thank you. Missed opportunity. It should have been thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah.
Actually, like, convince them to take their clothes off and just have an orgy. Like, that's...
Okay.
That's totally gonna work.
That's fucking gay.
Family in Pittsburgh has decided to self-deport to Mexico for good.
Bye.
On our
Bye-bye.
first date, he asked for extra ice. I said, we don't do ice here. Oh.
These are the main pictures from our house that we didn't want to just throw away.
Sasha Mendoza has the impossible task of packing up her family's life in Pittsburgh into a handful of suitcases.
It's really hard to tell a 4-year-old that they can't bring their toys or their stuffed animal. There's just not enough room. We can't put a stuffed animal and then have no pants. I've literally never felt anxiety the way that I have in the last 2 years here.
So you are saying bye to the U.S. for good?
For good, yeah. Yeah, for good.
Fearful of President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, Sasha, her husband Julio, and their 3 kids are leaving behind the life they built together.
What are you the most excited for in Mexico?
The pool.
The pool?
And the beach.
The beach?
Julio is an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. Sasha and their 3 children are all U.S. citizens. They decided to make the move together only moments after Trump took office.
There was an executive order being signed, and that was her call first. Said, like, what do you think about moving to Mexico? And I said, honestly, at this point, yeah, let's do it.
We're gonna move to Mexico.
We're gonna move to Mexico, not today.
And with that, the family began to wind down their lives, sifting through keepsakes and moving out of their...
Fallen says it's like another migrant crawled inside your mouth and is hiding inside her. Damn it. Like, so they're married with kids. Why didn't he do it the fucking right way? Like, why is that so fucking hard?
Apparently it's so hard for them.
No, it's
to
not all
just go-
US citizens. It's him who's a not citizen, mate Candy. He's an undocumented.
Yeah, he's undocumented. He's undocumented. He is the husband of a U.S. citizen and a father of 2 other U.S. citizens, but he is not a U.S. citizen.
So instead of going through the proper
So he is in the country illegally.
How old do you reckon
Say
those
bye to the
kids are?
house.
8? 10? How old do you reckon those kids are? 8? Like the oldest
The
one, 8?
tall one, probably 8.
So he's had 8 years since Trump was first president.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
To figure this shit out.
Oh no, we hear on the, like, oh thank God Trump is gone. We don't have to worry about being legal. Why? What the fuck? What makes you think the bill will never come due? If anything, I hope this teaches people that if you're rorting the system or pulling this kind of shit, eventually the tables will turn and you will be fucked.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's going to stick around now that his meal ticket is over? Yeah. No. He's going to come back across the border.
Yeah,
I'm going to declare asylum.
Miss you.
When you were dating, did your status as being undocumented come up at all?
And then our first date, we kind of like were mentioning it without mentioning it. And at one point, he ordered a drink and he asked for extra ice. And I said, no, we don't do ice here. And he was like, That was like the only thing we needed to say.
So, by the way,
Julio crossed the U.S. southern border when he was 11 years old, and he's lived in Pittsburgh ever since.
One of his first concerns.
So he's been in the country even longer. He lived through Trump's term, the first term, and didn't go back.
When we talked about moving, is like, how am I going to watch the Steeler games?
You're a Pittsburgh native for all intents and purposes.
I don't know, the same way I would have to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers games if I gave a shit about Pittsburgh.
Oh my God, yeah.
What made Trump
No,
a
NFL
second
pass.
term more nerve-wracking for you? That to come to a decision that you had to leave the country?
there are no limits. There are no limits on being a target. The only main concern is like he looks brown, he looks different, he don't speak English. He's the one. It doesn't matter.
That's where things stand tonight in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
They were confronted with their worst nightmare when Kilmar Abrego Garcia was mistakenly deported to a notorious mega prison in El Salvador.
I mean, he wasn't mistakenly deported. They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
I can see myself in that, and I don't want to.
I think it's hilarious how these clearly Caucasian women all of a sudden
put on the
Spanish accent.
Code switch, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Kilmar
just for the
Abrego
name, though.
Garcia.
Like
to wait until we're in the same situation.
There are people who will say, you came to the U.S. illegally. Why didn't you do it the right way? What do you say to people?
If you were to be put in my situation at my age to tell me do it the right way, the whole process pretty much takes about 15 to 20 years. By that time, I don't think my kids or anyone's kids who are starving or in a dangerous situation can wait 15, 20 years for you to come here and start working.
What did we say that we could get when we get there?
OPS Summit.
No, we did not say that.
How did you approach the conversation with your kids?
They know the realistic part of it, which is that it will be very difficult for them to adapt to, especially mostly language-wise. That's like our biggest thing. They're not. Anyway.
Papa barely speaks English, and you didn't teach your kids fucking Spanish.
no, he doesn't speak English because she speaks it for him.
Go
back to when she answered that question. He started speaking and she just yammered on.
Yeah, that sounds like a woman.
Oh, that's why she interviewed him separately.
so
he could get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, back a tiny bit. Like at the start of this section
with your kids.
They know the realistic part of it, which is that it will be very difficult for them to adapt to, especially mostly language-wise. That's like our biggest thing. They're not anywhere near fluent, and they are going to be going into a school that is Spanish-speaking. Who's that? That's you!
For Sasha, leaving the U.S. also means saying goodbye to the places she's called home.
You grew up at this house. What is it like for you to leave this house and what it represents to you?
It is definitely hard because, yeah, there's a lot of good memories. This has always been like the kind of comeback place.
You know what'd be funny? If they get to Mexico and she gets deported.
Yeah, they're like, fuck off, we don't want you.
They're like, you owe us your visa.
Yeah, but the
You're
thing
on Mexican citizens. Go home.
He could have applied at any point and got a temporary visa while his proper visa is being taken care of.
Oh, but I couldn't work then, man.
Well,
It's
maybe
like you're in the country illegally. Just work illegally.
Yeah, already work illegally.
Work illegally on a legal visa then. Fuck.
If it's that much of an issue, like Jesus.
But that's okay. He's going to be legal soon. Rev Maria Salazar is pushing her amnesty bill. Our economy needs reliable workforce in areas where Americans don't participate. Some of the most shameful moments in our past as a country relate to how we treated immigrants who are not criminals.
President Trump, sir, the same God who saved you from death in Pennsylvania 1 year ago and who put you back in the Oval Office against all odds is the same God Almighty who millions and millions are begging to for some type of dignity, not amnesty. Sir, I believe that you could be for immigration what Lincoln was for slavery and...
See this motherfucker with the weird beard here?
Is he illegal?
No, that's Mike Lawler. He's the guy who... He's the Republican who got the fucking... who pushed like so hard on the... on increasing the SALT deduction cap to $40,000. Because he's from New York. Like, he's a New York Republican.
The what?
The SALT cap. State and local tax exemption.
Oh, okay.
So if you live in a blue state that has really high state and local city taxes, you can deduct the amounts the amount of state and local taxes you paid from your federal taxes up to $40,000.
Ah.
So Trump like wanted to get in his first term. Trump wanted to get rid of it. So because it's a subsidy for blue states.
Mm-hmm.
So. But this fuck, and of course he's standing behind it because he co-sponsors. He's a co-sponsor. I love these fucking rhinos, man. Like the Florida State House has so many fucking rhinos, and it's a function of it being a very red state, and so the only way you can get into the house is to run as a Republican. So you get all these like Republicans who aren't really Republicans, but they're Democrats. And this bitch. Her so she's from the Florida 27th, which is like Miami, the downtown Miami and like South Miami. 74% Hispanic. So it's one of those majority minority districts.
Reagan was for communism. You are a businessman who understands our economy needs a reliable working force in areas where other Americans don't participate. You stopped Iran on its tracks.
And this is bullshit. Like, this is demonstrably bullshit now. We saw it we saw it a couple of weeks ago when Trump, when ICE raided that
chicken processing plant.
Yeah, the meat processing plant.
And there was another
Nebraska?
one.
No,
yeah.
I think it was either Nebraska or Oklahoma.
Yeah, but there was one up
literally the next week. It was full of locals who won a job, who were looking for jobs there.
Yep.
Like this idea that they're coming to do jobs that Americans don't want to do. No, Americans aren't doing them because they don't get the fucking opportunity to.
Well, from memory, the story was that the people who showed up were it was like 70% Hispanic, but they were legal Hispanics.
Yeah, well, allegedly, yeah.
But this happens time and time again because there was a chicken processing plant back in like 2018 or 19 that got shut down by ICE. Mm-hmm. And then the very next day, some black dude's like, yeah, I'd never have an opportunity like this for these guys. They're always filled with people who take money that's under the table and, and it's like, yeah, I've actually finally got a job.
Yeah.
It happens, and it happens time and time again. ICE comes in, clears out a warehouse of illegals, and then a whole bunch of Americans flock in and start taking jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like this bitch is almost worse than Kelly Osbourne. Oh, who's going to clean your toilets, Donald Trump? The slaves are, Kelly. The fucking slaves are. That's who's going to do it.
Yeah,
you dumb fucking bitch.
Yeah, Mick Kennedy says locals don't want to work for barely minimum wage without benefits like illegals are willing to do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
You stopped China from eating our lunch.
Stop sucking his fucking dick.
Economic oxygen away from Maduro, and you signed the BBB the day that you
the
said you were
BBB.
gonna sign it. You have been called to do this, to fix this 40-year mess.
What
with
accent
just one
is that?
Signature. Yours. Human dignity is one of the 7 pillars of American conservatism. For that reason, Mr. President, the eye of history is upon us.
This bitch went to Harvard.
Did she code switch from the start of this?
Of course she code switched. They all do.
From the start of this
immigrants
speech.
Who are not criminals.
I don't think she code switched throughout the thing.
If we get this wrong, future generations will pay the price in shame. But if we get it right, the United States will continue to lead in liberty, and you will have been the commander-in-chief. It's in your hands, Mr. President. May the Lord guide you.
She's the daughter of Cuban exiles. She grew up bilingual, speaking both Spanish and English. And she spent part of her childhood in Puerto Rico.
Okay. Can you play the first, 10 seconds of that?
Yeah.
President Trump, sir, the same God who saved you from death in Pennsylvania 1 year ago and who put you back in the Oval Office against all odds is this.
Yeah, no, there's no code switch. She just speaks weirdly.
She pronounces Pennsylvania a little too fluently.
She was a journalist. She used to be she used to work for Telemundo for 3 decades. And then she was an anchor on WSBS TV. And she also worked for CNN Español and Univision.
Alright.
She was the Republican nominee, losing to Donna Charlotte. So she was fucking hell. She's one of these recent Republicans.
Of course.
Journalist, Senate reporter. Personal life. She's married to businessman Lester Woner. Interesting. Let's see if there's anything about him later. The basic way to understand Maria Salazar's amnesty bill is this. If you came into the country before Biden was inaugurated, you get to stay. If you're under 18 when you came into the country for whatever reason, you get a 4-year path to citizenship. If you are over 18, you get what is effectively permanent residency with no path to citizenship, and you don't have to pay payroll taxes. Not joking, the only deportable aliens will be criminal aliens and aliens that came in under Biden. Everyone else gets to stay. We were told that dreamer status was for those unfortunate people brought to the United States as young children. Not so. If you came with your own volition as a 17-year-old, you're a dreamer under her bill. Only for up to 7 years. Yeah, renewable 7 years. Under the legislation called the Dignity Act of 2025, undocumented immigrants who have been in the United States since before 2021 would apply for up to 7 years of legal status without work authorization. They would have to pay restitution and check in regularly with the Department of Homeland Security, and legal status would not allow for any federal benefits or a path to citizenship. It's renewable, and the 7-year program is only for those who entered while they are adults. Kilmar is treated as a dreamer and would have a pathway to citizenship.
Okay. Well, her bill just sounds like it's a permanent...
They've got to go back.
Citizens.
It is. If you're in the country before 2021, you get to stay forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
and
never
if you're a
become
kid, you
a
get
citizen.
extra benefits.
No, you get to become a citizen.
If you're under 18.
If you're in the if you came to the country before Biden was inaugurated, you get to stay. If you're under 18 when you came to the country, you get a 4-year path to citizenship. If you're over 18, you get to stay forever. Yeah. And you don't have to pay payroll taxes.
Like that's what I'm saying. You don't become a permanent. You don't become a citizen.
Anyway, so here's her electorate.
Essentially, second-class citizen.
I think they have.
Well, no, they're just green card holders, essentially.
So yeah, it's Miami and South Miami. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, Miami-Dade.
Yeah,
that's.
Miami-Dade is the whole county.
Oh, okay.
So. It's the. Yeah, so it's downtown Miami, Kendall, and Coral Gables. And all this water. All the fish here get to vote for her.
Hey. So how long has she been a Democrat for? Or a Republican, I mean?
It's like 2 terms. She just won her second 2-year term, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, does she age out?
No, you can't age
out. Or is that just the 2 terms is for the governor?
Governor is 2 terms, yeah.
Oh, okay. So not okay.
No, that would be a federal.
Another politician.
Will Chambers said, "I want to focus on one particularly brazen provision in Maria Salazar's amnesty bill. She made a huge point of saying gang members won't be admissible, and indeed there is a provision that says if you voluntarily participate in offences committed by a criminal street gang, you will be ineligible for either Dreamer path to citizenship or the adult path to permanent residency."
I was forced into the gang.
But in the very next provision, the legislation bars DHS from using state and federal databases to prove that someone is a gang member.
Oh my God, really?
Apparently, they should have to actually get convicted of a criminal gang offense, which would already make them inadmissible because felonies and violent misdemeanors do so on their own. These people think you are stupid.
Jesus Christ.
And here it is, gang participation in an alien described in this paragraph. If the alien is within 5 years immediately preceding the date of application, knowingly, willfully, and voluntarily participating in offences committed by a criminal street gang. Evidentiary limitations. For purposes of subparagraph D, which is this one, allegations of gang membership obtained from a state or federal in-house or local database or network of databases used for the purpose of recording and sharing activities of alleged gang members across law enforcement agencies shall not establish the participation described in such paragraph. So there's no way to fucking prove it.
That doesn't already disqualify them.
Yeah, it doesn't already disqualify them anyway.
So there's no point. It's just a waste of a waste of ink.
Yeah. When does it become okay? So let's watch these.
A group of bipartisan lawmakers announced a bill that would provide legal status for some undocumented immigrants. The Dignity Act, sponsored by Florida Republican Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar and Texas Democratic Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, would allow undocumented immigrants who have been in the U.S. since before 2021 to apply for up to 7 years of legal status with work authorization, provided that they pay restitution and check in with DHS regularly. It also includes enhanced border security provisions and protections for dreamers. At a press event today, Salazar was quick to point out that the bill does not include a pathway to citizenship, and she insisted the bill does not provide amnesty.
Remember that dignity is not amnesty. It does not have path to citizenship. We're not talking about becoming Americans. We are trying to just bring them out of the shadows and have them go work in peace, pay taxes, and come back home.
I've been reliably informed that they already pay taxes. Because if someone else's, they steal their fucking identity, which is another fucking crime.
Yeah.
They would look at this and have some serious questions about it because a lot of Trump voters, they voted for mass deportations.
Mass deportation of Tren de Aragua, mass deportation of the bad hombres, mass deportation of the illegal who are criminals. Mm-hmm. But Trump knows that those workers are needed, and we are ramping up the economy again.
But that is not what is currently happening. Just that. Yes, Tom Home and the borders are, and I've spoken.
If like grassroots Republicans had any fucking sense, they would be finding challenges to primary these fucking people. Like the Mike Lawlers, the Maria Salazars, the one, like anybody who sponsors this fucking bill, you primary them.
Spoken to him many times. He has said that the priority is undocumented immigrants with criminal records. But according to this administration, they believe that every immigrant who's here illegally is breaking the law. How do you respond to that?
And they have broken the law, but the thing is that someone gave them a job for the last decade because they were needed, because that person needed hands or workers that are still needed today. Well. Trump is a very practical
She just admitted they broke the law.
Trump is a common sense guy. This is the perfect solution for a problem that is brewing and that it's looming and is going to create problems in the economy.
They still think this old playbook of sucking Trump's dick on TV works. It doesn't work anymore. He doesn't give a shit. He's not running for anything.
You think
Trump is the only elected official with J.D. Vance in the White House. He is the one who will make the
This is what's different, and what everybody's like, oh, it's so dangerous. Is that Trump is over it. He fucking knows this is like, he's so used to this bullshit now that he's like, all right, I've been elected. There's nothing else for me to run for. I don't give a fuck anymore. And this, oh, Mr. Trump, you're so good. It's so big. Oh, yeah, so tasty.
Wrong time.
Like me rough you wrong time. You'll be so big and powerful if you do this. I don't think it works on him anymore. Like, I really think he's become immune to it. Because he's like, these people just talk bullshit to me. They lie, they cheat.
So they're working on a 4-year-old or 5-year-old playbook.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Having read the bill, it's worse than you would think. It's an amnesty bill for illegal aliens that would absolutely blow the door open to legal migration. Threat incoming soon. Salazar should resign from Congress. Any Republican co-sponsors should think again. I've now read through it, and rather than go through every single bad provision, I've demonstrated how the wife-beating MS-13 gangbanger Kilmar Abrego Garcia could obtain citizenship under the law. He entered in the United States in 2011 at the age of 16. That makes him eligible for the Dreamer program under the bill. Doesn't matter that he came of his own volition. At this point, you'll note that he hasn't been continuously present in the United States because he was removed to El Salvador. Lucky for Kilmar, there's an exception to the continuous presence requirement if you were previously removed. With respect to aliens who were removed or departed the United States on or after January 2017 and who were continuously physically present in the United States for at least 5 years prior to such removal or departure, the Secretary may, as a matter of discretion, waive the physical presence requirement. Oh, fuck off.
So all deportations in Trump's first term can come back.
Yep, because as long as they were present 5 years prior. You might say, wait, isn't he a member? Yeah, and then we get into the evidentiary stuff. Well, surely you'd say wife beating would bar our friend from the program. The problem is allegations of domestic violence aren't enough. He would have to be convicted of domestic violence, and even then, he could still get by if he demonstrated that he committed the crime because he himself was a victim of domestic violence or sexual assault or child abuse or neglect or human... Dude, what the hell? So if you're doing it in a response... misdemeanor offences of domestic violence, unless the alien demonstrates that such crime is related to the alien having been a victim of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, child abuse, or neglect, abuse, or neglecting later life. So all they have to do is say, my dad beat me. That's why I have this domestic abuse charge.
Or
conviction.
Yeah. Yep. I watched my dad beat my mum, and
that's
part of SA. It's a part of
our culture, eh?
Culture.
What you doing, eh?
I understand now. It's wrong.
Don't you understand? We have to give the woman a back of your hand so often. What about the human trafficking, you might say? Certainly that involves... what the fuck? Certainly that involved with someone involved with bringing illegals from migrants from Texas to Maryland can't be eligible for Dreamer status. Think again. The law gives the DHS Secretary the discretion to waive the provision making human smugglers inadmissible for humanitarian purposes, for family unity, or because the waiver is otherwise in the public interest. That's a loophole big enough to drive a truck through. And all Kilmar would have to do to be eligible for the program is to sign up for an education program that assists in either getting a GED, a good enough diploma, literally, or a technical credential. Literally nothing. Mm-hmm. If Kilmar got a technical degree or was employed for 3 years out of a 4-year period, he would get lawful permanent residence and be eligible to apply for citizenship. Yep, absolutely. Primary, all 10 of them.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of them.
But why might Miss Salazar be so interested in keeping all these illegals in the US? Oh, well, because she's working with Democrats and Rhinos to give amnesty to millions of illegal aliens because she has a conflict of interest. Her millionaire husband, Les Warner, is in the agricultural business. He's the chairman of Warner Holdings Company, which makes millions in agriculture.
Huh.
Interesting. Food and ag. Oh, I wonder if they'd be affected by a lack of people. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
For Americans to pick their shit.
What other industries involved in? Oh, real estate, hey? Oh, I wonder if real estate might be negatively affected by millions of people having to go back. Trump administration hands over Medicaid recipients' personal data, including addresses, to ICE. Well, that should be fine. I mean, I'm reliably informed that illegals don't receive Medicaid benefits. That's fine.
So it wouldn't matter, would it?
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
The governor of California, not the based one, after recent immigration raids, father-daughter duo Marcos and Naomi Mendoza have seen a nearly 80% drop in customers and entire strip malls deserted in the region. This heartless campaign of terror isn't just tearing families apart, it's devastating our economies and communities. Of course, he posted in Spanish because if you speak Espanol, you don't know what translate message means. Bronca says, I keep having people scoff when I inform that America is infested with 100 million illegals, migrant third world invaders, but every piece of evidence I see, including from supporters of illegal migrant third world invaders, suggests that I am underestimating the numbers. Like, this is not a flex.
No,
this is not a
shit.
flex to say, oh, hey, our customers have dropped off 80% since Trump started cracking down.
Yeah, that's kind of bad.
What? And this is from the man who would be president. Man who won't be president. Jesus.
Oh God, no.
I saw someone posted a photo of AOC with her arm around, who's that black chick from Texas that we were talking about the other day?
No.
What's her name? Texas.
Black
Congress woman. Black. What's her fucking name? Jasmine Crockett? Yes, Jasmine Crockett. So it was AOC with her arm wrapped around Jasmine Crockett, and on AOC it was president, and on Jasmine Crockett it was vice president, and it was like, oh, MAGA's worst nightmare. And I just thought, no, that seems like a rather entertaining three-way. California, Orange County resident Nick Torres tortures illegals so badly that the meeting is adjourned.
In the United States, I know most of you are probably from Mexico, where you don't have the First Amendment.
No,
That's
not
something
Candace
we have
Owens.
here, where we have the right to freedom of speech. And
Jasmine
I
Crockett.
just wanted to say something too. It's true. You guys don't have a First Amendment. You don't have respect for civil liberties or rights. But that's okay. I'm speaking. Thank you. So, anyways, the point I'd like to make here is a couple things. One, these people here are, passionately talking about ICE agents coming into their communities, and you don't know their identities. Well, you know who we really don't know the identities of? Any of the illegal aliens who've been invading our country for the past 60 years. Yeah, how about when you see the farm worker? Is that going to be like the same farm worker that murdered Molly Tibbetts? Yeah, how do you know when the Honduran fruit seller is out there? How do you know he didn't rape one of the many women who came up here? According to the Univision study done in 2015, 80% of women who come to this country are trafficked and raped. Think about that. How do we know they're not one of those rapists? How do we know they're not one of those rapists?
Excuse me.
So that's the
Let him
first thing.
talk.
That's the first thing. I think ICE should be allowed to act with impunity. I think they should go to every Home Depot. I think they should go to every school, every quinceañera, and build the wall and deport every single one of these guys, because they don't make our country great. They make it worse. They bring it down. They use public services, and Americans are sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of it in our country. So let me say this too. We want to, they say you want to know the identities of these ICE agents. We don't know any of the identities of these murderers coming into our country, these rapists. Let me also say this too. This same city council in Costa Mesa, if you vote to make these people take their masks off, this was the same city that was arresting people for refusing to wear masks during COVID. So now what is it? Now what is it? When we want to enforce the law and take our country back, you want to put the men in danger? Is that what you want to do? No. And let me mention this. Let me.
Former Bridger says quinceañera. Yeah, 16th birthday or 15th birthday, quinceañera. It's a Mexican thing. You don't know that word. You've never heard of a quinceañera. I'm Australian and I've heard of that. I know that word. Granted, I'm
15th.
strange. 15th, yeah.
15th.
Quinceañera.
A girl's 15th birthday.
Yeah.
End on this. Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
Let's hear it.
Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
That's just Homo sapien barking. So when people repeat things, I repeat the same phrase over and over and over again. That's just human barking. This is what I was talking about. This wonderful post from Brian Krasenstein. MAGA's nightmare. President and vice president.
Isn't he like 5'2"?
Yes, he's very short.
Fucking manlet.
So he would be the shortest person in this photo.
That's
And
funny.
but yeah, my thought wasn't president and vice president. My thought was crotch and face.
And if he wasn't, sorry, if he was in that photo in that three-way, he wouldn't be the only one with an attachment.
he gets the cuck chair.
But he'd be the only one taking it.
But yes, wood. I know I've been accused of being what was I accused of? No, not coal. Oh yeah, I guess a coal burner. No. You can't. Only a woman can be a coal burner, or I guess a gay man, because you take the coal inside.
Ah, okay.
So, what's it? What's the term? Come on, Chad, help me out. What's the term for being attracted to black women? Jungle fever. Thank you. Anyway, his person I would definitely not. Reb Pramila Jayapal accidentally admits illegal to receive taxpayer-funded SNAP benefits. What?
Yesterday I was at a food bank in my district talking about the SNAP cuts, the horrible SNAP cuts and Medicaid cuts. And they told me that people are not even showing up to Head Start where they get their food. They're not showing up to the food banks because they're afraid. And it's not just undocumented immigrants. It is people of all legal statuses. It's undocumented immigrants who have been here for 20 years.
Oh, so undocumented immigrants who've been there for 20 years are receiving SNAP.
Huh.
Interesting. No, that is not the term for men who are attracted to black women. Retarded.
Should be.
Nayib Bukele says funny that how the perfectly healthy Tren de Aragua detainee suddenly falls ill the moment they set foot in Venezuela. Same script every time. Oh, he's just got a rumbly tummy from the flight. Fucking cringe. I'm not surprised the gang member gets a fucking hero's return back to fucking Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. I'm back. I've got the. So you put down the feet. Jesus Christ. Oh, Red Cross doing the Lord's work. Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
Should just empty the cabin over the fucking Bahamas or something. And it can be done the right way.
Hey, babe. Check your phone.
What happened?
Check your phone. Check the text message I sent you.
I don't have anything.
No? You sure?
I don't have any messages.
For me?
Oh, apenas. No way. Oh. Oh.
Oh, so yeah, he gets the. He's still taking a job and a home away from him. Fuck you! Come on, Jesus Christ! Doesn't take 3 damn years. Recently helped someone with the process compared to the majority of. Doing it the right way, like, is not fucking cheap and it's not fucking fast. Unless you are, unless you can get like a one of the fancy visas, the like an A1 visa or an O1 visa, the significant person visa, like the one Melania got.
Well, couldn't his been fast tracked because his daughter is a citizen?
Maybe, who knows?
So,
But
Like,
in contrast to the other guy, who did nothing, came over when he was 11, should have gone back when he was 18, and tried to do it properly. Anyway. Israel bombed the Syrian presidential palace, the Ministry of Defense in Damascus, and the Umad Square in the heart of Damascus.
مهاجمة قوات
I feel like Israel likes doing that, like going, where are the sight lines? See that? See this is where they broadcast from. Let's see if we can hit the building behind them.
Oh shit, that was a live feed.
في محيط السويداء الليلة الماضية
قصف جديد مبنى هيئة الأركان خالص قصف جديد يا شباب قصف خذونا بسرعة 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 بسرعة
إذا استهداف مبنى هيئة الأركان بشكل كامل
قصف ثاني
I think that's either the palace or the Syrian military headquarters or whatever. Why are they blowing up Syria? I thought they were fine with Syria. So Syria has been attacking the Druze, or the Syrian government has been attacking the Druze.
What did Drew do?
The Drew.
Yeah.
So the Druze are they're kind of like Jews in that they are a culture, an ethnicity, and a religion. Okay. But Druze they're a minority in Syria. They're also a minority in Israel. But the Israelis have a weird symbiotic relationship with the Druze. So the Druze in Israel, they have equal rights as everybody else in Israel does. But out of the minorities that are in Israel, they're the only ones that actually broadly choose to volunteer for the mandatory service.
And they're not trying to kill them?
And they're not trying to kill them. Yeah, no, it's not a. It's weird. There's like the Druze are. Think of the Druze as like the southern. Who are them? The PKK. The up in the north. Fuck.
So you're telling me
the Kurds. The Druze are like the southern Kurds. They're like the Kurds. So they're
there's a minority ethnic religious people that are inside Israel, and the Jews aren't trying to kill them.
Yes, that's right. That is correct.
Wow, that's just amazing.
And they aren't trying to kill the Jews. So.
Oh wait, is that all that they need to do?
I understand. I understand. That's all they're after. Yes. But yes. So there's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of ethnic groups in Syria, which of course dates back to, before the First World War. The Druze like ISIS controlled opposition? No. So there's a whole bunch of culture of what's it called, ethnic groups in Syria, and the Alawites were one of them. They were associated with the regime. That's why they were targeted first. But the Syrians have moved on to the Druze in the south. The Druze asked the Israelis for help, and the Israelis said sure, and then blew some shit up in Syria and said, hey, stop fucking with the Druze. This made the Bedouins, so the Bedouins from the south as well, stop attacking the Druze, and basically what was happening is the Syrian government was sending in jihadis and pretending that they had nothing to do with it to kill the Druze. And the Syrian government said, that's fine, we'll come and help you, but you have to give us all your guns. So if you disarm, then we'll send in the army to protect you. Now the Druze, not being fucking morons, said, no, we'll keep our guns, thank you. And yeah, so that's basically where it is. So
I like that.
The Druze are being exterminated. There's videos all over socials of Druze being killed.
Oh, that sucks.
Just for being Druze. It's actually quite an interesting culture. Not real, kind of. Assad was kind of protecting everyone, kind of. As long as you supported the regime and didn't make a fuss, Assad kind of left you alone. And everybody, well, myself included, hoped that Jolani would be the same, kind of the same. That he would want to be want to be a sort of, you know, a Western style leader. But it's looking more and more likely that no.
It turns out not so much.
He talks the talk, but when it comes to actually doing stuff, he's like, no, what? No, this isn't my troops. What are you talking about? We want to protect the Druze. It's just that the Bedouins got there first, and we didn't want to interrupt them.
I do like that first top story though, how they framed it.
An Australian's criminal history went viral after he annoyed the wrong repair guy.
Yeah, he's just annoyed.
YouTuber Lewis Rossman's beef with Australian PlayStation repair wears revealed a shocking past. But we knew. We already knew. Jessica Jones, who runs a tech repair shop in New York, was excited by the potential of PlayStation repair software. Oh, dude, it's a whole fucking... They've done a whole bloody deep dive. YouTube war escalates.
Yeah, because he keeps fucking flagging Rossman's videos. Yeah. Lewis is like, you're a fucking idiot. Okay, I've got more people than you. Let's go. Let's fucking do this.
Open Source Intel says, Free Palestine activists stormed the Tour de France course wearing a keffiyeh to protest the Israeli team. Security grabbed him by the ear and threw her over the barrier.
That's so funny. Just
this is weird. Security grabbed him by the ears and threw her over the barrier.
I don't know.
Make up your fucking mind. The French are like, we do not fuck around! Anyway, let's talk about the most important story of the week. Well, not really. The House has given final approval to President Trump's $9 billion cut to public broadcaster and foreign aid. Passed by a vote of 216 to 213. The bill now goes to Trump's desk for his signature.
Oh, nice.
So NBC, NPR and PBS are going to lose their federal funding. Republicans have been promising this for years. Thermo is enjoying my juicy, fat Putin bait comment. Oh, well. I forgot to switch. John Kennedy says NPR's CEO Catherine Maher on CNN this morning said, as far as accusations that we're biased, I'd stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you.
As far as the accusations that we're biased, I would stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you, because we want to know and we want to bring that conversation back to our newsroom.
NPR reported that country music and birds are racist, told American people to stop eating beef, promoted the Russiagate conspiracy. No person with a brain cell above a single-celled organism would call these articles fair and balanced. They claimed President Biden's debate performance didn't change the election days before he dropped out of the race. If you believe that headline, you believe the Tooth Fairy. That's what NPR reports with your tax dollars. NPR reported that there's no evidence that biological men have an unfair advantage over biological women in sport. It also called America's interstate highways racist. I didn't know our highways were racist. I thought they were concrete, but not according to NPR. NPR refers to rural Americans as Christian nationalists and heaped praise on Biden administration official Rachel Levine. I could go on all day.
Oh, God. It's so fucking retarded. Oh, point it out.
See,
I ask them for examples. People often struggle to come up with examples of what really they're talking about. So we're always interested, obviously, in making sure that we're...
You know what I think I've discovered the fucking problem.
Women.
No, yeah, I've discovered the problem at NPR and PBS. So this is NPR. This is PBS. What do you notice? Awfuls.
serving a multiplicity of viewpoints. You know, Bill Buckley made his home on public broadcasting with a series called Firing Line.
You, madam, I know Bill Buckley.
Which continues today with Margaret Hoover. We are interested.
So Margaret Hoover is very good.
In having different perspectives that we bring forward. But when I look at the range of our programmings on public broadcasting, I can't make any sense of an argument that we are somehow biased in any way.
PBS staff used 162 variations of far-right labels and only 6 far-left labels, an astounding ratio of 27-1. One study found that so-called gender ideology stories on PBS Hour dedicated 90% of the airtime to leftist views. Then PBS White House correspondent Yamiche Sindor characterized President Trump's patriotic 2020 Mount Rushmore speech as a love letter to white resentment that promoted the myth of America. PBS produced an entire movie celebrating transgender teenagers' so-called changing gender identity. PBS devoted an entire panel to what it means to be woke and white privilege. PBS station aired a children's program that featured a drag queen named Little Miss Hot Mess. Routinely promoted chemical and surgical mutilation of children as so-called gender-affirming care without mentioning the irreversible damage caused by these procedures. Sorry, I think my groceries may have just been delivered.
Wait.
30 minutes.
From Coles or Woolworths?
From Coles.
I thought it was too expensive.
No, it was free.
Ah.
It's free from Coles.
If you spend over a certain amount.
Yeah, well, it's $250 worth of groceries.
Yeah, same with Woolworths.
No, but when I do it on Woolworths, it's still like $14.
It
doesn't matter. not rehashing an argument.
Yeah, because
I'm a Coles man.
That's fine.
I go to the Big Red. NPR apologizes for calling illegal migrants illegal. Declared the Declaration of Independence to be a document with flaws and deeply ingrained hypocrisies. And it goes on for a couple more. Here's the CEO of NPR from a couple of years back saying that she finds the First Amendment to be a nuisance.
The number one challenge here that
there's a red flag for you,
the First Amendment
Fallen.
in the United States
Atlantic Council.
Fairly robust protection of rights, and that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around.
Yeah. Anyway, I have some other very important media news that I need to share.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as president of the United States. I know. Listen, we're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it. I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again.
Fag.
And then I cried with joy. After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
That's correct. The Late Show with Stefan Colbert will be ending. It's ending next year. CBS is retiring it. So, after dozens of years with David Letterman at the helm, Stephen Colbert gets to be the one that executes the show. Of course, for some unknown reason, everybody on the Democratic side of politics is like, this is an outrage. Elizabeth Warren says CBS canceled Colbert's show just 3 days after Colbert called out CBS's parent company Paramount for its $16 million settlement with Trump, a deal that looks like bribery. America deserves to know if his show was canceled for political reasons.
This settlement This settlement is for a nuisance lawsuit Trump filed claiming that 60 Minutes...
Anyway.
Yep.
So he may have bit the hand that fed him, and now...
No, this isn't why it was cancelled.
Yeah, I
know. The Late Show isn't dying because people stopped watching late night TV. It's being murdered because Stephen Colbert spent the last decade being one of Trump's most persistent critics on network television. Let's see what being a persistent critic looks like, shall we?
Some folks are skeptical. Thankfully, Big Pharma has come up with a way to reassure the public about their motives, and it's all in their new ad.
Are you worried about the future? Unable to sleep at night? Afraid that pharma companies will put their profits ahead of your health? If you're...
Kay says this is good news now. Good news now for Kimmel. Oh, this is the thing. They're all doomed. This is the end for all of them. They just don't know it yet.
Mm-hmm. So good. So good.
Because, so the Late Show, that was the highest rated one. Out of all the late night talk shows, Late Show was the highest rated one. You know what the problem was? Wasn't rated in the demo anybody gives a fuck about. 18 to 24 ain't watching late night TV. They're on YouTube. They're right here, baby.
concerned about the cost of a vaccine, ask your doctor about Vaxilax. Vaxilax is the only medication proven to reduce anxiety about Big Pharma taking advantage of you in a national crisis. You can trust Vaxilax because of its mascot, Professor Cashington, the ethical money sack.
Side effects of Vaxilax include legless rest syndrome, kidney rhinestones, crumblefoot, spontaneous beard sparrows, the galloping hoop sticks, spinal crunch wrapping, scroll full-blown...
The vaccine.
Oh, this gay shit.
They look like pointy condoms.
Yeah. The timing optics are terrible, but Stephen Colbert's show costs more than $100 million a year to produce. And he's losing more than $40 million a year.
How?
How?
How does it cost $100 million?
Well, they drive a dump truck with a dump truck of $15 million to pay Stephen Colbert, but I don't think that's even counted.
It's all the writers. All the writers for that show.
Oh, God damn it. Let's see if I can archive what is on my way out of this. Yes. Go puck yourself. Everyone in town seems to talk about Stephen Colbert's impending exit from CBS and whether his orangeness is ultimately behind the cancellation. But first, the big behind-the-scenes names may be about to join the company. So CBS announced that it will end with Stephen Colbert at the end of the 2026 season. May come as a shock to you, me and those who've worked on the program for years. Paramount co-CEO George Cheeks pulled the trigger on this one, though sources tell me CBS executives have been discussing the future of the Late Show franchise for months. Colbert's team was notified around July 4th that the show was in jeopardy, and Colbert himself was told the final decision last night. CBS did not plan to announce the move so soon, but Colbert decided that to avoid leaks, he wanted to reveal it this afternoon to his staff and discuss it on his show tonight, which he did. Mm-hmm. You can tell from the clips he's kind of in shock. This is so. I guarantee you, Stephen wanted this, visual, this idea that see, they paid off Trump, and in return, they cancelled me. They cancelled my show.
No, your show was shit.
Yeah. I'm not angry, actually, per one source of the Ed Sullivan Theatre. So, for those keeping track, Paramount manager politics, Cheek did not consult Ellison, Jeff Shell, or the incoming Skydance team in advance. Cancelling a money-losing program does not rise to the level of a material decision that must be run by the new regime. And Late Show's been losing more than $40 million a year for CBS. That doesn't include some ancillary revenue. While the show still garners an average of $2.47 million a night, leading its 11:35 rivals in total audience, and just this week scored its 9th consecutive Emmy nomination for Outstanding Talk Variety Series. Its ad revenue has plummeted precipitously since the 2021-2022 season. Linear rates are down everywhere, of course, as the Times reported. The late night show took in 439 million combined ad revenue in 2018. By last year, although that figure dropped by 50%.
Wow.
Measure that against the more than $100 million per season it costs to produce the Late Show. By contrast, the CBS primetime and daytime day parts are still profitable, and that programming is supported by robust license fees for streaming and other off-network viewing. The Late Show, with its topical humor and celebrity interviews pegged to specific projects, has struggled on Paramount Plus, and three of the late night shows, Late Show has by far the smallest digital footprint on YouTube and other platforms.
So they're just not moving with the times.
Yeah. Look, this is the problem. CBS has always been the old fogey network. It's the CSI network, the NCIS network. If you've got an acronym and you can make a TV show, you'll be on CBS.
And how many streaming platforms have they started and failed?
CBS All Access. That one failed. Like that one got rolled into Paramount Plus. They've all rolled into Paramount Plus.
Yeah, there's been a whole bunch of them that have come out from them. They just don't know how to migrate into the 21st century.
Yeah.
They're still operating as if it's 1996, where it's cable television and everyone will just sit down and watch whatever's on, and they're just the best.
Yeah. The market is destroyed. Television is dying. Like the way you think of television is not like our television is not going to exist in 15 years.
I think it'll still be there, but
it'll be news, if that.
Yep.
And repeats of shows that
it's howdy doody time.
Just repeats of MASH and stuff.
Yeah. Until the oldies all die off.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Charlemagne coping about it.
Let's call it what it is. Paramount is looking for FCC approval for its Skydance merger. Trump can block that if he wants
I
to.
hope he does. I think it'd be hilarious if he does. Just no, I think it's wrong.
What is Skydance?
Skydance Pictures is a production company. It's buying or it's merging or taking over Paramount.
Like a Hollywood production company.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So canceling Colbert is an obvious move to appease Donald Trump. And I need to tell y'all something. If you don't think we are under a regime...
That is correct. You are the media. Look at me. I'm the media now. I am the media. This is the media. This is what the media will be. Reading this off a fucking screen.
Yeah.
And he's acting as though this has already happened. Like Trump has already threatened that he's going to do this.
No, but it's not happening. Like, all right, if I'm an authoritarian and I've told CBS it's got to go off the air right now, and you go, yep, sure, no problem, we'll let him finish up the season. Like, really?
It doesn't work. It's like, no, he got cancelled because of allegations or some bullshit. Like,
you were losing $40 million a fucking year.
Yeah, but
on a thing that used to print money.
This
the market's changing, and this is the thing. The irony, the thing that has killed Colbert's show is not adapting to the new environment. The irony of Charlemagne the God, who's broadcasting on radio with a camera. Like, bro, the only reason anybody watches Charlemagne the God, it's not because they listen to him on the radio. He's going to be getting more money from advertising online of his content and licensing bullshit than he would have made like from the deal with the radio stations to carry his fucking show. Like fucking hell, iHeartRadio would be dead without fucking streaming.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So take it from someone who listens to iHeartRadio. They would be dead without because the corporations are keeping you down, bro. You work for iHeartRadio. You know how big fucking iHeartRadio is? Fucking Christ. Corporate connections.
And I'm sure if Charlemagne said something that iHeartRadio didn't like, there'd be a phone call.
He'd be fucking
and he
gone.
would shut the fuck up. He would shut the fuck up instantly. Like, Yeah, okay. Keep telling Colbert and the
look at the
crew how to
the
deal
networks
with.
they own.
Wow.
Fucking globally. Like everywhere. Australia, New Zealand, Mexico, Canada, the entire North America, Australia, fucking all over the world. They are fucking huge. Stock. 280 million market cap. Not a huge market cap, but still, because it's radio. But still, fucking hell.
But no, they may be really misinformed, but that's what people are going, and that's what people...
Like, if tomorrow, Charlemagne the God couldn't get anybody to listen to his show, and in 4 weeks they were firing him, he'd just cry that it was Trump. No, not everything is fucking Trump. I'm sure America is ready for a Jewish president.
For settling with Trump? Huh?
Like...
That's not going to happen.
Maybe if he was a Republican.
That's no. Are you kidding? Like, if he ran as a Republican, he'd get fucking 0 votes. Like, the right hates Jews more than the left. Only just. Like, either way.
I'm not
Well,
too sure
with a
that.
campaign of there's too much anti-Semitism. Like, you could bully leftists into doing a bunch of shit.
No.
By using their own words.
No. Kidding me? Oh, Christ.
This probably came from Skydance themselves. Yeah, look, it's losing $40 million a year. Axe it.
Yeah, fucking axe it. We don't want this shit.
Fawn says the right kiss Jewish ass left and right, otherwise AIPAC wouldn't have power. God damn it.
Yeah, some aspects of the right movement is very racist, but that's a minority. Unlike the Democrats, it seems like it's becoming the majority of being anti-Semitic.
So I want to tell you why the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's show matters so much. We are on the precipice of entering a censorship state in which Donald Trump is using the powers of the federal government in order to erase criticism from the airwaves. What's
He's not
happening
Biden,
to
dickhead.
CBS right now is bone-chilling.
But how's he
CBS's parent
communicating
company,
to me?
Paramount is trying to get a merger approved. and they need
via
that
the
merger to be
airways.
approved by the Trump administration.
I gasped.
And so in a variety of different ways, Paramount is providing...
This guy's such a fuckwit. Anyway, moving on from that very important story that nobody's getting right. Apparently cops pulled over this van in New York City and pulled out dozens of propane tanks and gasoline cans. And the driver did the Harry Holt.
Guys, this vehicle, this guy tried to run off, but he's not there. But
That means he responded for the
That is a lot of propane and propane-based accessories.
on 42nd Street.
I'm very propane.
Look at this.
No, that's with a P, not an F.
Look at this. Look at what they're getting from the vehicle. Look at this. Look at this.
What the hell?
Kerosene. You see that?
Yeah.
I love the woman narrating. What? Look at what they're taking from the vehicle. Oh, that kerosene. Anyway.
That is a lot of LPG.
Driver arrested for in Hell's Kitchen with 75 gallons of gasoline and 10 gallons of diesel inside his van. Oh, and a shit ton of LPG gas tanks.
Yeah.
31-year-old driver was operating a 2013 Chevrolet Express van that had a food cart attached, which became loose and struck a parked 2021 Kia Sorento with a 48-year-old woman and a 10-year-old boy. Police said the driver, Sayed Khaled Sayed Abdel Moshen, fled the scene, but the 48-year-old woman followed him in her vehicle. First responders noticed a strong smell of gasoline coming from the vehicle and requested FDNY assistance. At first, the driver of the van tried to get rid of his keys and said he couldn't open the vehicle, but firefighters forced entry. They say what they found could have turned catastrophic with a little heat or a single leak or spark. Propane is very low-lying gas. It would have stayed very low to the ground. It would have almost doubled and tripled itself in size as it turned from liquid gas to vapor, and the explosion would have been unbelievable. Authorities confiscated 76 20-pound propane cylinders
Holy
Jesus.
15 5-gallon fuel containers for a total of 75 gallons of gasoline and 10 gallons of diesel. What the fuck? The food vending industry is using this as a mass way of getting their product out to carts on the street. So this guy was like a fuel delivery driver for like the food carts. And
well, like Uber for shit, I'm out.
No, the carts on the side of the road. Yeah,
yeah,
like,
but Uber for them. Like,
yeah.
shit, I'm out of gas. Quick, punch it up on the.
Like, what the hell?
I bet he didn't have an LPG tag. On his
Yeah.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Do you need the tag if it's all carried in the back? not actually running the car on LPG? Sarah Spain, who is unfuckable with ESPNW, host of Good Game, in a year of crazy growth for women's sport, choosing an ESPYs host who doesn't even try to make clever jokes about women athletes he at least attempted for the men. He goes with the hacky, no one knows the WNBA bits. Pino is a bad time. He repeatedly insults black women. Cool.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
What's she talking about? This. Shane Gillis hosted the ESPYs. It was
the what?
The ESPN Awards. This is Sport Awards. The ESPY Awards.
Four-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks is here. Give it up for Brittany, everybody. I'm joking around. That's my friend's wife. I knew none of you knew WNBA players. That's crazy. You clap for that.
I have some clips. He was great. God damn it. God damn it. Restart.
A big year for the WNBA. Yeah, I love Caitlin Clark. Yeah, hell yeah. Caitlin Clark, she and I have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. There you go. Lighten up a little. This is not serious. We'll see about this one. When Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA, she's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women. Yeah, hell yeah. Who yelled? Drewski? Thank you, bro. Oh, John Jones? Yeah. What are you, nut jobs over there? Hell yeah. Joe Rogan actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason. It's an alien joke. Who booed up there? Shut
up. He's gonna get canceled.
Pitcher, hitter.
I watched the whole thing this morning. It's fucking amazing. Like the whole 10-minute monologue is on YouTube. I would suggest you go and watch it because it is the whole thing is gold. Mm-hmm. And it's great.
Pitcher, hitter, and bookie. A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime. They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar. The Little Engine That Could But Needed a Pill First. And of course, the classic Goodnight Boobs. That's my favorite one. Also, I'm not trashing Bill Belichick. First off, he's 73 years old and he's dating a hot 24-year-old and people are criticizing him? What happened to this country? We used to be a great country. He won 6 Super Bowls. Yeah, he's dating a hot 24-year-old. Maybe if you guys won 6 Super Bowls, you wouldn't be sitting next to a fat, ugly dog wife. They let me do it. I don't. Disney, they allowed that. Yeah, I'm going to tell you a story. I was at yeah, we should have taken that out. I had doubts going into that. That didn't work all week.
Oh my god.
This one's great. Oh, for God's sakes.
To stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. You don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that. The New York...
Oh, this is the whole fucking thing. I don't want the whole thing. If I was, actually, I'll just go and get the... I thought I had the last part. Where is it? The ESPYs. This is his monologue. So yeah, 5 million views so far. It's like the most of any of the ESPYs before.
It's just me and the president of FIFA looking at each other like, you guys are awesome. Oscar Robertson, that's awesome. Sugar Ray Leonard's here, hell yeah. Sugar Ray, you're the man, but what, in 10 years, Jake Paul is going to try to knock you out. So, there's one thing I want to say before I get out of here, and this is a dumb joke. You guys aren't going to like it, but it was, it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm going to do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter. They can take that away from you. Well, see, a lot of you don't like me, and that's okay.
So, it is a great watch, like the whole thing. He kind of bombs, but it's not because he's not. It's not because he's not funny. It's because the audience is so fucking uptight. But yes, if you didn't get that reference, it's an OJ joke. Actually, I think I found someone had the original.
Oh, because they took away his thing.
Yes, because they took away his Heisman Trophy, which is something that you can't really take away. Here's Norm Macdonald.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? Huh? What a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case... all bets are off. Just a word of advice.
So it wasn't exactly the same joke. Like he gave it his own spin, but yeah, it was a nice callback to Norm Macdonald.
Very good.
So, yes, Meat Candy, I agree. Shane might be the best comedian of this generation. Yes,
he's pretty good.
I don't think he was comfortable with his delivery because it was on the auto cue. I don't think he's used to that at all. Yeah. Yes, Goodnight Boobs is a play on Goodnight Moon. Yes. Anyway, let's talk about the story that has consumed the internet for the last 15 minutes.
Yes.
Pardon me. Coldplay put the CEO of Astronomer and head of HR on the Jumbotron looking cozy during their concert.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure.
They were indeed.
It turns out.
So yes, it turns out they were having an affair. That was the CEO of Astronomer and the Chief People Officer, formerly known as the head of HR.
Chief Karen.
Chief Karen, yes, the head Karen. The head Karen was the one there. But yes, Coldplay fan who filmed Astronomer CEO on Kiss Cam has scathing response after exposing his alleged cheating. The Coldplay fan who inadvertently turned astronomer CEO Andy Byron and his company's HR chief, Kristen Cabot's lives upside down, feels bad about revealing their alleged cheating. However, Grace Springer, who attended the Wednesday's concert in Boston's Gillette Stadium, told the UK Sun on Thursday that those who play stupid games win stupid prizes. The irony is, if they'd just been relaxed and not been all weird about it, nobody would have noticed. Like, it wouldn't have gone viral. Their reaction sent it viral.
Yep.
Don't worry, HR will investigate HR. Yes, I'm sure they will.
Yes.
Noam Bloom says, I just turned to my fiance and said, guess who thinks that CEO guy is the real victim? And without hesitation, she said, Taylor Lorenz. And sure enough, the gleeful doxing of someone cheating in public is bad, even if they are a CEO and even if they are a Coldplay fan. It's bad because stuff is happening to random people on TikTok for such crimes as sitting silently on a plane or being attractive. And Taylor Lorenz is the target emoji, of course. What's this? What is this I've been sent? Copy link. Oh, I just copied the wrong link. The old link. Oh, damn it. Paste and go.
G'day, Bushy here. Now, I'm going to have a quick chat about the couple who were having the affair at the Coldplay concert. It's interesting because Coldplay haven't released a single in years. Yet
That's
last
fucking
night,
true, too. I'm going to reveal something here. So, one of the
Costy, get ready.
One of the few concerts I attended was Coldplay. I went with my missus, and we took our son and his girlfriend. It was for the Milo's Lotto tour. It was good. It was great. Like I enjoy Coldplay. That's the revelation. That's the horrific revelation. Coldplay used to be the biggest band in the world, and now it's like, oh, that's embarrassing. You like Coldplay? It's like, fuck, what? It's like all the people who are like, oh, Nickelback, it's such a joke. Bitch, do you know how many number ones they had?
they created
Cringe.
two. Wait, they get better? Now, it's a good thing he's an astronomer because his wife's about to give him a lot of space. Now, the reason why I want to talk about it is because the dopey dickhead played it all wrong, didn't he? Because they were in a position like this, right? What's the first thing you'd assume they're doing in this position? Snuggling? No. Heimlich manoeuvre. All he had to do was give her a couple of thrusts and her just go, and they'd be fine. Or that's also the position of the Samba move, where he comes in behind and they do that one, like on Dancing with the Stars. Could have done that one. Or, simple as this, she's drunk as a skunk and he's trying to hold her upright so she doesn't go tits up under the table. All she had to do...
I saw someone make that point almost immediately on Twitter.
Very nice.
Yes.
Coldplay's okay. They're no Linkin Park. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they're better than Linkin Park. Their lead singer's still alive. Or Limp Bizkit. I don't... Is Fred Durst still alive? I know they do classical strings Coldplay candlelight concerts. Do they seriously? God, this sounds cringe.
Yeah,
you're regretting your decision.
That's coming from you.
Classical Coldplay. None of them touch Creed. Me, Candy, do you know who I actually am? Like, the second concert I ever went to in my life was Creed. Yes. The silence is fucking very unsettling.
Okay, Brady.
Moving on.
Love how they're playing.
Yeah, they're playing. This was good from Kick. Coldplay concerts be wild, and it's Hassan. Hassan, and what's his name? Dan fucking...
The CEO of Twitch.
Yeah, the CEO of Twitch. Anyway, I have to move quicker. I've got too much to get through in an hour. So, anyway, Steam takes down a ton of porn games, cracks down on a certain kind of adult-only content. Sorry, just closing the other tabs. Here's why, and its new policy. So it was mostly stuff that had like rape and incest in it, which I think we can all agree shouldn't really be on Steam, but kind of the way they went about it is kind of shitty. So here's the list. Here's the list of games: Incest Tale, Sister and Mum, Sex Village, Incest Tale, Webcam Daughter, Slave of Police Officer. I assume these aren't interactive. I assume these are like the visual novel bullshit that everybody cranks out like
Mostly, yes.
So any content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers, in particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. Who could be responsible for this, you may ask? Well, it's these guys. Since we launched our campaign calling on payment processors to stop facilitating payments for rape, incest, sexual torture, and child abuse-themed games on Steam, they have added a new rule to their policy and removed hundreds of these games. Predictably, misogynistic gamers have come out in defense of their rape games, sending us abuse, threats, porn, plus CSAM. Sure they have. Using and distributing photos of our faces. Dude, if they've sent you these two, you need to prove that shit. You don't get to say, this. Anybody ever sends me a death threat, I'm going to read it on fucking stream. Using and distributing photos of our faces, encouraging us to kill ourselves.
That's just normal internet.
That's called, I was going to say that's called the internet.
Yeah. We counted almost 500 games tagged with rape and incest on Monday, and at our last count, there are 82 left. We want them all gone. Michael, who is Legacy Killer HC on YouTube, says these activists are evil and dangerous. They found the ammunition they needed to successfully censor the credit card industry. This isn't about adult games, but freedom of expression, especially of games that are in line with law and even platform rules of Steam. The specific organization has gone after games like GTA 5 and Detroit Become Human and have now found a form of censorship that could push us into a bleak future. This is their tagline: a grassroots campaigning movement against the objectification of women and sexualization of girls in media, advertising, and popular culture. So there will be no representation of women in the future. Anything that objectifies women is bad. Context be damned, and these duopolistic card companies are rewarding them. Beside the fact that they're blatantly misrepresenting a variety of games, they are setting a precedent that for now is mostly centered on adult games, but their history highlights their next aim, and that is the AAA video game industry and any game featuring explicit content. This is a battle that began in Japan and is now bleeding into the West. Nier's creator, we covered this last week. He says that it's a security hole that endangers democracy itself. Costy posted this, which I thought was great. The myth of artistic freedom. I want to draw it. I want to see it. I don't.
No, hang on. You said it's not I don't. It's I don't.
I don't. Isn't there some random processor you forgot to ask? I have ranted many times about...
Cuckscent.
Yes, Cuckscent. I've ranted many times about the garbage fucking payment processors who have way too much power and we allow to run roughshod over our entire economy.
We really just need to mark them as a utility. That way we can stamp out majority of this behavior.
Yep. Kenny says, look, the games might have been disgusting and Steam might have had reason to ditch them, but this weaponizing card payment systems needs to stop. Yep.
Yep.
It's plus probably, Cases is probably a test to flex to see how far they can push.
It embolds feminine.
Calm down, Noel.
nothing I really want to encourage.
Yeah.
Emboldens, I should say.
Well, guns are next. They already try it with guns, so they're going to do it with anything that they don't agree with. So.
Yep.
So yeah. YouTuber Corey X Kenshin accused of abuse and manipulation in alleged past relationship. Now, I don't know this story, but I'm trying to see what I want to see what the abuse actually is, because it's like, he called me names. He didn't buy me a car. Emotional and mental abuse, narcissistic behavior, love bombing, gaslighting, and status-fueled cruelty. She claims you ghosted me to teach me a lesson, and that this behavior led to question. All right, ladies, if your man ghosts you, leave. Leave.
Yep.
He is telling you everything you need to know. Leave.
About him, about what he thinks of your relationship.
Exactly, about what he thinks about you personally.
Everything.
Pack your bag and get out. Like, there is no requirement for you to subject yourself to someone who doesn't want you around. And same applies to men too. Unless that pussy is fucking gold.
Which is never
the fucking case, yeah. KFC launches bold nationwide comeback plan with free chicken buckets for all customers.
In black communities only.
Next page. KFC bankrupt.
It's actually the parent company, Yum
Brands bankrupt.
Bankrupt.
100% agree. Costy, Elon needs to hurry up and make a payment for payment processor, yeah.
Yep. Make PayPal version 2.0. 2.0.
Yeah, that deals with their own payment processing. That doesn't have to go through Visa or Master.
The problem is you need to be able to walk into any store and access your money. Because all that happens is the payment processors don't support Elon's platform at all and cut Elon X off. So, because if you think about it, how do you send money how do you pay, if you have an X subscription, how do you pay for it? It's through fucking Stripe.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, if Stripe and Stripe has a master as well.
Yeah, it's Visa or Mastercard.
Visa and MasterCard.
Yeah.
So everybody has a master.
That's what I'm saying.
Even Visa and MasterCard have a master. It's the US fucking government. Because if the federal government says, hey, knock it off, it's done. It's over. It's over the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you must belong to the cat. So free bucket on us to US customers that purchase $15 worth of food through its website or app. They must belong to the KFC rewards program to get the deal. With the promotion, Yum Brands. Do you guys know there's a secret menu in the KFC app?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a secret hidden menu.
Where?
You have to go on the app.
Menu, KFC app. You open the app, select your nearest store, and then tap order when the menu appears. Drag the screen down and hold it for 11 seconds. A red bar will appear, and you should tap it to reveal the secret menu.
Okay, so
you go to your KFC app, just say
it's loading.
Get through to the main page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all the processor fees are bullshit. The idea that it costs 0.0025% of anything to send money is bullshit. It'll cost you a fixed amount. It doesn't get bigger with the amount of money.
Yeah, it's always been.
It should be a flat fee at the very least.
Because it is when we're transferring from one bank account to another.
It's total scum because you literally pay at both ends. You pay at both ends. The person receiving the transaction gets their coin clipped, and you get your coin clipped. It's bullshit.
And it's also the worst with wires.
Yes,
because that's the biggest clip, and it gets clipped all along.
Everybody wants their cut.
Everyone gets their cut. So if you're forwarding that wire through multiple bank accounts, every bank account's clipping there to get.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that's not working.
It's not?
Nope.
I got it working the other day. Are animals leaving Yellowstone National Park? Here's what's happening. No, they're not. The supervolcano is not coming. If the Yellowstone supervolcano were truly preparing to erupt, scientists would observe clear measure of warning signs long before any eruption occurred. We'd hear about that first. The Volcano Observatory continuously monitors seismic activity, ground deformation, and gas emissions. Precursor signals would include sustained earthquake swarms, significant ground uplift or subsidence, and changes in thermal features like geysers and hot springs. I just hope when it finally blows, Australia is far enough away to be okay. Tombola says, we need crypto coin with fixed cost transaction processing. There's plenty of, like you can transfer USDT really cheap. Like the pegged coins, like you can slip in and out of those really, like the stable coins, you can slip in and out of them, no problem. And the Genius Act passed, so everybody can set up their own stable coin now. Mm-hmm. That's why crypto's been on a fucking, on an absolute run this week. Single women resort to stealing men's lunches to get asked out on a date. Why is it getting to this point?
Who is?
Dating apps are dead. DMs are creepy, and no one approaching people out of the wild anymore. Majority of single people complain that the dating scene is tougher than it's ever been, especially in New York City. TikTok and Nicole. Oh, let's just watch whatever her fucking TikTok is.
New York City that I am seeing on TikTok, there are girls going into Midtown during the week and stealing Finance Bros salads for lunch. And then looking their name up from the salad order on LinkedIn and then messaging them through there and being like, hey, oh my god, so sorry, I grabbed your salad, like, let me just make it up to you and buy you a new one. And that's how they're like sliding in, which honestly, smart. Why are we stealing men's salads? Like, why can't they just come up to us at a bar? Like, why is it getting to this point?
I go back to my initial rant about women and being liberated. That's what you wanted. You get what you want. So sometimes you get it good and hard. Speaking of getting it good and hard, my breasts grew uncontrollably due to a super rare condition. They got so big, I needed a wheelchair. So she had them removed. So calm down, everyone. Still, I think that's a crime. Good God. Like, that is a bit ridiculous, but
when
yeah.
you need wheelbarrows...
Excuse me.
It's kind of understandable. That...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A little-known Microsoft program could expose the Defense Department to Chinese hackers. Chinese tech support. Microsoft is using engineers in China to help maintain the Defense Department's computer systems with minimal supervision by US personnel. Digital escorts often lack the technical expertise to police foreign engineers with far more advanced skills, leaving highly sensitive data vulnerable to hacking. Various people involved in the work told ProPublica that they warned Microsoft that the arrangement is inherently risky, but the company launched and expanded it anyway. So essentially, it's a plan that allows U.S. citizens with security clearance to oversee the work of foreign engineers, and they don't require, like, all they require is a security clearance. So, great idea.
Yeah, the best ideas.
Jasmine Crockett says we need USA to fund Sesame Street in Iraq to prevent people from being radicalized against us.
When you start to talk about whether or not Sesame Street or anything else that's on NPR or PBS.
Is it just me, or does her voice sound very much like Candace Owens when she's putting on this voice?
Yeah, it does sound a little bit like Candace.
Ends up in other places. This is so that there is not this warped thought process about the Western world or about the United States. We're talking about making sure that we don't end up allowing people to be radicalized against us because they have a terrible vision of us, because they may be in a government that actually puts out bad, terrible propaganda about us.
Yes, so that's why taxpayer dollars need to go to Sesame Street. Apparently, this is the letter written by the Minnesota shooter.
Sure.
Seems very
convenient.
No, it seems very well insanely written. What the fuck? Anyway. Paranormal investigator Dan Rivera dies suddenly on Annabelle Haunted Doll Tour. Dan Rivera, a U.S. Army veteran, was in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania on his sold-out Devils on the Run tour when firefighters and medics rushed to his hotel. CPR was performed, but Rivera, 54, died, according to the New England Society for Psychic Research, where he was the lead investigator. His exact cause of death remains unclear. The doll did it. The doll did it.
Now.
Yeah, his soul is part of the doll now. That's how that works. Camp Mystic Cone waited 45 minutes to evacuate evacuate campers after getting urgent life-threatening flash flood alerts. So I think Tim said this guy died. Like he actually died in the floods. So yeah, director Dick Dixon died in the devastating floods. So I mean,
well, he just didn't think it would take that long for it to flood up, so he thought he had time.
Yeah,
and he really didn't.
Isla Fisher shares savage statement about marriage following divorce from Sacha Baron Cohen. She said, for all the men who say, why buy the cow when you get the milk for free? Here's an update for you. Nowadays, 80% of women are against marriage. Why? Because women realize it's not worth buying an entire pig just to get a little sausage.
Okay.
I think it's mostly because she hit the wall.
Yeah.
A 19-year-old worker is dead after getting trapped in a meat grinding.
Police say a sanitation worker was cleaning an industrial meat grinder when he fell inside. That machine then somehow turned on. The incident happened at Tina's Burritos factory on East Vernon Avenue around 9:30 last night. The worker's identity has not been released pending family notification. The incident appears to be an accident, but it remains under investigation. The California Occupational Safety and Health Administration will be investigating.
God damn, did this guy like escape death like a few years ago? And it's finally caught up with him? Like, he fell in and it mysteriously turned on. Oh, see, he fell in, like he tripped on his shoelace, fell in, and the sound of him falling in made a broom fall over that fell on something else that rolled over and turned on the machine. Fucking Christ. What a way to go. Fucking human fucking meat grinder. God. But news says breaking 7.2 magnitude earthquake near Alaska. Tsunami warning in effect for coastal areas. We never get a fucking tsunami. You know how many tsunami warnings I've got? God. All the fucking time. Jelly Roll chokeslams Logan Paul through a table on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Dude, this episode is going to get so many fucking copy claims, if not strike. Mm-hmm. So if I'm not on next week, that's why. Jelly Rolls chokeslams. Anyway, let's watch.
Nobody flew here to see you act like a prick. Wrong time, wrong place. Why don't you back the
I stand by it. I think Logan Paul would make a fucking fantastic heel. Like, he should totally get into wrestling. He's got the physique for it. He's got the, like, everybody fucking hates him. Like, he'd be perfect. Like, he'd be a perfect heel.
Suck up to Vince McMahon like what The Rock was doing back in '96.
Yeah.
The Vince McMahon's right hand fucking heel. Just that'd be great.
Yeah. Watch Biden's White House advisor, Anthony Bernal, plead the fifth to questions about Biden's health, mental acuity, and who made the decisions in the White House. See, pretty much everybody who went before this oversight committee about Biden pled the fifth for everything. Yep. Grant them fucking immunity. Pick one, grant them immunity, and fucking interview them. You don't get to fucking plead the fifth if you have immunity, and you only need to grant immunity to one.
Mr. Bernal, did you ever advise President Joe Biden to pardon his son, Hunter Biden?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Thank you. We're going to go off the record real quick. Okay, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Bernal, was President Joe Biden fit to exercise the duties of the president?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Like, you couldn't get away with that in court. Because it's asking for your opinion. There's no jeopardy there.
Reflect that Mr. Bernal has invoked the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Mr. Bernal, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Mr. Bernal, did any unelected official or family member of President Joe Biden execute the duties of the presidency?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Bernal has invoked the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Mr. Bernal, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question put to you solely on the ground that you believe the answer
So how long
will
does
incriminate
immunity take to grant?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline
Like
to answer
half
the
an
question
hour. Like
pursuant
it's
to
a
my
form.
Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Okay, so they could
Mr. Bernal,
pause it,
did
go off the
President Joe
record,
Biden
hand him
ever instruct
immunity,
you to
and be
lie
like, listen,
regarding his
motherfucker.
They don't want actual answers. No one does.
Oh, they want denials and
They want this guy pleading the fifth. They want everybody pleading the fifth because it's better than an actual answer.
Mm-hmm.
Because then people can read into it whatever they want it to be. It's whatever you want it to be. The people who believe that Biden was in charge just believe that, and the people who don't believe that this guy's lying. Like, oh, it's a cover up. Like, it's the answer for everyone. Everybody gets to be happy. It's bullshit. It's all theater.
Yeah, basically.
Like I said, if you wanted answers, you find the person who you know has the most info, who, if they were made to answer, would have all the answers you need. You give that person immunity, and you ask them the fucking questions. And if they're the person responsible for it, well, whoops.
At least you've got answers.
You take the fucking hit. You take the fucking hit. But you get answers.
Yeah.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And lie. The reason they take the fifth is because I don't want to lie. So, I'd still file fucking obstruction charges. Steve Bannon refused to appear, and got obstruction charges.
So
sent to prison for obstruction.
So what happens if they don't answer, even though they've got immunity?
They'd be up for obstruction.
Oh, so they can just throw them like you answer or you go in jail.
Yeah,
essentially.
Like contempt of Congress.
Okay.
President Trump signed. Trump signed the Genius Act. This established a regulatory framework for the $250 billion stablecoin market. Stablecoins are viewed as relatively safe types of cryptocurrency, so USDT or Tether. So everybody's going to make their own stablecoin. It's going to be pegged to the US dollar.
Okay.
Oh, and this is why the crypto's
going nuts, because there's going to be money flowing in.
Oh, okay.
So, man arrested after macabre human skin teddy bear left outside Victorville business. Is there a photo of it? Oh, there's a blurry photo of it.
Hey, I can make one of them.
I'm positive you can. Yes.
Yeah.
The artist Robert Kelly of Dark Seed Creations specializes in horror special effects and haunted attractions. He confirmed he shipped one of the bears to a customer in Victorville last week. Dark Seed Creations. Let's see. Oh, here's his Etsy store. Let's have a look. Etsy.
I'd be careful with Etsy. I'd be very careful with Etsy. They do allow.
No, there's a mature content thing there. That's literally called Dick in a Box.
Yes, I think that's his picture, not Etsy's overlay.
Yeah, I know. Dude, what the hell? This is some freaky shit. And yes, I did see the penis mole rat.
Yeah, some titties.
Some titties too, yes. Dude, what the hell?
What's this guy's name?
Dark Seed Creations. Baldo's like, I could make this stuff.
No,
I could buy this stuff.
Yeah.
That's exactly what going on this podcast felt like. It made me feel violated in so many ways, disrespected and used. In addition to them
Why is
having
she
me
always
fly
in a
across the
bikini
country
for this,
and
like-
front the bill myself with the promise of paying me back, which they didn't. I made them so much money that they asked me to come back 3 times within 24 hours. And when I told them to pay me back, they sent me a threatening, abusive.
Oh god, fucking Christ! She was on with bloody.
If the
No wonder she thinks she was abused.
So
So she agreed to 6:30 right in front of me. I like, and now she's retracting it. It's like, what is going on? I don't know.
And mind you, Andrew has just already done 2 debates. He did one on Friday and on
Flew
Thursday.
in also for my opponent.
And
very kind to me.
that
You're
is kind.
welcome.
Thank
And
you.
Those debates.
I also don't live here. I flew in. I'm in Chicago, so.
Right. Those debate. Wait, I'm a little confused. You flew in.
I flew in. I have family that lives an hour away, so I spent, a little bit of time with them this morning, and then I'm going to see them again before I fly out tomorrow.
Well, okay. That we'll discuss that after the show, but.
If the I signed something about coming here. About making it
She agreed. I don't know why anybody watches that show.
I don't know.
All right, so she's suing the whatever podcast because after she was sexually and physically assaulted with words, she, I don't know what the right word is, she developed Bell's palsy in her face.
Oh my god.
She is suing them for emotional abuse or
Jesus
emotional
Christ.
something. And Brian Atlas from whatever has all the receipts, and he's all like,
Yeah, I saw the tweet originally and like had a look at the replies. He's got a dead to rights. Like,
yeah, she's
full of shit.
farming stuff. So yeah.
Okay, cool, whatever. Italy bans gay and lesbian couples from becoming parents.
Boost.
Ooh.
Axios says Gavin Newsom and his team have used online trolling, meme wars, mocking TikTok videos, and insults such as cuck, and even a lawsuit against Fox News to create an edgy resistance against Trump.
I doubt that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's right. It's not able to learn how to. You can't learn a meme from the left unless they're hiring people on the right.
Yeah, because they always write novels.
Dad of 6 told police he was being abused for weeks before ex stabbed him in the heart. A dad of 6 who was allegedly murdered on Christmas Day by his abusive ex-partner told a friend he was scared of her and feared something bad would happen to him if he left her. The court has heard. Christy Careless, 31, was motivated by anger and jealousy when he stabbed Louise Price, 31, in the heart after a friend sent her a picture of his dating profile on Tinder. What a lovely individual.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
God damn, like, she denies doing it. Oh, whatever. Fucking Christ.
Bitches be crazy.
While standing there with a bloody knife.
Tulsi says the Russia hoax was a plot by Biden, and there was a secret meeting, and she's got evidence for it. Of course, no one will be arrested. Nothing will happen because everybody just lies now. It doesn't matter. Truth's irrelevant. Just make it up. I should have put this in my propaganda segment.
You know how wind turbines are built? Let's start the base of the tower. First, a circular base is formed using concrete.
Let me fast forward through it. It takes a lot to build a wind turbine. So, and the point is that it takes a lot to build a wind turbine. That means building wind turbines is stupid. Anything that takes time is stupid. Guess what takes a lot of fucking time, dipshit? Building a nuclear power plant. A price tag, and an owner for a Robocop statue, but when will we see it? Not till 2027. So this is an 11-foot tall bronze statue of Robocop that is surprisingly not being placed in Detroit. It's actually going to be placed in Peter Weller's hometown.
Because it would be raped and beheaded if it was in Detroit.
You raped and beheaded in Detroit.
In that order.
Car strikes crowd outside Los Angeles venue. Injures 30. Bystanders attack driver who was shot. Hang on. I need to refresh this page. I just wanted to refresh it just in case.
Like, were they shot and then they drove accidentally? Because
unclear.
Oh, that's useful. Were they shot once they'd driven over people? Like someone in the crowd was like, "Oh shit!" Bop, bop, bop.
This is the truth, Costy.
Which movie is it that he shoots the guy in the dick?
First one.
Nice.
Vehicle rammed into a crowd of people waiting to enter a performance venue along a busy boulevard in Los Angeles early Saturday, injuring 30 people and leading bystanders to attack the driver.
Have they reclassified strip clubs performance venues?
Performance venue, yeah. It's just a performance venue. The Vermont.
Gentlemen's club.
Well, no, apparently it was women. Mostly women were lined up, so I don't think it was a strip club, unless it was the employees' entrance. Thermo environmentalist green confirmed.
Entrance.
Yes, confirmed. I have solar panels on my roof. The driver was later found to have been shot. Police who were searching for a suspected gunman who fled the scene along Santa Monica Boulevard in East Hollywood. It's not clear if the driver was shot before or after the crash or why he drove into the crowd. Okay, let me put forward a theory for the police. He was shot by the person in the car with him. He crashed the car. The passenger got out and ran away.
Yeah.
Solved it for you.
There you go.
The Vermont is a multi-purpose venue that's got a state-of-the-art sound system.
Oh, so there you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Pull it up, Jamie. Man felt bad for murdering current wife, so he killed his ex-wife who deserved it.
The logic.
Watch me butcher this name. Schenectady, New York.
Schenectady,
New York. A man who stabbed his wife to death felt bad about the murder. So he traveled across multiple states to murder his ex-wife because she, unlike his first victim, deserved it.
Oh my God.
According to a release by the Schenectady County District Attorney's Office, 38-year-old Timothy Traylor traveled from North Carolina to Schenectady, New York, checked into a hotel and snuck into the home of his ex-wife on the morning of May 28th, 2023, and stabbed her to death.
God damn, that's like a 12-hour drive.
He reportedly exited through a window and discarded his bloody clothing as he walked down the street, eventually taking a taxi to the hotel and then to the bus station. At the time of the victim's murder, the Brooklyn Homicide Squad was already searching for Taylor in connection to the murder of his current wife on May 13th, 2023. Taylor was arrested in a bar in Philadelphia and extradited to New York City for questioning by the NYPD, where detectives learned about his motive. Taylor told the detectives after he killed his then current wife, he felt bad. And he knew he had to come to Schenectady to kill his former wife because he harbored so much animosity towards her. And in his words, she, unlike his first victim, deserved it. The DA's office has said in a release. Authorities noted that Taylor's killed his ex-wife while her 3 children were in the home,
Oh
two
my
of which
God.
were fathered by Taylor. People should know that the victim, while facing down her killer and knowing his intent, made sure to protect her children after stabbing her more than 22 times. Jesus. These children, particularly particularly oldest, oh God, put the yawns, who was a high school student at the time, and their extended family were instrumental to our office in bringing this case. God.
That's fucking retarded logic.
I know.
God damn it. Summer intern fired from White Shoe New York City law firm for biting multiple co-workers. Nibble is to tame a word. A twisted Big Law summer intern was reportedly tossed from an elite Manhattan law firm after repeatedly baring the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth. Next article.
Yep.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to fucking do that. No. No, New York Post.
Who was that celebrity that bit his co-star?
Oh, the pain does not exist in this dojo. Sweep the leg. That guy. The guy from
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I can't
They
remember
were
his
just
name.
taking they were just taking a leaf out of his book.
That's right. Taking some teeth out of that book. A White Shoe law firm. I think it's corporate law.
Probably.
Fantastic Four is a masterpiece. The visual effects and the score are a huge standout. Galactus is huge in IMAX. It's emotional and gives you hope. It beats you off and doesn't stop. Stay until the end credits.
What?
So, Disney getting very desperate.
Free hand jobs.
Speaking of beating you off, OnlyFans star 21 reveals how her parents invested in her X-rated career. 21-year-old woman has revealed why she gives her parents a jaw-dropping $18,000 a month. Actually, as an aside to this story about parent investing in OnlyFans, Sydney Watson put out a video this week on her channel about this kind of thing, about parents being overly invested in their kids' OnlyFans. It's very fucking creepy. The OnlyFans thought who was like, oh, I'm a Christian now, and her father was a preacher, and he cut her off when she started OnlyFans. Well, when she called him to tell him that she was quitting OnlyFans, he said, well, hang on a minute. What you should do is you should do it for a few months more and collect as much money as possible. A preacher to his daughter. And it was because she was giving him money. She was giving him money like to get him to talk to, like to get him to allow her back in his life. Like fucking scumbags. 21-year-old woman has revealed why she gives her parents a jaw-dropping $18,000 a month and how they invested in her X-rated career. Skylar May stopped studying to become a dental nurse and works full-time creating explicit content, but what drives her is being able to help her parents. Look, I appreciate being able to help your parents like with stuff. If you are going to go and be an OnlyFans whore and you make it big, help mum and dad pay off their house. Like pay off the mortgage. Don't make it a recurring thing. Don't make your parents complicit to you whoring yourself out.
Like do it in a lump sum.
Do it in a lump sum.
Just be like, it's already paid for. You can't take it away. Just it's done.
Both parents suffer health issues, and the money means she can always afford to foot any medical expenses that arise. Let's see. See her Instagrams. This is her. This is her Instagram. Oh yeah, she looks what's it called? Oh, is that the parent? God damn it. Is that dad?
Middle click it, open a new tab.
Oh, clever man.
Like a random dog.
Yeah, to go back.
You can smell the sausage.
Yep.
Damn.
Get it?
And she really put that on. Like, what is she trying to advertise?
Pay-per-view content.
Yeah, from the dark web, maybe.
When her dad found out about her doing OnlyFans, she said he was immediately supportive, and even her grandmother is fine with it.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
That's a fucked up family.
This is not just. This isn't a red flag. This is a fucking siren.
Yeah.
This is a fucking tornado warning.
Your dad supports you by being your biggest fan.
Yeah, he's your biggest simp. Oh, remember a couple of years ago, there was that girl who was like, I found out my dad or my stepdad or something was my biggest fan on OnlyFans.
Thermo.
What?
Which one?
Oh, yeah, fair
which
enough.
one?
Like, there is not a month that goes by that Ryu isn't posting an article about that.
Yeah. Mick Kennedy says, imagine what happened to Britney Spears happening to an OnlyFans thought. Yeah, well. Mick Kennedy says, she's very cute. I can see why weak simps would waste their money on her. Still a whore. Indeed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And finally, thousands of squirrels are swarming one of America's nuclear bases, wreaking untold havoc as we speak.
Oh, God.
You have to see this photo. That's great. Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota, where some of the nation's nuclear arsenal is stored and the bombers capable of delivering it are stationed, is facing a threat the military may not be equipped to defeat. Squirrels. Yes, squirrels.
This is from Not the Bee.
This is from Not the Bee, yes. So this is a real story, yeah. Minot AFB is under siege from thousands of Richardson ground squirrels, a.k.a. DAC rats. Ground squirrels have been a problem for the base for the past few years, mostly because the base tries to keep the animal's natural predators out. Foxes, coyotes, and badgers stay outside the fence, while the Air Force's bash team scares off the hawks and eagles to minimize bird strikes during takeoffs and landings.
Bash team? What, do they have clubs?
I don't know. What does bash team do? What's that acronym stand for? Bash.
Is scares a link?
It clearly, there's clearly a solution here. Just let the foxes...
Bird, wildlife, aircraft strike hazard. It's a bash. Bird, aircraft, strike hazard. Bash team.
Okay.
Yeah, just let the foxes and the badgers inside the fence.
Badger, 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 badger,
Yeah,
badger, 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 badger.
And then we'll just get in a story about the foxes and badgers taking over the base. Then we move up in the food chain.
This means that squirrels inside the base perimeter reproduce like crazy. Their burrowing undermines infrastructure like runways and buildings, resulting in lots of taxpayer money spent on repairs. The furry invaders can also carry fun diseases like bubonic plague.
Oh, hooray.
Using traps to remove the squirrels is pretty much the same strategy they've used for decades. There are poisons that can kill them, but no legal poisons that wouldn't also kill people.
So DDT's out of the question.
Yeah. They could hunt them, but can you imagine the panic or accidents that might ensue with a bunch of people firing rifles everywhere in a military base? It's a coup! It started! Bash teams are basically professional animal scarers. They patrol bases and shoot shotgun noisemakers and suffer to deter animals around them and stuff. It's worse comes worse. Minot Air Force Base does have one option readily available to defeat the squirrels once and for all. It houses 52 bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons. 26 B-52 bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons and 150 intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Yeah, shoot it straight up in the air and it comes straight back down again.
That would definitely solve that problem.
It could cause a few others, though.
Yes, it would definitely cause a few
with
others.
those later.
Anyway, that's it.
Can you imagine if the Air Force takes a leaf out of Israel's book, and Israel can put a half-meter wide tube into a window of a building, and then the USAF just decides to scale that down to deal with the squirrels.
Micro missiles.
Just start taking squirrels out.
Small caliber missiles.
On drones.
Like 22 caliber missiles. Like just a drone that drops like 22 caliber missiles.
Yeah, just laser guided from the drone.
Yes, very long show. Thank you, gentlemen, always for watching, everyone, and Daisy as well. Thanks for watching. I'll play the outro now.
Later
Bye,
on.
everyone.
Bye. Actually, where's the outro? Oh, there's the outro. Bye.
This has been a Chuckling Koala production.
There you
See,
go.
I'm